the feel of that is you have to get used to not having as much center grip just because the rubbers lay down in different places. You have thousands and thousands of laps a year on this track, and then suddenly you flip the rubber profile, and it just changes it completely.
Yeah, of course. Last lap by, Tanner Barsh in the 251 was fastest on track. 102.249 for Tanner Barsh. He takes the pole position here from Aston White, and the checkered flag is going to wave this time by for these drivers. I think this is going to be the last lap for everybody, so all to play for here in the final lap of qualifying. It's Tanner Barsh, Aston White, and Braden Westfall. 1, 2, 3. We've seen these drivers go at it all weekend long here across the line. That's going to be the 248 of Braden Westfall. Can he improve across the line this time by? He cannot. Next by, I think, is going to be Aston Wyatt. He's going to be the next driver who is up there in the top 3, fighting for the pole position here. Tanner Barsh as well. He's going to be, I believe, the last driver who's going to cross the line. Can anybody else improve here as the last couple of drivers are coming by the checkered? Nobody can improve. Tanner Barsh doesn't improve. Neither does Aston Wyatt. So it's going to be pole position here for the 251 of Tanner Barsh. Aston Wyatt's going to be in second. Braden Westfall is going to be in third. The driver in fourth, the name, I guess, isn't attached to their transponder, so we do not know who's in fourth. Very mysterious here. In fifth, it's going to be Emerson Lane in the 250. Drew Blem is going to be in sixth. Kadro Mubrant, seventh. Theodore Mitchell, eighth. Will Stevens, ninth. Dutch Westbrook, 10th. Benton Hale is going to be 11th, and Caden Lehans is going to be 12th. When we come back, we're going to go qualifying with our first of our championship battles here of the KA100 Masters class. All the action here in the Texas Sprint Racing Series from SpeedSportz Racing Park. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back here to the final round of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. We're live with KA100 Masters presented by Kart Racing Solutions back on track for their qualifying session. 7 minutes the distance, and we've got a thrilling championship battle with a couple different protagonists coming in for a one-off this weekend. There on your screen, you see race Mr. Factory Man himself, Billy Musgrave, out here. He's running KA Masters this weekend, but he's going to be in the midst of a nice championship battle here between Morgan LeBaron as well as Miguel Muir. Both of them have been trading wins, trading podiums this season, and I mean, this class, for being a Masters class, we've seen a lot of good racing here in KA Masters, Caleb.
Yeah, it's been a lot of good action here all year long in the K100 Masters class as well. But there's a new variable this weekend. Billy Musgrave, the factory kart man, the All-American badass, some may say, out here this weekend, and it's going to be a new variable for Miguel Muir and Morgan LeBaron. Morgan LeBaron with the High Five team, and Miguel Muir with the Cruise Racing Development 10th this weekend, as well as Kyle Uchinsky. We're seeing him out here again this weekend. And now we're going to see how the times roll in as they are setting their first lap this time by. It was Billy Musgrave here for a second. Now it's Trevor McAllister who takes a provisional pole with the 58.148. Andy Miller is going to be in second. Scott Cherry in third. David Pregande is going to be fourth. And Adamar Caligaro is going to be in fifth. All these drivers are pretty much going to be shuffling. Like we've seen, Track Evolution is going to be crazy this weekend. So I wouldn't be surprised if Billy Musgrave is able to find himself a pole position here today.
Yeah, you can see he's leading a pack of karts. That looks like Miguel Muir there. He's going to go to the inside in one of the hairpins to take over that spot. So clearly Muir feels like he has pace at this part of the session. Musgrave just going to back up a little bit, give him a little bit of time. I think you really do see with these guys in Masters is a very mature class. I mean, we've seen a little bit of on-track incidents this season. Nothing too crazy, though. I mean, for Muir and LeBaron, it's all about the points battle for them. They don't care. I mean, obviously they want the win, but if Billy Musgrave comes in and steals it, it's not the end of the world for them, as we see Trevor McAllister and Scott Cherry go to the top of the field in P1 and P2. But really, I mean, there's so many guys here that are trying to get this win to end off the season, and at the same time focusing on the championship battles. We see James Lundberg gets himself to P1 ahead of Cherry McAllister, Shane Burkett, and David Pergrande in the top 5.
James Lundberg, he's the hometown racer this weekend here. He is under the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy garage here this weekend. He's had a handful of laps here around this track, so he's going to find himself in the pole position with Scott Cherry, Mr. Rimrock himself. He's going to be in second here with a 57.568. Less than a tenth separates these guys. So Scott Cherry and James Lundberg are, wild cards here this weekend. They have pretty much set better laps than Miguel Muir and Morgan LeBaron here. Miguel Muir finds himself in the 7th spot. He is a half a second.
5.46 as he closes up to the back of the number 1 plate holder. 5.46 as he closes up to the back of the number 1 plate holder.
Yeah, and I think Billy Musgrave was just able to get the toe down the main straight here at SpeedSportz Racing Park. And now you see Billy Musgrave continues to close down that gap as now he goes past Miguel Muir. And Billy Musgrave, he has a handful of speed here. It seems like his factory kart is really dialed in here early on, as now going down the back straight, it's going to be Miguel Muir with the draft, but it's obviously not going to be enough as he was past this lap by, and is not going to be the cleanest lap for him as one of the CRG drivers as well, now trying to get around Miguel Muir here, and Morgan LeBaron there in the mix as well. Miguel Muir at the lead of the three here on your screen, the CRG driver right in the middle of them, and Morgan LeBaron right behind. So the two championship protagonists have chosen to go out together here. Very interesting to see. Emery, if you were in a championship battle here this weekend, would you go out with your main rival in the championship?
If I'm in front of them, my entire goal is to make sure that I don't finish behind them. I don't care how that happens. I don't care if that means that I'm driving 2 miles an hour to the pits. So it depends on the situation. If I'm in second, I'm trying to do my own thing, trying to get as fast as I can, get as far away. If I'm in first, I don't care. So I guess if I was in Miguel Muir's situation, I would be keeping tags on Morgan LeBaron, but it kind of seems like the opposite. It seems like LeBaron was the one that chose to go out behind Muir and kind of play that toe game, and it's worked out decent for him. He's in 5th, but he's not as fast as Muir is, and we'll see if he can do anything on the last lap. They should have another lap after this one to put one more hot lap down, and we're trying to get a number on this CRG. I believe that might be...
I think that's the 4:15. I think that's be mistaken here, as we see Miguel Muir is going to choose to burn a lap here, find himself in some clean air, as we are going to follow along here the CRG and Morgan LeBaron here as they are coming down the main straight. Now Billy Musgrave still here on up.
If you want to see a giant selection of beautiful new dining room tables, chairs, servers, come out to Gallery Furniture, see with the latest and greatest dining room furniture. Best of all, buy this dining room furniture today, solid woods. Gallery Furniture delivers free to your Houston area home today.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop into Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
Welcome back to the Texas SpeedSportz Racing Park for round number 5, the fall finale here. It's championship weekend here in the Texas Sprint Racing Series. We talked about it, Emery. A lot of championship battles all weekend long, and another battle that's, I guess, going out on track now is our youngest drivers that we see all weekend long, from ages ranging from 5 to 8, if I'm not mistaken here, Emery. Can you correct me?
A little bit younger than that. I think it's about 4 to 6 or 7, usually in kid karts. But certainly, regardless, still the youngest of anyone here at TSRS. It's the kid karts presented by Rimrock Raceway. We've got a 5-kart field here. 5 people that have experience, 4 of them that we've seen a lot of this season here in kid kart. You've got Raif Ali in the 42. He's the man on the screen at the moment, continuing to get around to finish his warm-up lap and get set for lap number 1. Killian Short, we saw him run on the podium at various points this season. Brody Brown getting some nice experience, and the championship leader, Brennan Barsh, along with Benjamin Osborne, come through to complete their first laps of the session, as Raif Ali straight away goes to the point with a 120.292.
The number 42 now of Raif Ali finds himself in second place. The 82 of Brennan Barsh is going to be in first place here with 120.149 here for Brennan Barsh. Raif Ali is going to be in second. Brody Brown in third. Keelan Short in fourth. And Benjamin Osborne is going to find himself here in the 5th position. As now on the back straightaway here on your screen is the 42 of Raif Ali. We've seen him here a handful of times at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. He's done a handful of races here all year long, and I think the important thing for these young drivers, Emery, is to really see them develop. You know, seeing them at such a young age with such a passion for racing here is something great to see here, Emery.
Yeah, certainly. I want to talk about the fact that both of the guys that are in P1 and P2 have older brothers that are kind of going through the same development process. I mean, Raif Ali, we've seen Pasha Ali this season develop a lot on the national scene. Of course, getting a few national top 5 qualifying efforts and really showing some good pace there. Brennan Barsh, we talked about Tanner Barsh earlier, finishing inside the top 3 pretty much every session between micro and 206 cadet this season. So both of them have the experience from their older brothers and the chance to really kind of work things out, continue to develop as drivers, and get better. And we've seen that Barsh's side of things, he's been dominant so far this season in kid karts. And from a lead standpoint, just continuing to get more and more experience. And he's close. He's within 1/10 of a second, actually, of Brennan Barsh here as they complete lap number 2. And really, all through practice yesterday and into warm-up, it looks like these two have been the two to watch here in this kid kart category.
Yeah, Brennan Barsh last time by was fastest on track with a 120 flat here. Raif Ali is going to be in second, not that far behind from Brennan Barsh. And on your screen here is the 21 of Keelan Short and the 17 of Brody Brown in that comp cart. It's going to be a really good drive for that 17 there of Brody Brown. He's going to make his way around the 21 if the 21's going to let him by. And it seems like the 17 of Brody Brown just ran out a little bit here of, I guess, top speed, as Raif Ali now with a 119.400, half a second quicker than Brennan Barsh, who was on provisional pole here. We are getting to the 6-minute mark. Qualifying here is 7 minutes. Still a lot to play for here. Brennan Barsh was able to improve that time by, but still not quick. And Brennan Barsh, the 82 out of nowhere, a 119.261. The gap to Raif Ali behind is 0.2 now. Brennan Barsh was able to go quicker here. I think Brennan Barsh in that 82 is out there all by himself. He's somewhere out there in the Intrepid. As still on your screen here is the 21 of Keelan Short and Brody Brown here, continuing to trade positions here. Either one of them wanting to lead the group of 2 here for their lap times.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, this is one of those things where you're seeing now Short gonna continue to try making a move there. Brown kind of getting himself in a rhythm and leading the pack. We saw last lap he tried to make a move, backed out of it. Now though, makes the pass. We'll see what he can do here. Is now back down the inside. Killian Short gonna try the move. Not gonna happen. These guys are hurting their own qualifying, but at this point, I mean, they don't quite have the pace compared to what Brennan Barsh as well as as what Raif Ali has. And so those two continue to set the pace. We're seeing the rest of the 3 guys continuing to fight. There you see Barsh making his way around Killian Short there on track. He's got a solid 3 seconds on short as well as Brody Brown. So both of them going to have to find some pace here as they continue on with qualifying.
Yeah, Brendan Barsh not able to improve last time by. He did encounter some traffic, so Brendan Barsh still here in provisional pole with a 119.261. That is going to be the checkered flag. That is out now. So the next driver across the line will get the checkered flag, but it's going to be the last time by here for Brendan Barsh, Rafe Ali, and Brody Brown. I think Rafe Ali may get the checkered flag this time by. I'm not sure. I think he's still out on track. So 88 here of... That's the 88 of Benjamin Osborne, I'm sorry. Benjamin Osborne has now crossed the line, so that's going to be it for qualifying here. He wasn't able to improve now. It's all down to Keelan Short, Brody Brown, Rafe Ali, and Brandon Barsh for the pole position here, Emery.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Barsh, again, the championship leader, dominant season so far. Coming through, you see him coming down the back section now, the back straightaway. We'll see if he can improve his lap. Rafe Ali's going to have to see what he can do. He's coming to the line now. We'll see what his time goes to. He goes to the top of 119.268, and it's all down to Brendan Barsh. He's going to have to find 0.2 of a second in that number 82 to see what he can do. Coming to the checkered flag, we'll see here as they come to finish his final lap of qualifying. Barsh, is it going to be a pole for him? Not quite. He does not improve. Brody Brown and Killian Short both improve. Short to P3, Brown to P4, and Benjamin Osborne rounds out your field. But in Honda Kid
Cup, your Honda Kid Kart field presented by Rimrock Raceway. All the action is set to continue here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Do not go anywhere.
If you want beautiful, solid wood, made in America dining room furniture, come out and see the new selection of beautiful dining room tables, chairs at Gallery Furniture, and best of all, buy this beautiful, oh so comfortable, made in America dining room furniture, tables, chairs, servers. Gallery Furniture delivers free to your area home in 3 or 4 hours tonight. Make family members on your beautiful new dining room table and chairs. Buy it today. New arrivals, Gallery Furniture delivers free in 3 or 4 hours to your home today.
Lap here, and it seems like the group here of Josie Chambers and Derek Wargo are going to decide to push lap here, and it seems like the group here of Josie Chambers and Derek Wargo are going to decide to push each other here. Josie Chambers in the Intrepid, and ahead of him is the Comp Kart driver of Derek Wargo.
Yeah, again, in 206, you know how important the draft is, and when you can get two karts pushing together like this, as Chambers and Wargo are trying to do, it can really find the lap time for you. And I really think they have a nice, clear part of the track ahead. If you're Wargo, you're really relying on Chambers to push you, because otherwise you're not going to get any benefit of the draft. And so this is going to be so important for both of them. But I think for Wargo in particular, if Chambers can't get up there to push him, they might have to see if they can drop back and find someone else as they continue on completing their first fast lap here. We'll see if we can get an update on timing and scoring. But both of them go down to complete their lap and start on another one for the 7-minute session.
Yeah, of course, and let's see if we can take a look back here to Reagan Seville with the number 1 plate here in the GFC for track side services here. He is currently running with his teammate of Robert Arana, who is behind him here at the moment, and Reagan Seville has been pretty much the quickest driver all weekend long. We are going to see him whenever we, get ready to to get set with the CKNA Grand Nationals. Reagan Seville has always done a great job there in the 4-stroke classes, and he has been the class of the field pretty much all year long here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series, as he's able to get around another one of his teammates in the other GFC, as now Reagan Seville is going to set in his lap times here as he tries to take pole here. As it stands here, Reagan Seville currently on provisional pole with a 103.917. Derek Wargo is going to be in second here with a 104 flat. So the two championship protagonists here in 206 Junior are 1 and 2. Josie Chambers in the Intrepid now has gotten ahead of Derek Wargo here, and Derek Wargo is now going to decide to push Josie Chambers. Josie Chambers that time by was purple with a 103.747. What a lap there by Josie Chambers, as Derek Wargo seemed to have been pushing him, and Reagan Seville in the GFC goes even faster with a 103.679. Lap times are changing here, and we see the track beginning to evolve.
Yeah, we'll see. Seville's going to go into some traffic here. We'll see if he can improve on his 103.6. But really, Chambers and Wargo, that's what they're going to have to do. They're going to have to push each other, maybe take turns leading if they want to beat Seville, because it seems like on pure pace, Seville has them both covered. Chris Tracy and Robert Arena are 4th and 5th, both of them about half a second and beyond back. So looks like they're not really a threat. We see one car off in the grass. That looks to me Derek Wargo. Wargo's out of the session here, and that is A, going to ruin his qualifying, but B, it's going to hurt Josie Chambers, too, who now does not have a drafting partner. So unfortunate there for the guy who is second in the championship. Needs a lot of help this weekend to find himself back into the top 3 or into the points lead, and he's not getting that so far with the DNF here in qualifying.
And now Josie Chambers is going to run lap times here by himself, and you see it beginning to affect him here. His best lap was a 103.747. Losing, I guess, his partner here is going to put him now into the 104s here. Last time by Reagan Seville was able to go even faster with a 103.636. So Reagan Seville continuing to improve. Chris Tracy, Derek Wargo, Robert Arana, and Carter Kilgo were all able to improve last time by. I think Derek Wargo is ultimately going to be out here of this session if that wasn't another one of the Kart drivers. But I think Derek Wargo is going to be out here if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, did not set a 4th lap, so that certainly seems like it was him that was affected. And the only thing is you only lose 10 points off of qualifying if you don't get a pole, which by all means it seems like Reagan Seville's got locked up here unless Chambers can find some pace on his own. But the big question for me is what happens to Wargo? How far down the order does it fall? Because it might not hurt him in points, but it will hurt him when it comes to having to fight his way through the 3 heat races from a bad starting spot.
Yeah, of course. And I think he will end up being on the outside here, if I'm not mistaken, starting in 4th for him, as Reagan Seville, I think, continues to improve with a 103.348. Behind him, his teammate of Robert Arana is going to slot himself into the 2nd spot with a 103.665. What a lap there by Robert Arana. Chris Tracy in 3rd. Josie Chambers falls back to 4th without a tow here. You see Josie Chambers running all on his lonesome here, and you see the train of Reagan Seville and company. All of these drivers have been super quick here, and I think for Shelby Ramirez, she's currently not in tow of anybody else. So if you're Josie Chambers and Shelby Ramirez here, I would honestly try to burn a lap here if I could, and try to get behind someone and push, or get someone to push me here. Get in the group of somebody else, as now the checkered flag is going to come out this time by, and I don't think there's enough time for Josie Chambers or Shelby Ramirez to really improve here.
Yeah, there's not enough time. The time to drop back would have been last lap after you realize that you weren't improving by yourself. And now, unfortunately for Chambers, he's going to cross the line at 104.3. I mean, this is, for one, it's worrisome because you've got Reagan Seville leading a train, and he is continuing to set 103. So that shows that the pace differential is there in the first place. But for Chambers and for Wargo, they're going to have to find a little bit of pace in their karts. As, again, unfortunate mechanical DNF for Derek Wargo. It looks like he's going to hang on to the top 5 there. So not a complete disaster. Shelby Ramirez, though, is going to have a lot of work to do from 11th. That's not ideal in that sense. But Reagan Seville picks up another 10 points, another pole award here in the 206 junior category. Again, Chris Tracy rounding out the front row, Robert Arena in 3rd, Josie Chambers 4th, and Derek Wargo rounding out your top 5 as we continue down the order. Carter Kilgo 6th, Jackson Valdez 7th, Ava Blam in 8th, Grayson Knoll in 10th, and rounding out your top 10 is Weston Criddle as we get set for another session of qualifying coming up next.
Yeah, coming up next is going to be, if I'm not mistaken here, I think it's going to be It's going to be our Micro Swift class here. But I think the key thing here for Reagan Seville here, Emery, he has a lot of his teammates up there with him this weekend and up in I guess the front part of the pack, as you see Robert Arana here in the third spot. Chris Tracy is going to be second. I think Chris Tracy, the fastest lap that he set was behind Reagan Seville here. Chris Tracy was a little bit faster than Reagan Seville that last lap by. As there is going to be a little bit of track pickup here for, if I'm not mistaken here, Derek Wargo, who was not able to finish the session here. A big blow in the championship battle. When we come back, we're going to go green here for qualifying with the Micro Swift class. Don't go anywhere.
If you want to see a giant selection of beautiful new dining room tables, chairs, servers, come out to Gallery Furniture, see with the latest and greatest dining room furniture. Best of all, buy this dining room furniture today, solid woods. Gallery Furniture delivers free to Houston area home today.
Welcome back to the Texas Sprint Racing Series Fall Finale from SpeedSportz Racing Park here in Houston, Texas. New Caney, Texas, to be exact. One of the little suburbs here outside of Houston, the main city. On track here at the moment is Micro Swift, presented by Royal Electric. A lot of national names, familiar faces that we see pretty much all year long. Under the GWR tent is Colton Schiegenberg, the number 17, Andrew Anastasio as well, the performance stop powered Kart. Dutch Westbrook, double duty for him this weekend as well. Aston Wyatt, a familiar face. We saw him with a good run last time out for the USPKS at Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. He's carrying a whole lot of momentum here coming into his home track race, and Colton Schiegenberg is going to give him a little push here as we see the two championship protagonists here in the Micro Swift class are already setting the timing screens purple here. Colton Schiegenberg was fastest last time by with a 101.293. Tanner Barsh is going to be in second with a 101.692, and Aston Wyatt's going to find himself in the third spot here with a 102 flat here. So here you see Colton Schiegenberg beginning to push Aston Wyatt here. The two drivers, I guess, that are in the fight here for the championship are going to decide, I guess, to work a little bit together here early on in this qualifying session. And yeah, but I don't think Colton Schiegenberg is going to decide to wait here for too long behind the hometown driver of Aston Wyatt.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, certainly both of them continuing to work together as we see Schiegenberg making a pass there. I mean, they've had the pace over most of the field for pretty much the whole season. So it's a level of familiarity. You know, in qualifying, you're not going to go wrong by having them to draft off of in either situation, whether you're Wyatt or you're Schiegenberg. But, I mean, looking at the two, Schiegenberg seems to have a ton of pace early in the session, 1 minute, 0.2. That's almost half a second clear what Wyatt, Tanner Barsh, Marcelo Flores, and the rest of the field can do. So we'll see if Schiegenberg can keep that up or if Wyatt was holding something in reserve. But so far, the Energy Kart driver for GWR continuing to find pace here at Micro Swift. Coming off another big weekend for him, even though he didn't get the main event win up in Cincinnati for USPKS, he was still able to sit on pole. He had good results through the heats. He was able to get a lot of experience leading the races. I think that's the biggest thing for Schingenberg this year is he's taken a massive step up when it comes just getting himself at the front every session. It might not be the results he's wanted in terms of winning races and whatnot, but he's been able to stay consistent, stay in the fight, and we'll see if that can translate over this weekend as he looks to close in on a Micro Swift championship.
Yeah, of course, a handful of momentum here, like we were saying for Aston White, the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy driver. Double duty for him this weekend. Colton Schingenberg out in the lead here on his lonesome, continuing to, go faster and faster. That time by for Colton Schingenberg, it was a 59.981. What a lap by him. Aston White could not improve, almost half a second slower than Colton Schingenberg, who is currently in the lead. Aston White did do his personal best lap time there with a 1 minute .582. Not quick enough here for Aston White. And I think if I'm Aston White here, I'm going to take the time to see what Colton Schingenberg is doing here, how his lines are different than mine. But I think it's a handful of pace that Colton Schingenberg has in that energy cart here that is currently a little bit faster here, or half a second faster here than Aston White in second.
Yeah, I think we're past the point of him being able to see what he's doing differently in lines. I mean, Wyatt in the course of 3 laps has lost almost 2 seconds of actual track time to Schingenberg. So you're at a point now where you really don't have the ability to see exactly what your direct opponent's doing. And for Wyatt, I mean, he comes in leading the points. It's not dire times for him per se, but if this pace keeps up all weekend and Schingenberg can keep that half a second buffer, it's going to be really hard to beat him over the course of the weekend. There, another lap of 59.8 from Schingenberg. That's still 6 tenths clear of Wyatt, 7 tenths clear of Tanner Barsh, still very clear of the field. So Schingenberg's just finding pace in that energy cart that no one else can find right now.
Yeah, of course, and Colton Schingenberg all out on his lonesome as Aston White was able to improve, was a 10th faster last time by. Not good enough if he wants to contend for the pole position here. Andrew Anastasio finds himself in the 5th spot, Dutch Westbrook in 6th, Marcelo Flores in 4th, and Tanner Barsh is going to be in 3rd. The spread in between the top 2 is going to be 6 tenths, and the spread from there on back is going to be to almost half a second and back. So I think for the rest of the field, it's going to be, playing catch-up to Colton Schingenberg here, who has been in a class of his own here as it stands, 6 tenths ahead and faster than the rest of the field. But what I have been hearing pretty much all weekend long is race pace is also going to be super important here. This is a track where mistakes are super easy to make here, as many of these drivers aren't that used to driving this track, but mistakes are super easy here to make. So definitely going to be important for Coach Schingenberg to keep his nose clean all weekend long, and Aston White as well as he tries to claw back here.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, Schingenberg looks really comfortable in rhythm. That lap was not quite as good, but still, I mean, he's 4 tenths of a second per lap quicker. Consistently, he's running low 1 minutes, high 59s, which is all you can really ask for when no one else has come close to that kind of pace. So it's going to be tough because you're not just looking at one flyer where Schingenberg is half a second clear. He's doing this every lap with no reference by himself. It speaks to the preparation he's done coming into this weekend and in the practice sessions that he's able to just consistently go out there, no hesitation, get himself to the front and continue putting down fast laps. But if you're Aston White, I mean, you've got time. You've got 3 heat races, then the main event. That's 4 big sessions to get things rolling. You'll have a direct comparison to him. Then you've got Tanner Barsh here. He's another guy that's going to need to find some pace if he wants any shot at coming close to the championship. I believe he might be a bit too far back. But on pace, he's 7.5 tenths off. So I think both of them are going to have a lot of work to do as they both get the checkered flag and complete their qualifying to be around about half a second to 6 tenths of a second off of Colton Schingenberg.
And Andrew Anastasio on the move. He is now up in into the 4th spot here. Andrew Anastasio is going to, his fastest lap time was a 1 minute .868, a 10th quicker than Marcelo Flores, who finds himself in 5th. And I think that's going to be the checkered flag here in qualifying. And it's going to be Colton Schingenberg on pole position. Aston White is going to be alongside him. Tanner Barsh in 3rd. Andrew Anastasio in 4th. Marcelo Flores in 5th, and Dutch Westbrook is going to round up your Micro Swift field presented by Royal Electric. Up next, another qualifying session. If I'm not mistaken, I think we are going to get the KA100 senior class here, the first of our 2 headline classes here this weekend, Emery. We have seen a lot of quick lap times here. Last weekend at the club race, if I'm not mistaken, I think Braden Robertson was able to come away with the win. So he's going to have a lot of momentum, feeling comfortable coming into this weekend now, racing against some of his friends here of Aiden Rudolph, the hometown kid. This is his dad's racetrack. They're pretty much their hometown track here where their team is based. Aiden Rudolph in the 979. We're going to hear from him later on today, and a return here of Jake French. A little bit of a push here from the factory kart team to bring guys such as Jake French and Billy Musgrave out here this weekend. So it's going to be good to see Jake French coming out of retirement here this weekend to run here against some of the young guns. You know, we haven't seen Jake French in almost a year. He ran a club race not too long ago in Dallas and was able to come away with the win. And now we're going to see how he can compete against some of the best drivers in the state of Texas. Can't fail to mention as well Alex Stanfield, who has been super quick all year long and since the beginning of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. He's always the protagonist in the number 1 plate. He's only ran 3 races this year in the Texas Sprint Racing Series out of the 4 that we have had, and he's won all 3 of them. He won in his home track in Denton. He won in Amarillo. He won in Odessa, and now he wants to make it 4 for 4 this weekend in the Texas Sprint Racing Series. He missed the first round, so that's going to be his drop. So Alex Stanfield, as it stands, has been absolutely perfect all year long here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Is he going to be able to continue that momentum that he's had all year into this final round? Can't fail to mention as well Peyton Phillips, who is super quick and also in the fight for the championship here in the 996. The high 5 driver of Peyton Phillips. Is he going to be able to get it done here? Jesus Vasquez Jr., the kid from California as well in the Nash Motorsports Kart. He's also going to be a different burial for these guys like we saw in Odessa. All to play for here. Braden Robertson as well, as we see them now beginning to take the track. That's Jesus Vasquez Jr. now going to lead the pack away. But Emery, this is going to be a qualifying to watch.
For sure. I mean, Jesus Vasquez, we saw him in Odessa. He was able to have really good pace. He's going to be kind of in the fight with these championship guys. Jake French, again, like you mentioned, coming out of retirement for the factory kart boys in KA. The last time we really saw him run a full schedule in KA was 2021 with the Burrell Art Boys PSL karting. He was in the KA category at USPKS. So it's not like he doesn't have a wealth of 100cc experience to go off of, but certainly a little bit of a step back into the scene for Jake French. But really, I mean, this is critical. Alex Stanfield cannot afford to have a bad weekend because of the fact that he missed the first race of the season. Peyton Phillips has got to do everything in his power to get a win here. Those are the 2 main guys in the championship. Adrian Cruz comes in with the outside shot of winning it as well. I mean, this category is 30 strong. Of those, 10 to 15 have showed the pace to be up at the front this weekend. I think it's going to be an exciting weekend, and it starts right here in qualifying.
Yeah, of course, and on your screen here is going to be Aiden Rudolph and Jake French. These 2 guys were teammates here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series when Jake French was racing for Burrell, but now Jake French, he says helping a friend out of Billy Musgrave now, and now you see Aiden Rudolph able to get around Jake French here as they are going to jockey here for position. Aiden Rudolph looking for the 3rd spot here in the championship. Close battle in between him and Adrian Cruz, as now you see J.D. Lamping there ahead of Aiden Rudolph on track as it stands. The lap times are going to begin to come in here. We are a minute into qualifying here as they cross the line. Who is going to go fastest as it stands here? They are getting set to cross the line. Aiden Rudolph, J.D. Lamping, Peyton Phillips able to take provisional pole here with the 55.810. That's a good reference. Aiden Rudolph in second with the 55.864. Jesus Vasquez Jr. in third. Alex Stanfield fourth. J.D. Lamping sixth. Noah Baker fifth, Jonathan Biscoff is going to be in seventh. Drew Chappell, pretty much a 206 senior championship sealed for him, so he's going to run KA this weekend. Braden Robertson finds himself in 10th, and Adrian Cruz in 11th. Not the best qualifying for them, and Jake French down in 14th. Definitely a handful of pace to find for those drivers, but Peyton Phillips, as it stands, is on the provisional pole here, Emery.
Yeah, only one lap in. A lot of those guys, Jake French in particular, comes to mind as getting passed on his first lap, so that will have hurt him quite a bit, but really a strong pace starting out for Peyton Phillips, already in the 55-second bracket. I really do think this is going to be an interesting session to watch. As you can see up at the front of the field, there's a look at Aiden Rudolph, but at the front, Jesus Vasquez has actually dropped back a little bit to try to get a draft. Phillips resets past time with a 55.544. Rudolph goes to second. Noah Baker, the local Texan, into third place with a 55.634. And then you've got Jake French and Adrian Cruz picking things up. And how about Alex Stanfield down in sixth? Again, this weekend, maybe not as much pace as I think he would have liked. He's going to have to find some more as we get through the rest of qualifying into the races. But Stanfield, we saw him be so fast at NTK as well as Amarillo. And then last time at in Odessa. He kind of struggled a little bit at the start of the weekend, but again, Stanfield going to have to find a little bit more pace as his main championship rival, Peyton Phillips, puts down another heater on lap number 2.
Yeah, of course, Aiden Rudolph, they're not too far off Peyton Phillips. Couple hundredths of seconds in between Aiden Rudolph, 700ths of a second here in between Peyton Phillips and Aiden Rudolph as they are getting set to cross the line. Once again, all these drivers continue to improve. They set their fastest lap times every time by, and that time by, it's the 8:79 of Aiden Rudolph with the 55.342. The hometown kid puts it on pole position here. Adrian Cruz finds himself up in a P2 here with the 55.444. Jake French is going to be in third. The factory kart driver has worked his way up to P3. Peyton Phillips is going to be fourth. Wasn't able to improve last time by. Jesus Vasquez Jr. falls down to sixth, and Alex Stanfield not able to find the pace that the front runners have found at the moment here. So Alex Stanfield down into 7th place with the 55.767. The gap to the lead for Alex Stanfield is almost at a 10th here. I think a little more than that. It's at 4 tenths here for Alex Stanfield. So 4 tenths of a second that Alex Stanfield has to find here if he wants to contend for pole position. If not, it's going to be a long drive back to the front here for Alex Stanfield, and we've seen this KA100 class here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. They leave nothing out there on the table.
Yeah, it definitely falls back to 8th that time. One thing I'm really watching at the front of the field is Jesus Vasquez kind of let Peyton Phillips go, and then Phillips returned the favor on the next lap and let him go as well. And what that did is it backed them both into a train of go-karts from kind of the lead of the pack on back. And so that's going to make it tougher for those guys to necessarily improve, especially for Vasquez, who's leading that train at the moment. But I mean, right now you're looking at Aiden Rudolph and Adrian Cruz as well as Jake French. All of them in that same draft earlier in the session were able to go P1, P2, and P3. Phillips and Vasquez are in 4th and 5th with Noah Baker, who's on your screen right now, running in 6th, along with Cruz that I just mentioned running in 2nd. So a lot of these fast guys are all right there together in the same couple of packs. And you see as they're going to sit going through the final chicane now to click off another lap. Here comes the first group to the line. They're going to improve a little bit. Phillips is 2nd place, nothing there for Vasquez. And then the second group, nobody in that group improves. Stanfield can't improve. So it looks like at the front of the field, Rudolph's time early on in the session might well be good enough. There's only going to be time for about 1 or 2 more laps here.
And nobody can improve here as it stands. Aiden Rudolph still on provisional pole. Peyton Phillips was able to improve last time by with the 55.417. Not quick enough. Still a 10th behind Aiden Rudolph, who still holds on to the pole position. Adrian Cruz in 3rd. Jake French in 4th. Jesus Vasquez Jr. 5th. Noah Baker 6th. Alex Stanfield down in 8th. Kano Cadena able to work his way up to P7 here. Joey Friend in 9th, Arcane Motorsports driver, able to work his way up into the top 10. Drew Chappell falls out of the top 10 here and works. Is going to find himself in the 12th spot here. All to play for here as we are going to come to the end of this session here. Jesus Vasquez Jr. crosses the line. I think this is going to be the last time by for him as the checkered flag is getting ready to come out here this time by. Alex Stanfield able to cross the finish line here. He's getting a push from Keno Cadena behind him. And now on your screen here is going to be Jake French. After a year hiatus for him, a year that we haven't seen him race, he is back with the factory kart team. Is he going to be able to put it on pole position here? It seems like the lap times are falling off here for these drivers. He wants to get a push here, but is not. Nobody's close enough to him. Noah Baker not close enough, and I think he's going to come in here. The checkered flag is out. This is going to be it for qualifying, and I think it's going to be Aiden Rudolph here, the hometown kid, here in his own backyard. I think he's going to be able to take pole position here. Aiden Rudolph, the 979, the Burrell Art factory driver, the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy driver, is going to find himself on pole position here at his home track. What a drive here so far by Aiden Rudolph. Peyton Phillips is going to be alongside him on the front row. Adrian Cruz is going to be in 3rd, and nobody still can improve as the checkered flag is still out, and we have a little more drivers coming across the line here. Not good enough for anybody to improve. So it's going to be Aiden Rudolph on pole. Peyton Phillips 2nd. Adrian Cruz 3rd. Jake French in 4th. Jesus Vasquez Jr. 5th. Noah Baker 6th. Keno Cadena in 7th. Alex Stanfield in 8th. Joey Friend 9th. Ian Howell 10th. And that's going to round up your top 10 here.
Yeah, and how about Braden Robertson? You mentioned winning the club race last week, and he's all the way down in 17th. Probably one of the worst performances of the year for the CRG driver. He's going to have a lot of work to make up in KA Senior, but the good news is there's 3 heat races and a lot more to come before we even get into the main events. But A lot still to be decided, but so far so good for the hometown kid. It's Aiden Rudolph on pole in the KA senior category. And again, a solid effort for him. And he'll be joined by Peyton Phillips on the front row here in KA senior, presented by Exertech.
If you want to see a giant selection of beautiful new dining room tables, chairs, servers, come out to Gallery Furniture, see with the latest and greatest dining room furniture. Best of all, buy this dining room furniture today, solid wood. Gallery Furniture delivers free to your Houston area home today.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop in to Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
Welcome back to round 5 of the Texas Sprint Racing Series from SpeedSportz Racing Park. This is the fall finale championship weekend. On track now, we're going to go green here with Mini Swift qualifying presented by Alan Rudolph Racing Academy here. Here is going to be Sawyer Chambers, who is going to be out there. Mason Berry as well. Rodolfo Lavin Jr. And one driver is off here at the moment. I think that's the 114 here, if I'm not mistaken. And that's Cadro Milbrandt, who is out. The Kart driver in the 114 is going to be out of qualifying here early on. If he cannot get back on track, I think they are going to be able to get him back on track, and that's going to be, I guess, a long road for him to get the dirt off of his tires here as we're going to start qualifying here. A lot of drivers. Cadro Milbrandt was supposed to be one of the big protagonists here. Hopefully he can get his tires clean and get back out there to set in some good lap times here as we are going to go green here with qualifying. On your screen here is the 110. That's the 110, the energy kart of Carson Berry. We've seen him being super quick all year long. We saw him in Odessa, was contending for the win there, and now he's going to look for the pole position here at SpeedSportz.
Yeah, Carson Berry, Mason Berry, both of them have been so quick this season aboard the energy karts. Pasha Ali, we're seeing his first race in the Mini Swift category. He'll be one to watch aboard the Sodi kart. And then Nicholas Orbezo, Emerson Lane, both of them have had a lot of pace, as has Sawyer Chambers. So really only 12 deep here in Mini Swift, but a lot of guys that can contend for the win have the pace thrown up front here at SpeedSportz.
Yeah, of course, and as Carson Berry is going to cross the line for the first time this time by, what is it going to look like here for Carson Berry? First one across the line, it's going to be a 1 minute 1:05 for Carson Berry and his brother Mason Berry behind him with a 1 minute .946. And Pasha Ali able to take away a provisional pole position here, goes a 10th faster than Carson Berry. Pasha Ali with a 1:42. He is in the Sodi kart here on your screen at the moment. That Sodi Kart USA is currently on provisional pole. Carson Berry finds himself in second. Rodolfo Lavin Jr. in the 117 is going to find himself in third. Mason Berry fourth. Nicholas Orbezo is going to be fifth. Simon Klein is going to be sixth. Emerson Lane is going to be seventh. Sawyer Chambers eighth. Cadro Milbrandt able to set some lap times in here. Not quick enough, I guess, to contend here at the moment for the pole position. Obviously, we saw him go off early on, so hopefully he can get back to the pace we've seen him have. And Sofia Sadagova is going to find herself in 10th here. So Pasha Ali currently on provisional pole here, and he continues to push. This time by, who is it going to be? It's Carson Berry there and Pasha Ali here on your screen. Carson Berry snags away provisional pole, and Pasha Ali takes it right back with a 1 minute .187 here for Pasha Ali. Carson Berry with a 1 minute 1:241, a tenth, less than a tenth, separates Carson Berry and Pasha Ali here, Emery.
Yeah, Pasha Ali is solid second lap there to put himself clear. Emerson Lane put himself to third right behind Berry and Ali, and Nicholas Orbezo in fourth. So really, Ali's doing this all by himself, which again is pretty impressive considering it's the mini Swift category. Lower horsepower means that the draft is that much more important. You have two big straightaway zones that the draft will help with, and so for Ali to be able to do this and continuously put down fast laps, just like his brother did in the Kid Kart category, is so impressive for him. His first mini Swift race. Carson Berry's in the second spot, and we're continuing to get work through the session. About halfway through, 3.5 minutes down, 3.5 minutes left here in mini Swift.
Yeah, this time by, can Pasha Ali improve? I think he will here, and he cannot. He goes 2/10 slower than his last time by. Carson Berry not able to improve either. Emerson Lane was able to improve his last time by with a 1:398. Nicholas Orbezo as well was able to improve, and Sawyer Chambers now a new pole sitter here. It's going to be Nicholas Orbezo, currently on provisional pole here with a 1:1.153. What a lap by the 158 to find himself on provisional pole here. As it stands, Pasha Ali falls back to second. Carson Berry third. Sawyer Chambers up in a fourth. Emerson Lane's going to be fifth. Rodolfo Lavin Jr. falls back to sixth. Cadro Milbrent has worked his way up to seventh. Mason Berry falling back to eighth. Simon Klein in ninth. And Sofia Sadagova remains here in 10th. But what a lap by the 158 of Nicholas Orbezo to find himself on provisional pole here. Pasha Ali here on your screen. Is he going to be able to improve to snag back that pole position from Nicholas Orbezo? This late in the season here at the TSR, at the Texas Sprint Racing Series, these 10 points for pole position are either going to make or break your championship at some point here, right? Pasha Ali cannot improve here. His last time by was a 1:326, so not quick enough to contend with the 158 of Nicholas Orbezo here, Emery.
Yeah, certainly. And I really do think that we're starting to see different guys have different tire pressures and maybe a little bit of a struggle here for Ali as he continues to drive by himself out at the front. But Orbezo just knocked another 2/10 off his time. Out of 59.870. That is going to be really tough to beat. The only guy in the 59s, 3/10 on the field. Orbezo, as it looks like Ali continues to struggle, Orbezo is finding his groove and continues all by himself, but he is chasing down a group in front of them. But that's going to be a monster lap time for Ali, Emerson Lane, and the rest of this Allen Rudolph Racing Academy mini Swift field to try to chase down.
And you see that gap in between Nicholas Orbezo and the two drivers ahead of him continuing to close down, and in front of him, that's the 145 here of Sawyer Chambers, and you see Orbezo getting the toe here down the back straightaway, and that gap continues to close down. I think this may be another purple lap time here by Nicholas Orbezo. If he doesn't get held up by the 145 here, can he go faster? He's going to push the 145 across the line. Can Nicholas Orbezo go quicker? He cannot. It's going to be a 1 minute flat for him. Pasha Ali is going to stay in second as Orbezo jockeys for position here to get ahead of Sawyer Chambers here. What a lap by the Iron Rock Motorsports driver here. This is Mini Swift qualifying presented by Allen Rudolph Racing Academy, and it's been super interesting so far. Pasha Ali was one of the front runners for pole position here, and it seems like he has lost a little bit the pace that he had early on, and Nicholas Orbezo continues to push forward here as he's currently on provisional pole.
Yeah, Orbezo's just found that pace middle of the session and continues to set times. I mean, 1:10 last time through was still quicker than what anyone else has done. It was not a personal best for him. As they come to get the checkered flag, the first one to get it will be not either Carson Berry or Pasha Ali. They get through just in time. It will be Mason Berry to cross the line first. Your championship points leader all the way down in ninth. A disappointing effort from him as he come through. More guys coming to get the line now. The next three guys to go, Emerson Lane, Orbezo, Sawyer Chambers, none of them can improve. As they go through the rest of qualifying, it's going to be one more shot for Pasha Ali and for Carson Berry to see if they can put it on pole position. But the rest of the field cycling through, unable to get anything going here. So we've got two karts that have one more shot at it, and the rest of the field not going to have another lap here.
It's Mason Berry and Pasha Ali here. I think that's actually Carson Berry, but Pasha Ali currently in second place. Is he going to be able to improve here to snag away provisional pole position from Nicholas Orbezo here? As it stands, Nicholas Orbezo on the provisional pole. Pasha Ali down the last couple of corners here. It's going to be the energy cart crossing the line first. On your screen here is Pasha Ali. Can he improve across the finish line? Now, is he going to go faster? He cannot. It's going to be Nicholas Orbezo. The Iron Rock Motorsports driver is going to take pole position here. Pasha Ali's going to be second. Emerson Lane third. Carson Berry fourth. Sawyer Chambers is going to be fifth. And Rodolfo Lavin Jr. is going to round up your top 6.
Yeah, what a session there. Orbezo with some insane pace towards the middle part of that session puts it on pole by over 0.3 of a second. Ali second, Emerson Lane third, Carson Berry fourth, Sawyer Chambers rounds out your top 5, and your championship leader, Mason Berry, down in 9th, as that concludes qualifying for the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy Mini Swift category here. 12 deep this weekend, 10 of them on track here for the qualifying session. That's Nicholas Orbezo and the Iron Rock Motorsports OTK entry reigning supreme as we get set for another class on the racetrack here. It's the 206 heavy category. Caleb, it's your class out here.
Yeah.
And we're going to see how it goes here. An exciting class all season long gets set for their season finale.
Yeah, of course, season finale here, a little bit of a championship battle in between Noah Murphy and Ross Smith. Noah Murphy currently leads here the championship. A good win for Noah Murphy here. In Odessa. Round 1 as well, Noah Murphy with a podium. And he had a podium in NTK as well, and one in Amarillo here, if I'm not mistaken. I think he missed a podium in Amarillo, but it's been a super close championship battle. 2 protagonists here. It's going to be Ross Smith and Noah Murphy. Michaela Bradley up there as well, who has found a late burst of pace here late in this season. She had a podium in Denton at the earlier stages of this championship, but as it stands, it's Noah Murphy, who did have a handful of pace yesterday in practice, running with him a little bit, and Ross Smith. Both of them still have pace, and they're going to be super quick here when it comes to it. And I think when it comes to, fighting for the pole position, it's going to be anybody's. Noah Murphy and the GFC for trackside services here. So it's gonna be interesting to see if Noah Murphy is gonna be able to put it on pole here, as he's gonna go out there on his lonesome. Ross Smith is gonna have a push from his teammate of Michaela Bradley there, and that's Max Martinez, the driven powered Ricardo Kart. Gonna try and I think that's Max Martinez off the racetrack here. That driven Ricardo Kart. Seems like he has brake issues. I was speaking to him a little bit yesterday, and he was telling me that he was struggling with his brakes, and I think those issues have continued here into qualifying. Definitely something you do not want to see by the 527. The driven, powered Ricardo Kart. He is going to get going again. Hopefully he has been able to figure out those brakes, but it's going to be Noah Murphy all on his lonesome here, by himself here, down the back straightaway, the 547, the trackside services kart. Is going to be out there on his own, and I don't know if that's the best strategy here for Noah Murphy. He's going to have no toe and no push here, and in 206, Emery, we know that's super important.
Yeah, certainly. If I was Noah Murphy here, I'd be on the phone, trying my best, just back up, let everyone go, see if you can get into the middle of a carts that you will know are going to be fast. Again, 206 heavy by Maxwell Paper Products, 7-minute session, so you have time here to let people go, to get yourself ingrained into a draft. You've got guys like Ross Smith not that far behind you on the track, but you're going to have to find someone to draft off of. You're going to find yourself qualifying 4th or 5th, and when you're in a championship battle like this, it's so important to get those 10 points, or if anything, to keep your competitors from getting it. But certainly Noah Murphy getting out there all by himself probably will not be the recipe for him to have any success here.
Yeah, of course, and now looking at Ross Smith, it seems like he's beginning to track down Noah Murphy, who is leading, this pack of 3 now. That's the 589 of Jesse Gwynn in between Noah Murphy and Ross Smith, the 2 championship contenders here, as Ross continuing to close down that gap down the back straightaway. It seems like he has a really good toe here, and now that group has continued to catch up to Noah Murphy here, and you're going to see Noah Murphy beginning to get pushed here by the 589 of Jesse Gwynn, and now Ross Smith is going to join the party here, as this is going to be the first time by for all of these drivers. It's going to be Ross Smith on provisional pole with a 104.586. What a lap by him. Behind him is going to be Jesse Gwynn in second. Noah Murphy, not a good lap by him with a 106.763. Finds himself in 6th here. Kyle Hale's going to be 5th. Michaela Bradley 4th. Nick Miller in 3rd. What a lap by Nick Miller to find himself up in the 3rd spot. Jesse Gwynn in 2nd, but Ross Smith in a class of his own here, as now Jesse Gwynn has managed to get around Noah Murphy here on the 547, and now Noah Murphy's going to be able to push here the 589 of Jesse Gwynn here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I wonder if Ross Smith is going to back up a little bit, or if he's just going to pass both of these people here. I mean, you can see Noah Murphy just seems to be struggling so much for pace. He's really out of the corner. He's not getting any run at all Ross Smith all over the back bumper after giving him about 3 kart lengths worth of space. As they come now again to complete this lap, going through the S's for another time. Again, Jesse Gwynn going to lead the pack down. Ross Smith all over Noah Murphy. He's going to stay in line. I'm really surprised by this. I would have thought they'd either go for a pass or just kind of backed off, but he's pushing him through the corner, gives him a shove at the center of the apex. Murphy's not going to like that one. Ross Smith not making too many friends out here in qualifying. He's going side by side down into the next section there, and he's going to get the position on the track. Murphy going to cross him over. This is all hurting both of them. Hip checking there from Ross Smith. That is not what you want to be doing here in qualifying, just kind of getting themselves out of trouble. And now Ross Smith finally gets the position ahead of Noah Murphy. Both of those guys have lost a ton of time to Jesse Gwynn, but now Ross Smith will be tasked with leading them up towards the leader of the pack and trying to get himself a good lap time here.
And I think Ross Smith and Noah Murphy know that they are in the battle of the championship against each other here, so nobody is going to want the other one to have a good qualifying here. And I think the issue here for Noah Murphy is that he's lacking a little bit with grip, and it seems like his gear is a little bit different out of the corners because it seems like he just doesn't have the bottom end to really push himself out of the corners here. And you see Ross Smith pulling away through the corners, but Noah Murphy's able to hang in there down the main straightaway. But it's obviously not enough here for Noah Murphy because there is a lot of turns here on this track. Jesse Gwynn still out there on his lonesome, continuing to improve. That's the VLR driver of Jesse Gwynn, the 589. Last time by was able to work himself, find himself into the 104s with the 104.647. What a lap by him. Kyle Hale in the 555 has been able to work his way up into P3. Noah Murphy down to 4th. Michaela Bradley in 5th. Nick Miller falls back to 6th. And Max Martinez able to take away the 6th spot from Nick Miller here early on. So good lap there by Max Martinez, the driven, powered Ricardo kart, who with problems early on for him, but it seems like he's gotten them figured out here. Let's see if Ross Smith now pulling away from Noah Murphy here down the back straightaway. And I think Ross Smith is going to be able to go a little bit faster this time by. I think he just had traffic there, and Noah Murphy not willing to give the position up to Ross Smith because they know they are in the championship battle, and I would expect to see that from 2 championship contenders here.
Yeah, I just want to see what happens when we get to the heat races because the thing is for Noah Murphy, he does not have the pace at all to keep up with Ross Smith. That last time through 7/10 back on Ross Smith. There's Jesse Gwynn getting a look at him. He's about only 6/100ths off of the pace, so he's close to what Ross Smith is doing. But, I mean, if you're Ross Smith, you know your best way of winning this weekend and winning the championship is just not making any enemies. And I don't think that's been the case so far. I mean, hip-checking someone in qualifying, and if you're Noah Murphy, making sure he doesn't get away from you, like, that's going to set yourself up for when you get in the heat races. You're going to have to go through quite a bit of a battle here because you've got 3 heats and you've got the main event on Sunday, tomorrow. There's only 9 karts, so you're not going to lose too much track position, but don't want to be making enemies when you don't have to.
Yeah, of course, and on your screen here at the moment is a 589 of Jesse Gwynn, the VLR driver. We've seen a big push for the VLRs here. A big team of the VLRs have come over from California here to I guess expand their brand here in California. Jeff Shaw as well. One of his last couple of races before he retires. We're going to hear from him later on this weekend up here in the booth. And Ross Smith now able to improve in the Maxwell Paper Products powered OTK here. Ross Smith with a 104.208. That's the fastest lap that we've seen all weekend from these 206 heavy drivers. Jesse Gwynn finding himself in the 104s as well. The checkered flag has come out now, so it's going to be the last lap here for Noah Murphy, Kyle Hale, Jesse Gwynn, and Ross Smith. Kyle Hale, the privateer here, a dad pretty much running out here with his kids. He mechanics for his kids and then mechanics a little bit for himself here as well to have some fun himself. You know, good to see Kyle Hill having fun out here in the 555. Now the checkered flag is waving. It's going to be checkered flag all around for everybody. It's going to be Jesse Gwynn crossing the line this time by the VLR driver. Can he improve? Can he take away pole position from Ross Smith? Is he going to be good enough? And he is not. A 104.969 for him. Ross Smith is going to stay on pole position here. Noah Murphy not able to improve. He finds himself in 4th. It's going to be Kyle Hale in 3rd. Max Martinez in 5th. Michaela Bradley is going to stay in 6th. Nick Miller in 7th. And that's going to round up your 206 heavy class presented by Maxwell Paper Products. When we come back, we're going to go KA100 Junior qualifying. All the action is set to take place here.
If you want to see a giant selection of beautiful new dining room tables, chairs, servers, come out to Gallery Furniture and see with the latest and greatest dining room furniture. Best of all, buy this dining room furniture today, solid wood. Gallery Furniture delivers free to your Houston area home today.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop in to Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
Welcome back to the Texas Sprint Racing Series fall finale here. This is KA100 Junior presented by Wilcher Racing Engines here. We have seen pretty much yesterday and today, we've seen the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy drivers of Landon Skinner, Diego Gio, and Preston Pico have been super quick all weekend long. They were quickest here on a morning warm-up here as they were going to get set to cross the line. That's Preston Pico there on your screen now. The Alan Rudolph Racing Academy powered OTK. Diego Gio as well in the fight for the championship, as well as Landon Skinner. Two teammates here fighting for the championship the weekend. Can't fail to mention Beckett Friesen as well, and Justin Music as well. A handful of fast drivers here in this packed KA100 class. We see many of these drivers pretty much all year long as they take the stage of the National Series. We saw most of these drivers at the USPKS last time out. And now Diego Gio leading this train here. Behind him is going to be Justin Music, as well as a handful of other Arcane Motorsports drivers in that pack as well. We are going to follow them along here for the couple of opening laps here. Diego Gio there ahead of Justin Music. Let's see what these guys can do, Emery. You're more familiar with the K100 class. We've seen you race in some of the other big national races as well. So, I mean, what can you tell me about this KA engine around here?
Yeah, I think this is a really good track to race KA at. I mean, we saw when USPKS came here, you had two of the most exciting fields that we saw. I mean, the KA senior race was phenomenal up until kind of a front of the field crash between John Burke and Alex Sanfield broke everyone up. And then in KA junior, I mean, we saw guys like Ernesto Rivera, Fernando Luque, Diego Gio was up front all weekend long there. I mean, obviously racing this in reverse is a little bit different, but still some of the same fundamentals apply. And in qualifying, these guys are all going to be searching for that draft, because when you have a close field like this with so many talented drivers, it's so important to put yourself in the right place, because it's not quite like Briggs where you can really just push and gain half a second, 6/10 of a second, but it's more so with how close the field is, just finding that right gap to be able to get a good draft, a good suck up to the guys in front and find that right pace. And I think that's what you're seeing these early laps doing. I mean, this big pack of karts, not all of them are going to be going fast. Some of them are going to be slower than others, and it's about finding who's fast, who you can trust to work with, and go from there.
And now you see another one of the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy drivers, Diego Gio, currently on provisional pole with the 56.176. Justin Music is going to slot in a second with the 56.290. Tyler Roberts in third. Landon Skinner, in a year where he has come to form, Landon Skinner now is in fourth with the 56.320. A very good year here for Landon Skinner across all the series that he's been to, including USPKS. So very good to see the improvement of Landon Skinner in a year where he has really come alive here. Graham Tremmel is going to find himself in fifth. Joey Dome is going to find himself in sixth. Jackson Young in seventh. Santiago Duran in eighth. Beckett Friesen down in ninth place. Not the best qualifying for him so far. Preston Pico, we saw him burn a lap last time by to get behind his teammates of Diego Gio and Landon Skinner. You see the three Allen Rudolph Racing Academy drivers there as Beckett Friesen leads this group. And this is a pack of almost 10 karts here as they push each other along. And now Diego Gio is going to burn a lap here to try and find some open room. Graham Tremmel is going to take provisional pole here with a 56.067. What a lap by Graham Tremmel. Tyler Roberts slides in a second. Diego Gio burning that lap. Obviously is going to slot into third. Justin Music into fourth. Landon Skinner fifth. Joey Dome in sixth. And Preston Pico able to work his way right back up to the top 10. Finds himself in seventh place here with a 56.479.
Yeah, you almost wonder if Diego Gio kind of backed out of that a little bit too early, because if he had finished through with the lap, it might have been enough to be in the top two. And as it is, he just burned 2 laps by doing that, by slowing down before the checkered, then after the checkered as well. And I really think this is showing you more guys backing off. There's Beckett Friesen as well as Landon Skinner, both of them going to back off. I was going to say Beckett Friesen struggled a bit to lead the pack. You could see everyone really kind of consolidating behind him. That would indicate that he's struggling a little bit more than some of these other guys. And so I think if he's backing up like that, that really shows just kind of not quite as confident as he should be in his pace as they continue down to click off another lap.
Another lap into the books here as Beckett Friesen deciding to find himself in some clean air here where he's not being, pushed as much as he was before. And now Graham Tremmel still on provisional pole here. Wasn't able to improve last time by 7/10 slower than his fastest lap here. Tyler Roberts still in second. Diego Gio in third. Let's see if any of these guys can improve here. We have seen strategy come into play here. We saw most of these guys burn laps. We didn't see that in the K100 senior class earlier on in their qualifying, but we're seeing it now with the K100 juniors as it seems like the back straightaway is worth almost a handful of tenths here with the draft, as now Preston Pico is going to be set to cross the line here. Can he improve when he crosses the line? He can. Preston Pico up in a fourth, and Diego Gio on provisional pole now. This may be the last lap for these drivers. Diego Gio with the 55.923. What a lap by him. Graham Tremmel slides back in a second. Tyler Roberts in third. Preston Pico up in a fourth with the 56.266. Landon Skinner in sixth. Justin Music splits the two Allen Rudolph Racing Academy drivers. All three of them, they were 1, 2, 3 at one point in this weekend, and now it seems like they have been spread out here a little bit, deciding to run a little bit on their lonesome, except for Diego Gio and Landon Skinner here on your screen as they are running together. Preston Pico further up in the group as it stands, and it's still all to play for here. These drivers continuing to improve here, and there you go. Landon Skinner giving the draft there to his teammate. A little bit of strategy in between the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy drivers here, Emery.
I was going to say, this is a lot more sophisticated than I thought it would be. I mean, that was a smart play there by Skinner because it gives his teammate a draft, and he gets himself back in line in time to do another push lap here. And so there you see Gio continuing to go purple. Smart move there with the help of Skinner. Unfortunately, I think for both of these guys, this trade in front of them might keep them from improving because all of them seem to be backed up. But really, Landon Skinner, they're kind of sacrificing his own lap to help his teammate. He's down in 8th now, and we'll see what this pack does as they continue to battle, continue to switch things up. I mean, this might be a situation where nobody on this last lap improves because there goes Gio backing off. He doesn't give his teammate a draft, and now his teammate's going to be the next one onto the scene as there's an 8-kart field back here. All of them going to be compromising their own laps.
And I don't think that's going to help out Landon Skinner at all. He finds himself in the 8th spot here. Preston Pico leading the group here, being pushed by another driver behind him, and I think Landon Skinner is going to get held up here on his lap. It is a group of 8 drivers here who are going to cross the line all together. It's going to be Preston Pico, the one leading the group here. Can anybody improve? Can anybody snag away provisional pole? Nobody is able to. Landon Skinner can improve, and I think it's going to be Diego Gio. Diego Gio in the 8:48. is going to take pole position here in K100 Junior, presented by Walter Racing Engines. Graham Tremble is going to be in second. Tyler Roberts third. Santiago Duran fourth. Justin Music fifth. Beckett Friesen is going to be sixth. Preston Pico in seventh. Landon Skinner in eighth. Joey Dom in ninth. And Jackson Young is going to round up your top 10.
Yeah, so an exciting qualifying there. A lot of guys jockeying for position here in KA Junior, presented by Walter Racing Engines. Another couple guys down through the field. Derek Wargo in 14th. Did not quite get the run he was hoping for. Davis Henry in 11th. Both of those guys think will be looking to move up through the field. But at the front of the field, Diogo, like he's been doing a lot of this season, continuing to set the benchmark here in KA Juniors. We get set for the final class. The second headline class of the day is 206 Senior, sponsored by Slipstream Racing. Coming up next here on Kart Chaser.
Welcome back to SpeedSportz Racing Park here for the Texas Sprint Racing Series fall finale. This is the fifth and final round of the season. As we see these drivers now taking the track early on in last weekend, I can't fail to mention here at the club race, Sawyer Roussel, out of nowhere, was able to take the win here. Not, I guess, a local here in the Houston area, but he was able to take the win here early on. We saw drivers such as Bryce Frank, Jacob Oliver, and Samuel Jung, who was able to snag away his first regional race win. Last time out in Odessa, we saw him in the race as well. As we have one driver off the racetrack. I can't quite see who is off, but one of the drivers is off the racetrack. Not going to help him out here early on. On your screen here, it's going to be Kurt Goodson, Bryce Frank, Samuel Jung, and one of the VLR drivers. That's either Jeff Shaw or Rivera, who is out there on the track, or Zach Rivera, who was quickest here in morning warm-up as we are getting set to set, I guess, our first laps here early on in this session. We've seen a big push by the VLR guys to bring their guys from California down here to race. On your screen here, as it stands, is Bryce Frank with a handful of pace all year long here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. We saw him out in Odessa. He was quick, and ultimately he had the pace to go out for the win, but after some chain issues put him out of heat number 2 there after he had almost gapped the field by almost a second at the end of the first lap. Now he is looking for redemption at his home track, the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy driver, the Jam Racing driver, and the MGM driver here. A lot of names here for Bryce Frank, I guess you could say, as he's going to decide to burn the lap here. Smart by him to get out of the traffic here, find some of his teammates of Mikey Bowling, who is also out here, or Jacob Oliver, the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy teammates out here this weekend, Emery.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, home race for a lot of guys. Bryce Frank has to feel really confident about himself heading into this weekend. And I think with this 206 category, again, we mentioned it a lot in qualifying. Draft is so important. And again, this first lap or two with a 7-minute session is all about finding the right spots, and so far Samuel Jung is the guy that's found the right spot on lap number 1 as he goes purple with a 103.609. I mean, he's had a lot of pace. Like you mentioned, I'm excited to see what he does here over the course of this weekend. Jacob Oliver, Mikey Bolin, Abraham Dean, and Jeff Shaw up into the top 5. All of them showing good pace, but again, it's a long session. There you see a couple of guys, Jung being one of them, backing up to try to get a better draft. That's also Sawyer Roussel backing up as well. So those guys are going to try to get in line as they get kind of hip checked a little bit there on the exit. Just all about finding the right draft. As early in the session, you've got time. It's just finding the right space of track and also making sure you're not in the wrong draft pack. You want to be with someone that's fast. You don't want to be with someone that's 6 tenths of a second off, or you will be that far off yourself.
Yeah, of course, and it seems like now Bryce Frank has found Jacob Oliver. Jacob Oliver with an amazing lap time last time by with a 103.635 for him. He finds himself in the second spot. Mikey Bowling in the 626 has found himself in third with a 103.769. This time by for Samuel Jung. Can he improve? He cannot. It's going to be Zach Rivera, the VLR driver from California, and away from him is Ibrahim Din with a 103.322. What a lap by him. The Kart Racing Solutions driver finding himself on provisional pole here. Zach Rivera falls down to second. Samuel Jung in third. Jacob Oliver down in fourth. Jeff Shaw able to set his personal best that time by with a 103.637. Not good enough to contend here for the pole position here as it stands 3/10 off the current lead. Mikey Boland down in sixth. In seventh is going to be Wyatt Renfro. Bryce Frank in eighth. But he has found some teammates to push along with. And I think it's going to be good for Bryce Frank to find that gap and push ahead as we see these trains beginning to form here. Samuel Jung all on his own here, sitting in lap times by himself. His last lap was not the best with a 106.710, so not the best here. And Kurt Goodson and Samuel Jung, I guess, are working together here a little bit. On your screen, that's one of the Cruise Racing development drivers and two of the Kart Racing Solutions drivers. See if they can improve this time by. That's the 612. And they cannot. Ibrahim Din is going to go with a 627. I think Ibrahim Din is in that group as well. And Ibrahim Din continues on provisional pole. Zach Rivera in second. Samuel Jung improves to third. Jacob Oliver still in fourth.
Yeah, continuing to work their way through. I mean, Ibrahim Din's third lap was really good. We've seen a lot of these guys have been able to kind of get their money laps on lap 4 or 5, and then at the end of the session kind of back down. And so, again, I mentioned early in the session, it's all about positioning. I think we're seeing that now. This is right when you want to be in the right spot. KA Jr. was a bit of an outlier with a lot of guys continuing to back off. I'm not sure it worked for all of them, but in 206, just finding the right draft, like Ibrahim Dean was able to do behind some of the Kart Racing Solutions guys, that worked out beautifully for him. And now he's kind of in no man's land. He doesn't really have that many guys in front of him that he can get a good draft off of. So we're working out. We'll see how the rest of the session goes. As I say that, it looks like he's got another slow cart coming in front of him that might get him a good tow coming down this main straightaway. But we'll see what the rest of the field, the likes of Zach Rivera, Samuel Jung, Jeff Shaw, Sawyer Rousseau can do, as they still have almost 2 minutes left in the session.
And I was mistaken earlier on. Ibrahim Din, the Cruise Racing Development driver, and that's a meatball flag there, if I'm not mistaken, for Sawyer Rousseau. Not going to be good for him. And let's take a look further on back here to Bryce Frank, Jacob Oliver, and Mikey Bowling. These three drivers are beginning to work together, and I think they have found the pace here as they continue to improve their lap times. They have slotted into a really good spot here. Jacob Oliver continues in fourth. He's at the front of that train. Mikey Bowling in seventh, and Bryce Frank in 11th. So Bryce Frank really has to set in his lap times here later on this race. We are now tuning in with that train there. They really have to find a quick lap times as we see drivers beginning to fall into the pits. That's one of the factory kart drivers who has worked his way into the pits, and that's going to end his qualifying there as he had issues early on. And now you see Bryce Frank, Jacob Oliver, and Mikey Bowling down the back straight here. Let's see if they can improve. This is really critical. This is crunch time for qualifying here as we are going to get set to take the checkered flag. Not this time, but I think they're going to have one more time to go. Sawyer Rousseau now out of nowhere with provisional pole with a 103.139. Jeff Shaw in second, Samuel Jung in third, and Ibrahim Din falls in fourth. What can Bryce Frank do? Can he improve? He does, but it's not enough. Bryce Frank in sixth, Jacob Oliver seventh, Mikey Bowling with a great lap by him finds himself in the fourth spot here. Ibrahim Din stays in fifth here.
Yeah, so big shuffle on that lap. Lap number 5, the big lap for Sawyer Rousseau, Jeff Shaw, Samuel Jung, all of them improving, Mikey Bowling. And so Ibrahim Din, by getting in a kind of rough track situation, ends up outside of the top 4. So he's having some work to do here unless he can find some pace on this final lap. Bryce Frank with a good lap to get him up to 6th. Jacob Oliver into 7th. And there you see a train of go-karts back through the rest of the field there. So again, these guys trying to find the right pace. That's Bryce Frank up in the top, or leading that group. looks like he's got some of the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy guys to help him push him along as they get the checkered flag on this lap, but I'm not sure if it's going to be a good enough lap for Frank as he comes up on some slower traffic here coming to the line. We'll see what happens here. Down to the final chicane for the last time of qualifying. Frank going to try to improve from 7th. We'll see what he can do. Is it going to be enough? He's going to be all the way up to P2 for Bryce Frank. He brings Mikey Bowen and Jacob Oliver with him. Those three crack the top 5, but it's still Sawyer Rousseau on the front row, on pole position, alongside Bryce Frank there on that last lap.
What a lap by Sawyer Rousseau to put it on the pole position here. The checkered flag is out. That is going to be it for qualifying as we have the last couple of drivers coming across the finish line. Sawyer Rousseau, pole position for the 610. Bryce Frank, the 613. Out of nowhere, the final lap for him was his fastest with a 103.181. What a drive by the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy driver, Ibrahim Din. Able to salvage a 3rd spot here. We saw him in provisional pole. The Cruise Racing Development driver, Mikey Bowling, as well in the 626th. Up in a 4th, Jacob Oliver in 5th. And that was the perfect strategy for Bryce Frank, Jacob Oliver, and Mikey Bowling. For those 3 drivers, it was critical to find each other on track and work together. They found the gap on the track and were able to push each other, and they found themselves cracking the top 5. Jeff Shaw down in the 6th. Samuel Jung 7th. Zach Rivera, another one of the VLR drivers, seems like wasn't the best day there for the VLR drivers of Jeff Shaw and Zach Rivera here in qualifying. 6th and 8th for that train. Samuel Jung in 7th. Aaron Heathman in 9th. Wyatt Renfro 10th. Kurt Goodson finds himself up in 11th. And that's going to round up your top 11 here in 206 Senior, presented by Slipstream Racing here.
Yeah, exciting qualifying there. A lot of guys that switch things around. You saw up at the front of the field again. Saw yourself put in the good lap. Bryce Frank maybe could have gotten pole if he hadn't gotten caught up in the chicane, but still a solid effort for him as we finish up the qualifying sessions in the final round of the Texas Sprint Racing Series season finale at SpeedSportz here in Houston. We're going to take a break here, go to lunch break, and come back in about 30 minutes for the start of 3 heat races. This heat number 1 coming up next live on Kart Chaser.
It is heat racing time here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. This is the fall finale at SpeedSportz Racing Park. My name is Caleb Vieska. Alongside me here in the booth this weekend is the one and only Emery Lida. Emery, action-packed qualifying that we've seen. We're getting set to go green here with 206 Cadet, presented by Kept Clothing.
Yeah, Tanner Barsh on the front row alongside Ashton Wyatt, two guys that have had a lot of success in this category so far this season. Both of them really traded lap times back and forth in qualifying, but it was Barsh that ends up on pole, so they'll start on the front row. Brandon Westfall and Emerson Lane in row number 2, Drew Blim as well as Cardro Milbrandt in row 3, and Theodore Mitchell, where the MSL Racing Machine is on row number 4. He'll start alongside Will Stevens. Dutch Westbrook and Brendan Hale make up row number 5, and Gaten Lienz rounds out your field of 11 Briggs 206 Cadet, sponsored by Kept Clothing, as they get set to go for their first start of the weekend, Caleb. And I have to ask you, I mean, this is a new track layout for some of these guys. It's a start procedure that they might not be quite so used to coming onto the front straightaway, going without the tram lanes to start. So what are you expecting heading into this one?
Yeah, there's a sharp left turn here for turn number 1 now. It's usually the last turn of the racetrack. Now it's going to be turn 1. It's going to be super fast left-hander here, and I'm expecting in some classes, in some of the bigger classes, I could really see a lot of carnage here into turn number 1. It's a really fast left-hander. It's just like it's really a lot like the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. This layout here, as we are getting set to take the green flag here, our flagman Porter getting ready to give us the green flag. Aston Wyatt, Tanner Barsh into the tram lines. The green flag is out. Let's go racing in 206 Cadet. What a lead here early on by Tanner Barsh, as he still ahead of the field, and not a good start here by Aston Wyatt as a big crash in the back. Oh, and that's one driver up and around here. One driver, I think he has been able to get up. Really good to see him get up, and that's also Theodore Mitchell in there as well. Not good for him. Dutch Westbrook caught up in the carnage there early on in the race, and definitely something you don't want to see when you see one of these young drivers go up and around. It's good to see that he's okay and up and walking under his own power here. Focusing on the lead of the race now, it's still Tanner Barsh with the early lead. Aston Wyatt in third. In second place is another driver, not too sure. I think that's Braden Westfall in the 248 here, if I'm not mistaken. And Tanner Barsh with the early lead here. Aston Wyatt doesn't look too far back here. But a lot of carnage here in the early first lap of the race here.
Yeah, never want to see people flipping. I think that might have been Drew Blim in the number 215. We'll get an ID on that in a second. But still, glad that everyone seems to be okay. And we move on here to complete lap number 1. It's Barsh from Westfall, from Wyatt. Will Stevens has moved up to 4th, and Emerson Lane back to 5th. Cardo Milbrandt in 6th, as we see a battle for the top 3 positions here. There goes Braden Westfall trying to find a spot around Tanner Barsh. Not going to find anything here. Ashton Wyatt gives him a little bit of a bumper there to go to 2nd. They're going to go side by side out of the corner. This is going to give Barsh a lot of room here as they continue to fight for 2nd between Westfall and Wyatt.
Yeah, Aston Wyatt looking for a move here on Braden Westfall early on in this race. Aston Wyatt has a handful of pace under that Burrell Art machine, and he wants to get around Braden Westfall here early on, but he can't make the move, and there he goes down the inside into the, original turn number 6 here at SpeedSportz, and now Aston Wyatt up in a P2. Braden Westfall is going to push him here, and Aston Wyatt with a full head of steam here, looking to close down that gap to Tanner Barsh, currently in P1 here, Emery.
Yeah, I mean, Barsh was able to get a little bit of a gap, a little bit of breathing room with that fighting, but now Aston Wyatt, the fastest guy in this class, really arguably all season long, now has the chance to chase down Barsh in that 2nd spot, and already you can see making a little bit of inroads. That time by Barsh was quicker, but that's with the pass from Wyatt, and these 3 have a huge gap now back to Emerson Lane in 4th. So, again, if Braden Westfall can just keep latching onto the back of these 2, he can learn a little bit and move on and see if maybe by the time he gets to Heat 2, Heat 3, and beyond, he has the race pace to be able to keep up with them.
Yeah, and Aston Wyatt now continuing to close down that gap to Tanner Barsh, who is currently in the lead here. Tanner Barsh last time by a 102.861. Aston Wyatt was slower than Tanner Barsh last time by, but it seems like Aston Wyatt had a good couple of opening corners here, and he is also in drafting range here to Tanner Barsh, who is currently in the lead here. So it's going to be a good run down the back straightaway here for Aston Wyatt to continue to close down that gap. And you see the gap open up to 2 kart lengths in between him and Braden Westfall, who is currently in 3rd. The gap back to Emerson Lane is almost at 4 seconds. And you continue to see Aston Wyatt closing down that gap to Tanner Barsh. I think Aston Wyatt's going to go purple this time by. Can he do it? He does. 102.343. What a lap by Aston Wyatt to continue to close down that gap. 2 seconds quicker than Tanner Barsh that last time by. And you see that gap continuing to close down. 3 kart lengths separates them now, Emery.
Yeah, Aston Wyatt really honed in on that last lap of 102.3, like you mentioned. That was sensational. This lap, again, about even with Barsh so far. Made a little bit of a bobble on the exit of that hairpin as he comes up the hill towards that left-handed kink. You see Barsh runs it really wide. Wyatt keeps it narrower. These guys running different lines, which, again, you could kind of see here. This track is wide enough, and it's a different layout, so those two things you kind of allow for more experimenting with these guys. I think in this sort of class where it's really down to just 2 or 3 guys racing at the front of the field, those are some of the things we're going to see, and it's going to make a difference over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, of course, differences early on here in between Aston Wyatt and Tanner Barsh, like Emery mentioned here. And Braden Westfall not falling off yet. Still very much in the fight here for the top 3 and for the top 2 spots here. This time by Aston Wyatt. And Braden Westfall, like I was saying, continues to improve his lap time. And you see that gap in between him and Aston Wyatt continues to close down. Braden Westfall went purple last time by with a 102.236. What a lap by him. Aston Wyatt and Tanner Barsh went the fastest they have gone all session. A personal best for them. A little bit of a mistake there by Braden Westfall, and that's going to open up the gap once again to Aston Wyatt. And I think the key for Braden Westfall here is consistency. If he can be consistent in his lap times and in his lines and not minimizing mistakes here, really, it's going to be key if he wants to contend here for the race win in between Aston Wyatt and Tanner Barsh here. And now the 3 karts here are together. They're hooked up here now, and Aston Wyatt going to be looking for a move here on Tanner Barsh down the back straightaway into turn number 3 on the original SpeedSportz layouts. Can he get it done? He cannot. Takes a little peek. Not close enough yet. And Aston Wyatt still very much there all over the rear bumper now of Tanner Barsh, who is still in the lead. Aston Wyatt looks like he was setting him up for the switchback there, but isn't close enough to get it done here. Down the main straight. Now Aston Wyatt and Braden Westfall goes purple. Aston Wyatt now down the inside here on Tanner Barsh. Can he get clear? He does. And I think that's going to be Braden Westfall trying to get clear as well if Tanner Barsh cannot get it done here, Emery. But Aston Wyatt, new leader in 206 Cadet.
Yeah, I was about to say Tanner Barsh has the hardest job on the track of being in the lead, really just towing these other 2 guys around in Wyatt and Westfall, but now that burden is set onto Aston Wyatt. So the more these guys continue to push, I think Barsh so far seems content to try to push Wyatt. I think Westfall's just trying to hang on, but he certainly has found pace over those last few laps. Like, the more these guys can just push together, they know they're not under threat from anyone from third on back. So really it's just about settling it amongst themselves and learning over the course of the session. I think Tanner Barsh, for the first time really all weekend, is going to have the chance to see what he's doing differently than Aston Wyatt and how he can find that little bit of extra pace.
Yeah, of course, and very, very good point by you, Emery. Definitely going to be a little bit of a learning experience here for Tanner Barsh as he looks to see what he can learn off of Aston Wyatt. I mean, that's probably the best thing here in following, I guess, the leader of the race. And Tanner Barsh seems like he was looking for a move, and that's Braden Westfall. A little bit of a side pod there to Tanner Barsh to take away P2. And now Braden Westfall up in a P2. Tanner Barsh loses a spot to Braden Westfall. And that's going to be Aston Wyatt. That's going to open up the gap there a little bit for Aston Wyatt in that Burrell Art machine to continue to extend his gap to the cars behind. Gap is now at 1 kart length in between Westfall and Aston Wyatt here. Aston Wyatt has been super consistent all year long, and he continues to show his class here early on in this 206 Cadet race. We have 2 laps to go. We are going to hit the 7-minute mark here pretty soon, and the white flag, the two sticks are going to come out in the air. That's going to be 2 laps to go next time by for Aston Wyatt, Braden Westfall, and Tanner Barsh.
Yeah, they continue to just run line astern. Wyatt working ahead of Westfall, who's got himself into second now. The first time all race really since lap 1 where he's been in that position as they come down to 2 to go. He's going to get to the inside before Wyatt can defend. Move Braden Westfall to the race lead for the first time this weekend. Now Barsh is going to send it down the inside on him. So move Tanner Barsh to the lead. Wyatt back to second. He's going to clear Westfall in the span of about 2 corners. The lead changes twice. And Tanner Barsh, who was in the lead early in the race, finds himself back there again with 2 to go.
A lap and a half to go here in this 206 Cadet race presented by Kept Clothing. Aston Wyatt finds himself in second place. Tanner Barsh currently in the lead. They have been changing the lead here, exchanging the lead all race long here, Emery. And Aston Wyatt with a handful of pace, continuing to see where he can make the overtake here on Tanner Barsh. Is he going to be close enough to to try and make the overtake here. Taps the back of his helmet, telling Braden Westfall to push him, but Braden currently isn't close enough. I think Aston White is going to be able to get it done. Maybe into turn number 1 here, down the main straightaway. Is he going to be close enough? Coming into the white flag will be out this time by. This is it. Aston White, Tanner Barsh, the 2 championship contenders here in 206 Cadet. Who is it going to be here?
Yeah, one more lap to go in heat number 1. Tanner Barsh, again, has controlled this race well. Wyatt continuing to try, but he's not quite close enough now. He's going to have to find something here in the last half of the lap to get himself into position to get the win back from Tanner Barsh. Braden Westfall seems to have slid out a little bit there. He's going to lose the draft, to lose even more time. I think it's going to come down to Barsh or Wyatt here as they come to the end of this heat race now, as Wyatt clips the curve there, really trying to get everything he can out of the cart. He's there trying to get to Barsh. Barsh not quite able to get the perfect line through there. It's going to give him a little bit less of a run. Wyatt swings it out wide. This is going to be his one chance here down the back straightaway. Wyatt tried to draft up. I don't know if he's going to have quite enough time here as they come into the back hairpin for the final time of this race. We'll see Wyatt about a cart length back. That's a cart length too far as they come through the S's for the final time of this heat number 1 here in Briggs 206 Cadet by Kept Clothing. It's going to be the guy who started on pole. He'll take heat number 1. It's Tanner Barsh with the heat 1 victory ahead of Ashton Wyatt, Braden Westfall in 3rd, and then well back there you've got Emerson Lane and Kedro Milbrandt rounding out your top 5. So a good run by all of your Briggs 206 Cadet by Kept Clothing. A little bit of chaos on the start, but that was some clean battling up there in the front, Caleb.
Yeah, clean battling between Tanner Barsh, Aston Wyatt, and Braden Westfall. That's a little bit of a taste of what we're going to be getting, I guess, all weekend long here, Emery. Definitely super exciting. Tanner Barsh finishes with the race win. Aston Wyatt in 2nd. Braden Westfall 3rd. Emerson Lane 4th. Cadro Milbrandt 5th. Will Stevens 6th. Caden Lehans in 7th. In 8th is going to be Benson Hale. In 9th is going to be Theodore Mitchell. And Dutch Westbrook is going to round up your top 10. The driver who did flip over at the beginning of this race is okay, up under his own power, and it's good to see that this driver is okay. When we come back, we are going to go racing here with K8 100 Masters, all to play for. Don't go anywhere. Live on Kart Chaser.
If you want to see a giant selection of beautiful new dining room tables, chairs, servers, come out to Gallery Furniture, see with the latest and greatest dining room furniture. Best of all, buy this dining room furniture today, solid wood. Gallery Furniture delivers free to Houston area home today.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop into Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
Welcome back to the Texas Sprint Racing Series fall finale at SpeedSportz Racing Park. On track now is going to be K100 Masters. On pole position is the man himself. The number 471 is Billy Musgrave on pole position. Alongside him is one of the 2 championship protagonists here this weekend. It's Miguel Mir with the number 1 plate. Behind him, it's going to be Vincent Kersard in 3rd. In that CRG, James Lundberg is going to be in 4th. Morgan LeBaron, our 2nd championship protagonist, is going to be 5th. Shane Burkett in 6th. Andy Miller 7th. David Pregande 8th. Adamar Caligro is going to be 9th. And in 10th, it's going to be Trevor McAllister. Our field is set here. All these drivers are ready to go green. It's going to be Miguel Mir and Billy Musgrave on the front row here. Billy Musgrave in his factory cart. KA100. Miguel Muir alongside him, the Cruise Racing Development driver. It's a CRG, and the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy driver of James Lundberg. We are getting set to go green here. They are in the tram lines now. Billy Musgrave to the lead early on here, and Miguel Muir trying to find himself up into the second spot as Vincent Cressard is going to slide into P3 here, and James Lundberg is going to round up your top four as the whole field jockeys for position here early on in this race. We have one driver dropping a tire further on back here, and Billy Musgrave to the lead early on in this race. Where's Morgan LeBaron here? I think he's worked his way up now behind Vincent Cressard around James Lundberg, and now Morgan LeBaron trying to work his way up right back to the rear bumper of Miguel Muir here early on, Emery.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be critical, all three heat races. Normally, I'm like, okay, heat's only worth 100 points, but with how close this championship battle is, LeBaron needs to get points for the heat races. He needs to be able to claw back the 61-point deficit that he walks into this race having. And, I mean, right now, with Billy Musgrave up at the front, there's the possibility this might be a drop for both of your two championship leaders, as both of them have been 1 and 2 for most of the season. But Billy Musgrave so far leads lap 1 ahead of Miguel Muir. Cressard, LeBaron, and James Lundberg round out your top 5, but it's the front two with about a 5 or 6 cart length gap, and I mean, we've seen them have the pace advantage all weekend long, so it's going to take something special from Cressard or LeBaron here in this first heat to try and make up that ground.
Like we mentioned, Billy Musgrave, a new variable for Miguel Muir and Morgan LeBaron here this weekend. Now we're going to look at the battle for P3 here. Morgan LeBaron now all over the rear bumper of the CRG driver of Vincent Cressard. Can Morgan LeBaron work his way past that CRG driver here of Vincent? Morgan LeBaron with a handful of speed here in his high 5 Cosmic. There in hand. He's going to get a nice toe down the back straightaway here. He is still in drafting range here as it stands, but it seems like Vincent Cressard, a little bit more top end for him here down the back straightaway as he is able to pull away here little by little from Morgan LeBaron. And as well behind him is going to be James Lundberg, who is also closing down to Morgan LeBaron for that 4th spot.
Yeah, LeBaron looked like he maybe dropped a wheel just a little bit onto the back straightaway, and that will have cost him a little bit of time. As you can see, that second group, they're a little bit behind Muir and Musgrave. There are your two leaders. Muir, that last time going purple of 57.08. He closes back to the rear bumper of Billy Musgrave, only a 10th back. Musgrave, again, content to just run a smooth race. We haven't seen him run a lot of 100cc stuff over the years, but certainly feels very comfortable with his factory kart machine. And Miguel Muir, I mean, again, he knows as long as he's ahead of LeBaron, he's fine. And right now, he has nothing to worry about. He can afford to finish second here to Musgrave and just keep clicking off the laps, learning some, and then maybe try something towards the end of the race or maybe later on in the weekend.
Yeah, it seems like Billy Musgrave has a handful of pace under that factory kart. Miguel Muir was purple last time by, but Billy Musgrave continues to improve his lap times lap by lap here. Coming to the line, who is going to be quicker? Can Miguel Muir close down that gap even more to Billy Musgrave? I don't think he can at the moment, as Billy Musgrave goes purple with a 56.899 for him. And Vincent Cressard still ahead of Morgan LeBaron, 2 seconds, 2/10 slower here at the moment to Morgan LeBaron here, as Morgan LeBaron looking to work his way up in a P3, and he needs the points here. It's super critical. It's the championship weekend here in the Texas Sprint Racing Series, and if Morgan LeBaron wants to continue and stay in the fight here in this championship, he needs to work his way around, and I think he has done it. Let's take a look to the battle for P3 here. Morgan LeBaron now around Vincent Cressard, and I was saying he needed to get by, and he has done so here now. Morgan LeBaron up in a P3 with a group of 5 carts in that group there. That's James Lundberg, and behind him is going to be Shane Burkett and Andy Miller. They're all going to push forward to try and work their way up. Big mover here down in 9th. It's going to be Scott Cherry, 3 spots up from where he started. What a drive by Mr. Rimrock himself. Now, the battle on your screen is going to be Morgan LeBaron. Does he have enough pace in that high 5 Cosmic to work his way back up the rear bumper of Miguel Muir? It seems like now Billy Musgrave continues to improve lap times here. A little bit quicker lap by lap than Miguel Muir. Less than a 10th. Hundredths of seconds only separate Billy Musgrave and Miguel Muir here. The class of the field here at the moment, but Morgan LeBaron now works his way up in a P3 and continues to claw back for that 2nd spot.
Yeah, at this point, the thing is LeBaron's got to get clear. He's got to make ground up, because the problem is he can't just afford to beat Miguel Muir. He has to win and gain enough points over the course of the weekend to beat Muir's worst score by 61 points. And Muir's worst score so far this season is basically a win and a couple poor heat races in the first round of the season. So for LeBaron to win the championship, it just won't cut it to finish up at the front of the field. He has to win. He has to get a gap back to Muir. And right now, he just doesn't seem to have that pace. He's got to the front of this group, like you mentioned, but at the end of the day, he's not pulling away from them. We'll see what lap time he pulls this time around. Waiting to see a 57.7. That's a full 8/10 slower than what they're doing at the front of the field. So LeBaron's got to find something. He's got to find something quick.
Yeah, for sure. The mustache man hasn't been the heat one that he would have wanted. The leaders of Miguel Muir and Billy Musgrave have gotten away here early on and gone to the wayside. Now Vincent Cassard down the inside on Morgan LeBaron. The mustache man gets past. Can he get the switch back done on him? The over-under for Morgan LeBaron isn't going to work. It's not. Vincent Cassard stays in third, and that's not good for the mustache man as he falls back to fourth here, and James Lundberg as well. Morgan LeBaron could well enough fall under fire here to James Lundberg, who is in P5 here at the moment, but it seems like James Lundberg has a handful of pace in that Burrell Art machine there, and now Morgan LeBaron down the back straightaway, closing down to the CRG driver of Vincent Cassard once again. Let's take a look back to our leaders here, Billy Musgrave and Miguel Muir here. Billy Musgrave still in the lead, and Miguel Muir right behind him. That gap continues to hold on. Billy Musgrave now with a 56.820 for him. Miguel Muir behind, continuing to close down that gap, but it's only at 0.3. It's not enough for Miguel Muir here, and Morgan LeBaron needs to claw his way back to P3, and like you said, he needs a race win here in one of these heats, Henry.
Yeah, certainly. Right now, we're not even focused on getting the point or getting the speed just to get a race win. He's got to get the pace to just be able to hang on to Vincent Cassard in the third spot. And at the front of the field, Miguel Muir continues to find that bit of pace that wasn't there in qualifying. He's right there with Billy Musgrave. Musgrave has not gone outside. So you can see he's pulled a little bit of a gap to him, but that's not going to be too much of a worry. I mean, Muir knows he has the pace in that cart. He knows it might not be perfect. It might not be enough to beat Musgrave, but as long as he stays there, they've got a solid half a second on the field when it comes to pace. And until that changes, Muir's going to be in a really good position to wrap up this championship.
Yeah, of course. So Miguel Muir, very comfortable here in this championship. I spoke to Morgan LeBaron here early yesterday, Thursday actually, whenever I arrived here at the track, and he was telling me that he was super relaxed here, and he was confident in the fact that he could do it. He was confident in the High Five team that they could fight there for the lead. So I mean, as long as he's confident and comfortable and knows and doesn't give up here at all this weekend, Morgan LeBaron is still with a shot here, but he has to try and find a way around Vincent Cassard in that CRG. As now back to the battle for P3 here. It's going to be Vincent Cassard from Morgan LeBaron and James Lundberg behind him. Behind them is still Shane Burkett, who hangs on there to that 6th spot. But Morgan LeBaron hasn't been close enough yet, as the 2 sticks will be up in the air this time by. It's going to be 2 laps to go for Billy Musgrave and Miguel Muir, and this P3 battle now for Vincent Cassard and Morgan LeBaron. 2 laps to go. The 2 sticks are in the air now, and it's all to play for here with 2 laps, Henry.
Yeah, how about Shane Burkett there getting himself up to 5th? He's going to be a player here as they come down to finish the race. And if you're Morgan LeBaron, I mean, you can have all the confidence in the world in your kart, but if you can't find that last bit of pace, if you can't find the half a second that he seems to be missing, you're not going to be able to run up front and win because they'll just pull away from you. So for LeBaron, I mean, this has to be a bit of a reality check here in the heat race. He's done so well all season long to be in this championship points battle, but now get what you can, see if you can get this 3rd place off of him, see where you're faster than Vincent Cassard, and then try to go to work. Maybe throw a few miracles in there for the 2nd and 3rd heats just to get what you can out of this kart. But in the meantime, he's under fire from Shane Burkett, who's come on really strong down the stretch of this race, and he's going to be attacking both Cassard and LeBaron as they come towards the white flag.
Yeah, and Shane Burkett able to work his way around James Lundberg on the lap before this one here. Now Morgan LeBaron still in P4. The white flag is in the air. That's going to wait for Billy Musgrave and Miguel Muir in the 1-2 spots. And now it's going to be Vincent Cassard. Is Morgan LeBaron close enough here to make a move on Vincent Cassard? And seems like he may be close enough here. Now Morgan LeBaron is going to look for a move down the inside. He thinks better of it. He's going to stay in P4 here at the moment, but Shane Burkett has joined the party. And you can't forget about James Lundberg, who is right behind this group of 3 here on your screen. Vincent Cassard, is he going to go defensive here? He is not. Morgan LeBaron not close enough to make the move as of yet. Coming down now to the section that leads to the back straightaway. 2 fast left-handers here. Is Morgan LeBaron. Can he close down the gap here? in these couple of turns. He cannot here as it stands. Morgan LeBaron needs to find needs to be in drafting range if he really wants to make the move here on Vincent Cassard. If he's going to be close enough, can he get it done now? Down the back straightaway, that high five cosmic driver of Morgan LeBaron, the mustache man. Will he be close enough? He closes down the gap little by little. He cannot, and I think that's going to be all she wrote there for Morgan LeBaron. As now with your lead, Billy Musgrave is going to win heat number 1. It's going to be Miguel Muir in P2. Vincent Cassard is going to cross the line here to finish P number 3, and Morgan LeBaron, the mustache man, is going to finish P4. Shane Burkett is going to round up your top 5. James Lundberg in 6th. Trevor McAllister is going to finish 7th. 3 spots up for him. What a drive by Trevor McAllister. Andy Miller is going to finish in 8th, losing a spot. Mr. Rimrock himself, Scott Cherry, up 3 spots, up in a 9th. Randy Russell, 4 spots for him gained. He's going to be in 10th. David Pergondi is going to be in 11th. Adamar Caligro is going to be 12th. And 13th is going to be Evan Kozak. Neil Faulkner is going to be 14th. Shaston Johnson is going to be 15th. Kogan Wright's going to be 16th. Jose de la Garza 17th. Kyle Walter is going to be 18th. Tam Nguyen is going to be 19th. Juani Din is going to be 20th. Thane Morgan 21st. Anthony Harwin 22nd. And Keithan Hutchins is going to be 23rd. When we come back, we're going to go Honda Kid Kart Racing. Keelan Brody Brown 4th, Benjamin Osborne in 5th. They are going to take the green flag here early on. Hopefully they can get it done this second time by. After this race start, we are going to hear, I guess, everything you guys want to hear from Aiden Rudolph, who is joining me up here in the booth now. It seems like they are in much better shape here coming to the start. Now, Ray Fawley and Brennan Barsh, 1 and 2 here. It seems like they are well in the tram lines, and the green flag is out. Onto an early lead here is going to be Ray Fawley. Brennan Barsh going to slide into second place here behind him. And, a move down the inside here early on. I think it's Brennan Barsh down the inside on Ray Fawley, and he's going to get pushed all the way up to the wayside. And now it's going to be Brennan Barsh up in a P1 here. Ray Fawley is going to maybe lose another spot here to the 21 here of Keelan Short. So Keelan Short now into P3, and Brody Brown still finds himself in 4th place here as they're going to continue to open these gaps up, as now early on in this race, it's going to be Brennan Barsh taking the lead here early on. Aiden, now back to you. It was wonderful qualifying for you. Walk me through it. You had a great qualifying, putting it on pole position here in your own backyard. Just tell me a little bit about how that was.
Yeah, qualifying was interesting, honestly. The first couple laps, everyone was trying to, get their spot. I was contemplating either holding back or going up front with the guys, and I ended up going up front with Peyton and Vasquez. So, ended up well, I'd say. They started racing up front. I thought at the end they would kind of mess me up a little bit, but thankfully not. And we were having some motor problems in warm-up as well, so we were kind of concerned going into qualifying, and, we still had motor problems in qualifying. So when I was out there, I was kind of shocked that, while I was out there, I didn't think I was first, and then I came off the track, and, my mechanic Franz and Marian Kremers they didn't look very happy, and I was like, oh, that wasn't very good. And then, I got the news, so, everything turned out well, and I'm looking forward to the races later on.
Yeah, of course. And you mentioned it yourself, right? Marian Kremer is obviously in your corner this weekend, as he's been pretty much all TSRS season long. How has that been for you? I guess in your development as a driver, you're under the tent with him under PSL when it comes to the United States Pro Kart Series. But what's it like working with him here? As you seem a little bit excited about the battle here on your screen. It's the 82 and the 41 of Ray Fawley and Brennan Barsh here. The 1 and 2 battle. Ray Fawley seems like he was closing down, looking for a move here on the 82 of Brennan Barsh. Not able to get it done here at the moment. But Aiden, just tell me a little bit about what it's like having Marian, I guess, in your corner all season long here, and having him as a mentor for you all season.
Honestly, last year, whenever I first met Marian, first year with the team, I obviously I liked him, and then every race going to see him, and he would be coaching me and stuff, and I really enjoy my time with him. He's a great guy, obviously, and a great racer and a great mentor. And this year we wanted to, Allen Rudolph Racing Academy wanted to step their game up, and adding Marian Kremers, and really elevated our coaching game. And as we see going into turn 1, pass for the lead, that is
Ray Fawley, a wonderful pass for the lead here. He went purple last time by. Very good commentary there by Aiden Rudolph. Brennan Barr slides in a second spot here now. And now Ray Fawley, your new leader here. Let's see if he can, open up that gap to Brennan Barsh behind now. Keelan Short's going to stay in 3rd. Brody Brown's going to stay in 4th. And Benjamin Osborne still in 5th here. But the battle for the lead here, still Ray Fawley and Brennan Barsh. What a move by Ray Fawley to get around Brennan Barsh. Aiden, I guess back to you here for a little bit. You aren't, in the main fight here for the championship for the P1 spot, but you are still in the hunt, for one of the podium spots here in the championship. This is your home track. What's your mindset, coming into this weekend? You have nothing to lose here, really, this weekend.
Yeah, honestly, nothing to lose. Keep cool, calm, and collected as always. I try to keep that mindset. Honestly, I still can get second in the championship. I think Alex Stanfield has first locked in, so nothing I can do there. We've had a few unlucky races here and there, but honestly, we have a new chassis that's been working great. It's a pleasure to drive, and ever since then, we've kind of elevated our game, and it's been going really smoothly. So I'm looking forward to the rest of the weekend, and it'll be fun.
Yeah, a little bit of a flashback here back to Odessa. It wasn't, the best weekend for you. You had a handful of pace. You ended up winning heat number 2, but when it comes to the main event and heat number 3, it seemed like you were just, roughed up a little bit there in Odessa. Back here now, how do you recover from a weekend like you had in Odessa?
Honestly, you just kind of forget about it. Same thing with the race in Ohio, Cincinnati. We were fast, top 5 all weekend, and then come to the final, it's just some unlucky moments, and there's nothing you can really do about those type of things. So all you can really do is kind of forget about it. I have confidence in myself and the equipment that we're fast. So as long as I can keep it on the track, we'll be good.
Yeah, of course. I guess speaking of keeping it on the track, you have more laps than I guess anybody else who probably exists in this entire world at this track here. This is your home track. What do you think? I guess your keys to this track are your keys to victory. I guess are this weekend.
Well, it's very little keys to victory. I barely won on this track, but it is fun. I obviously have a lot of laps going the reverse way that we're doing now. Just a few practice days here and there, but honestly, it's more fun now that everyone's on the same playing field. It's a new, quote unquote, new track, right? Everyone's got to learn the new lines and braking zones and things like that. So, by the end of the weekend, everyone will be up to pace, and everyone will be equal. It'll be great racing, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, and I guess taking you back to last week, you guys had the club race here this weekend. I guess the only 2 races, I guess, that we've really had here is the reindeer run that you and your dad put on every year, the 4-hour 206 endurance race that you guys put on year in, year out. A great event, again, and then you guys had the club race last week, and that's the only 2 times that I've seen this track raced backwards. Just tell me a little bit about what it was like, I guess, last weekend racing here at this track. You guys had a stacked field. You had Diego Guillo racing senior and a bunch of other guys such as Beckett Friesen and Justin Music up there as well, racing up there with the packed senior class that it was here last weekend.
Yeah, everyone, all the fast guys, Peyton Phillips, Brendan Robertson, they were all racing last weekend. It was a great race. This track, actually, I enjoy how it races backwards more than it races forwards. I don't know why, honestly. It's just, I don't know. It's something new. It's something fun. We've been running the same direction and racing the same direction for close to 7 years now. So now that we have something new, it's a lot more fun and enjoyable. So I'm looking, it'll be a good rest of the weekend.
Yeah, of course. And seeing the push by you and your dad. You guys change layouts here. I guess every weekend almost. It's like it's a different track every single time. But it's obviously the same thing. You guys have you and I guess your dad have had such a big impact when it comes to karting here in Texas. So that's obviously great to see. When it comes to team wise, right? Y'all's team, you guys have a handful of drivers such as the junior drivers that you have, such as Landon Skinner, Diego Guillo, and Preston Pico. Some of those guys are going to be moving up with you next year, and they're going to be, I guess, teammates for you in the Texas Sprint Racing Series. How are you feeling for that? A little bit scared? Maybe Diego Guillo or Preston Pico or Landon Skinner maybe quicker than you. How is that? You're going to have way more teammates here next year. How does that feel?
Yeah, no, it feels good. Obviously, they're all quick in their own ways, and all 3 of them moving up to senior next year. I don't know how much racing I'll do next year, but it'll be fun to kind of be a mentor / teammate. On track, there's majority of the time there's no teammates on track, there's no friends on track, but it'll definitely spice some things up. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, for sure. And speaking of, I guess mentoring them, those are kids that you've seen growing up. Like you said, for the past 7 years, you've seen those kids grow up year in, year out, and you've seen them improve. How does that feel, I guess, to have a little bit of an effect on those younger guys that are below you in the junior categories?
Yeah, no, it's fun, as of course. Back when they first started, I was helping coaching and stuff, and now guys like Diego Guillo, we come out to practice some days, and he's just way faster than I am, right? And yeah. I'm like, oh, crap. It's the mentor's getting spanked by his students. No, but it'll be fun. Whenever I get to actually race these guys and see what they're all about. Most of them are all talk. They're all they're little kids, so they're all talk. But it'll be fun.
Yeah, no, for sure. As on your screen here is the battle for the lead here. As it's been all race long, it's going to be Rafe Ali still in the first spot here. Brendan Barsh, is going to be second. Keelan Short's going to be third, and Brody Brown holds on to fourth. The battle for P3 and P4 continues to stay tight. Benjamin Osborne still holds on to that 5th spot here. But it's still Rafe Ali and Brendan Barsh in the lead of this race here. Last question from me, Aiden. Mm-hmm. You've seen, I guess, your dad drove for many years. What does it take to get Alan Rudolph back in the seat to race here at his own track? I've always I guess messed around with him a little bit here, but it seems like he has, I guess, no interest for racing here in the Masters class.
It's funny. I've always kind of told him like, oh, dude, you need to go do a club race at least, right? And one of these TSRS races, he sees these Masters guys, and he's like, oh, I could totally whoop up on him or whatever. But I always give him some crap. He's in lifestyle shape now. He's not in racing shape, so I don't know if he could keep up with these guys. But it'll be fun. Hopefully, he'll do these one-off races like the reindeer run and stuff. He'll be my teammate or whatever.
Yeah.
But honestly, I don't think he. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe once every few months I'll poke at him a little bit and tell him he should go out there and race a race. But, maybe one day. Hopefully one day.
Yeah, you guys make an appearance at the United States Pro Kart Series. Mike Rawlison has been sweeping that. What does it take to get Alan, I guess, to challenge Mike Rawlison for that championship, I guess, next year?
Alan needs to join me in the gym and do some cardio, that's for sure. He's been doing his little bodybuilding or whatever these days and getting swole. He won't be able to fit in his seat, that's for sure. But no, I think if he was out there, he'd be up there. His racecraft is, it's like riding a bike, so.
Well, there you have it from Aiden Rudolph. As now coming to the checkered flag, it's going to be Ray Lee who's going to take the win here in heat number 1 for Kid Karts presented by Rimrock Raceway. It's going to be Brennan Barsh in 2nd, Brody Brown in 3rd, Keelan Shorts in 4th, and Benjamin Osborne. But that's going to be it for me and Aiden Rudolph here. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we are going to go 206 Junior Racing. Don't go anywhere.
If you want beautiful, solid wood, made in America dining room furniture, come out and see the new selection of beautiful dining room tables, chairs at Gallery Furniture, and best of all, buy this beautiful, oh so comfortable, made in America dining room furniture, tables, chairs, servers. Gallery Furniture delivers free to Houston area home in 3 or 4 hours tonight. Make family members on your beautiful new dining room table and chairs. Buy it today. New arrivals, Gallery Furniture delivers free in 3 or 4 hours to your home today.
Welcome back to SpeedSportz Racing Park for the fall finale of the Texas Sprint Racing Series here. On track now is going to be 206 Junior, presented by Seville Electric. On pole position is going to be Reagan Seville. Alongside him is going to be Chris Tracy. His teammate Robert Arana is going to find himself in P3, Josie Chambers in P4, and Derek Wargo is going to round up your top 5 here, as it's going to be a 1-2-3 for the trackside karting services here. All 3 in the GFCs here, the Stewart Racing Engines powered go-karts here. And now Reagan Seville takes it to the green flag here. Early lead from him, gets ahead of Chris Tracy on the outside, and Robert Arana is going to slot his way through as well. And that's Derek Wargo. Oh, and we have contact further back in the field, and that's Josie Chambers, who was involved. Robert Arana involved there as well. And that's another one of the Comcart drivers. Carnage here early on for these drivers in 206. Not good for Robert Arana, who was not at all the start that he would have wanted here early on in this race, and that's only going to help out Reagan Seville and Chris Tracy to continue to open up that gap. Josie Chambers out of contention here early on, and you look at the gap to Reagan Seville now has opened up completely. This is now on your screen, the battle for P4 and 5. I'm not too sure who that is here at the moment. That's Shelby Ramirez. Shelby Ramirez started 10th. She has worked her way up now to P3. 7 spots gained in half a lap for Shelby Ramirez. What a drive so far by her. Up in a P3 here as it stands, and not too sure who else is behind her as they are going to cross the finish line now. It's going to be Reagan Seville. Behind him is Derek Wargo. It's Shelby Ramirez up in a P3. Carter Kilgo, is P4. Jacob Oakes is in 5th. And behind him it's going to be Jackson Baldas. And Chris Tracy, Robert Arana, they're going to find themselves in 7th and 8th. Josie Chambers in 9th. I think Josie Chambers down in 10th here, 11th. I don't know if Josie Chambers was able to get back onto the racetrack here. It seems like he may be out of this race here early on, but as it stands, it's still Reagan Seville and Derek Wargo who are in the 1st and 2nd spot. Shelby Ramirez now falling under fire from Carter Kilgo, and I think a little bit of a wide turn for her, and Carter Kilgo working his way up in a P3, and I don't think Shelby Ramirez was really expecting that here, as joining me in the booth here now is going to be Taylor Burris. Taylor, a great start here early on for Shelby Ramirez.
A really good start, picking up those spots in this opening lap as they work their way towards the back hairpin here. Regensville currently is checked out by about 2 to 3 kart lengths ahead of Derek Wargo as they come across the line, but we're watching this battle for P3 between Ramirez and Kilgo, who are now seeing Ramirez trying to put the bumper, try to set up a pass heading down into turn number 1. Currently, Derek Wargo, though, fastest on the track with a 104.523.
Yeah, what a lap there by Derek Wargo as he continues to try and close down that gap to Reagan Seville in the lead here. Carter Kilgo still in 3rd place. Shelby Ramirez all over that rear bumper of the Burrell Art machine of Carter Kilgo. And Shelby Ramirez, that R2 karting machine, that Comcart machine, trying to find a way by Carter Kilgo. I think she was a little bit of an unexpected move there by Carter, who was able to send it down the inside there on Shelby Ramirez and able to slot his way up in a P3. I don't think Shelby Ramirez was expecting that, but it's 11 spots gained here for Carter Kilgo. That's our fast charger here at the moment. 11 spots for him and 6 for Shelby Ramirez. Great drives by these two drivers who are now finding themselves in the P3 and 4 spots. The gap to the lead now is at a 2nd and closing. Derek Wargo continuing to close down that lead to Reagan Seville, who holds a comfortable lead here at the moment, but it continues to go down here, Taylor.
It certainly is, as we're watching this race here fold with just about 3.5 minutes plus 2 laps, but Ramirez being very smooth and consistent, trying to keep pace, but they got to watch out because here comes Jackson Baldus and Chris Tracy in 5th and 6th. They're starting to work together to hunt down your 3rd and 4th place competitors. And down to the inside, there you see the pass. Tracy tries to get around Baldus and almost pushes him off the racetrack just a little bit, gathers him back up, gives a tap on the helmet as they get ready to head down the back straightaway.
Yeah, and that little entanglement in between Chris Tracy and Jackson Baldus isn't going to help them out in their charge to Shelby Ramirez and Carter Kilgo as they try and close down that gap. So that pass isn't going to help them out. But let's take a look at the battle for the lead here. Reagan Seville and Derek Wargo are they're really close to each other now. That gap is now down to 2 kart lengths here. Derek Wargo has arrived on the scene here. Reagan Seville holding on here at the moment, but I think he knows that Derek Wargo has arrived here. Reagan Seville, is he going to go defensive here? This is too early to go defensive here. I'm sorry. Derek Wargo, if you're Derek Wargo here, Taylor, when is it time to go?
Well, the best opportunity for him to do that is do it when he sees an opening. He's going to give a little bit of a push, but you don't want to be too much pressuring, too much battling, because that's then going to bring drivers like Carter Kilgo, Shelby Ramirez, Chris Tracy, and Jackson Baldus right there on your back bumper. So if you find that opening, you better do it quick, and then you got to get out of Dodge in order to make sure you can pull away and stay ahead of Reagan Seville.
And we have contact in between 2 drivers into turn number 2. Not too sure who they are. Let's see if we can take a look at them here. And those 2 drivers there on your screen got into a little bit of an accident here further on back. I think that's a 322. That's a 322 or the 324. I'm not too sure. I think that was a 340. I'm sorry, and the 315 of Ava Belm.
So that is Weston Criddle in the 354 and Jacob Oakes in the 322 involved in that incident. A minute and a half left to go, plus 2 laps as we pick up our race leaders now, who are still nose to tail, trying to stretch out their race lead by about 6 seconds currently over Carter Kilgo as they head down the short chute over to the hairpin.
Yep, the battle for 1 and 2 continues to rage on as now Chris Tracy has worked his way around Carter Kilgo for that 3rd spot. Shelby Ramirez falls back to P4. P5 here, I'm sorry. Now it's 1-2. Reagan Seville and Derek Wargo. These 2 drivers have raced each other in a handful of races, including the CKNA Grand National Championships. They've even fought for the championship many times before, and now this is another one of another part to their story here. It's Reagan Seville and Derek Wargo. Derek Wargo able to push that rear bumper of Reagan Seville now. It's the Comcart driver against the Trackside Karting Services driver of Reagan Seville here. As the battle continues to rage on here, we are getting to 6.5 minutes into this race. The next time by is going to be 3 laps to go this time by, and Derek Wargo looking to set up a little bit of over-under here on Reagan Seville, not able to get it done here, Taylor.
It certainly is. I do have to say I'm very impressed with the 3rd place driver, Carter Kilgo. This is his debut race here for the TSRS Sprint Racing Series here at Houston in the 206 junior category. So great run for him as he's currently now in 4th as Chris Tracy just got around him for that 3rd position as we keep an eye on Derek Wargo looking for an opening. Can't get to it just yet, but also just trying to make sure that they have plenty of room so that way when they do battle, once they get that 2-to-go signal, which will be next time by the looks of it, that these drivers will then have a fair fight to where they could come out on top with the Heat Race 1 win.
And going into heat number 3 at the Texas Sprint Racing Series in Odessa, they were completely tied on points. They were even on the dot on points of Reagan Seville and Derek Wargo. Obviously, Reagan Seville did take the win in the main event, so Reagan Seville was able to get a little bit ahead here coming into this weekend, and now the 2 sticks are in the air. It's 2 laps to go for Reagan Seville and Derek Wargo. Reagan Seville on the inside. Can Derek Wargo get the over-under? He cannot. Going into turn number 2 now. Reagan Seville still in the lead here, but not by much, Taylor.
No, it is not by much at all. And a lot of things still happening here as Wargo is just trying to look around for that opening. This is a good passing zone right here where you can set up for a pass on the inside if you have enough momentum to carry you. But right now, Wargo not able to find that opening where he feels comfortable enough to put his nose down to the inside of Reagan Seville.
Yeah, and Reagan Seville still leading here. Now onto the back section of this track. Coming onto the main straight. Is Derek Wargo going to be close enough to find a little bit of a toe and find the gap to maybe send a move down the inside here on Reagan Seville? He's close enough on the rear bumper now. He's going to go down the inside. Derek Wargo, is he going to be clear? Going into the last section. Can Reagan Seville get the over-under? He can. It's side-by-side into the final couple of corners, and Reagan Seville perfectly set that up. Now coming across the finish line, it's going to be a drag race here. Can Reagan Seville stay ahead? And I think he will. Reagan Seville wins heat number 1. Derek Wargo in second. Oh, 1 lap to go. I'm sorry. 1 lap to go. I am so sorry here, Taylor. I was way too excited about that last battle.
A little bit too far ahead, but we still have 1 lap here as here comes Wargo. He has the inside advantage into the hairpin. Will he make it stick? Yes, but Seville crosses them over. Drag race down over to the next set of hairpins as they'll go sidewinding through the corners. And now Wargo tries to see if he can go cross them over on the outside. Not going to work this time as they head down towards the long strong back straightaway. Here comes a big push coming into play for the two drivers.
Yeah, big push there for Derek Wargo I think he's going to look for that move down the inside, down the back straightaway here once again. And now Reagan Seville going to go a little bit defensive here. He moves his car down the inside, looks to his right, doesn't see Derek Wargo. Now Derek Wargo down the inside. Can Reagan Seville do it twice? Is he going to get the over-under? He does. Once again, the same move there by Derek Wargo down the inside wasn't close enough. And now Reagan Seville, the over-under worked for him once again. Now this time, a drag race to the finish line, and it's still Reagan Seville who wins heat number 1 now. Sorry about that. Derek Wargo is going to finish second. Chris Tracy, a great recovery drive by him to finish third. It's going to be Carter Kilgo, Shelby Ramirez, I think, here in fourth, and Carter Kilgo in sixth here. I'm sorry. Jackson Balladis, who's going to finish fifth. Carter Kilgo in sixth. A great debut drive there by him. It's going to be Robert Arana in seventh. Ava Blem in eighth. Grayson Knoll in ninth. Weston Criddle in 10th, and that's going to round up your top 10 with Jacob Oakes in 11th, rounding up your 206 junior class presented by Seville Electric, Taylor.
It certainly is. And you know what? Also, Caleb, even though this is the last race for the 2023 campaign, we have a lot to look forward to in 2024. 5 rounds for the TSRS series, starting off in February with racing at NOLA Motorsports Park, where we make our return back to Louisiana in 2024. Then we come back here on March 22nd to the 24th for the spring roundup here at Houston. So it's going to be a fun time here. And then, of course, Kart Moto in May 3rd to the 5th. Then the Midsummer Mashup at Dallas Karting Club on August 23rd to the 25th. And then the finale at Amarillo later on in September. So a pretty good year for next year we're looking forward to.
Yeah, a little bit of a look forward, like you said. Definitely some great facilities that are joining the Texas Sprint Racing Series schedule next year. And definitely going to be something to watch. We have 3 races, I guess, down in Dallas with Kart Moto, Dallas Karting Complex. And I actually think that's it. And then we have the New Orleans Motorsports Park, a great facility that we have the privilege to go back to, and obviously coming here to SpeedSportz Racing Park for the second round. Obviously a great facility by Alan Rudolph and the entire Burrell team. Love this place, and it's I guess it's a great track for the Texas area here, Emery.
Yeah, definitely, Caleb. But I mean, this place has been so good to watch the racing so far. I mean, I already knew coming forwards this track was good, but seeing some of the action backwards really just adds so many different elements to this layout. I think the starts have been a little bit more chaotic, but otherwise everything else, like the racecraft and some of the battles we saw to the line there in that end of that Briggs 206 junior category, all of them have been good races so far. We're set for our 5th heat race of the day. It's Microswift presented by Royal Electric, and it's Colton Schniegenberg on the front row alongside Ashton White. The 2 guys up at the front of the championship are 1 and 2. Tanner Barsh is in 3rd position alongside Andrew Leonis Antosio in P4. Marcelo Flores in P5. Dutch Westbrook in 6, rounding out this 6-cart field for the Microswift presented by Royal Electric as they go slow instead of getting onto the main straight. We're looking for a green 7 minutes plus 2 laps ready to go here in the Micros. Wyatt and Schniegenberg on the front row, rolling down slowly, getting set to go for the green flag. Looking for it. Starter Porter has the flag in there, and we're green. And Schniegenberg into the race lead. Tanner Barsh into 2nd, and all the way down to 3rd. Make it 4th is Ashton Wyatt, Taylor.
It is going to be a fight here to the finish as they work their way out of the S's, now approaching the short chute over to that hairpin here. As Schniegenberg leads the way, Barsh in 3rd position, as Andrew Lee Anastasio is in that 4th position trying to hold strong.
Yeah, a good start there from Andrew Lee Anastasio getting set there, but the top 3 have broken away already, and that does not include Ashton Wyatt. Wyatt has had a really slow start. He's down to 4th, but Schniegenberg leads from Tanner Barsh. I think that's Marcelo Flores that's worked his way up to 3rd position there. So the inside line got a huge jump. Schniegenberg into the race lead, like I mentioned. Barsh is in 2nd, but he's got about 5 or 6 car lengths to go. And remember, in qualifying, Schniegenberg had a dominant performance, over 6/10 to the field. So we'll have to see if Barsh can do anything to hang on or if Ashton White can do anything, because right now the Gary Willis Racing Energy Car is flying at the hands of Colton Schniegenberg.
Schneegenberg has had a phenomenal year all season long in the micro category. I mean, he had that great run in Stars Championship Series, of course, picking up I believe, if I remember correctly, the series win at Pittsburgh. So he's excited about that. So he's already off to a great start. And then the TSRS competition with the Micro Swift, he is always a factor when it comes to racing here at Houston.
Yeah, I mean, he's gotten his first USPKS podium this year, his first USPKS pole. He's on the podium in Florida Winter Tour. Like, he has had so many strong moments for a kid that came into the season. He'd kind of been looking for that last step up. I mean, I talked to Massimo Sanchez-Laura, who did a lot of coaching with him over the years, about just kind of where he was at his development. And I think he's really shown up and improved from race to race so far in 2023. As we see Ashton Wyatt making a move on Tanner Barsh. That's for second. Yes, that's for second position. Wyatt makes his move, so Wyatt's kind of overcome the bad start. But for Schneegenberg, I mean, this has been a breakout season. I know he's probably not going to get all of the results he wanted so far from the season, but he's had some wins. He's had some dominant performances like this one that we're seeing so far here. And I think that he's shown that out of all the guys in the micro category, he is one of the ones that's going to be a threat no matter what national venue you go to, whether it be down here earlier in the season, whether it be Cincinnati a couple weeks ago, whether it be Trackhouse Winterplex coming up in a few weeks at USPKS, or as we get set to go to Vegas, getting set for Superdass later on in the year.
It's hard to believe we are only a few races left in Kart Chaser coverage pretty much all year long. We couldn't remember, just like yesterday, we were kicking the season off down in Miami. So now here we are wrapping up another season here with the TSRS series as they work down the back straightaway. Schneegenberg currently holds strong by about a couple of kart lengths over Ashton Wyatt as they head down into the last hairpin through the S's.
Yeah, I mean, Schneegenberg continues to run a dominant race, although Wyatt did go purple last time. We'll see what he can do this time around. Again, last time by a 1 minute .3, this time for Schneegenberg, 1 minute .4 for Wyatt. He's still about a tenth of a second slower. But this is a lot better than what he showed in qualifying. So the more that Wyatt can continue just to improve over the course of the weekend, the better off he's going to be. But Schneegenberg continuing to just be dominant so far this weekend is another lap in the books. Schneegenberg finding that pace, continuing to pull away.
Good little battle for 5th and 6th position between Dutch Westbrook and Andrew Lee Anastasio as they were trying to have a battle for that 5th position out on the track as your top four is kind of separated for themselves. There they are right there on screen. Number 33 of Westbrook and then Lee Anastasio in the 6th position in that 43 machine as the Xperia Kart tries to go toe-to-toe with the KRS machine as they head down the back straightaway.
Yeah, good battle going on there, even if it's at the back of the grid. I mean, we're continuing to see just how much these guys are fighting. Dutch Westbrook to the inside. He'll get the job done for 5th position. Westbrook, again, we saw him have an incident in the Briggs 206 Cadet, but continuing to just run his race, gain valuable laps. He's gotten better over the course of the season, and he looks solid so far here going wheel to wheel. So continuing to battle there for 5th at the front of the field. We're still seeing a commanding performance by Colin Schneegenberg. He continues to extend that lead out at the front.
Currently, it's about 1.5 seconds between Schneegenberg and Ashton Wyatt for those two positions out on the racetrack right here. So really good run for our competitors as they continue to log laps and much needed valuable information for them to learn. And that's one thing I was giving a little bit of a round of applause, Emery, to Westbrook and Andrew Lee Anastasio, where they're racing each other, but they're learning racecraft. And that's going to be a big thing when you get up into the other series as you progress in your karting or racing career.
Yeah, certainly. And how you learn how to battle will help so much. I mean, I can remember back when I was in mini and micro, just the amount of things that you learn, even if you're battling for 25th at a national level or at the back of the field or regional level. These are concepts that you're going to continue to take with you when you get further up the field. And it doesn't translate one-to-one. You're going to have to learn some new things as you get towards the front and as you move up to a bigger class. But, I mean, the more wheel-to-wheel action you can get, the better. I think Westbrook as well as Leanne Anastasio continue to learn from this. And I think that you're seeing kind of the fruits pay off. And Schneegenberg and Wyatt at the front have had so much pace this year. But right now, they're not getting some of that wheel-to-wheel experience. And so it's one of those things where, like, obviously you'd rather be at the front. You'd rather be winning races, setting fast laps, doing all this. But the more you can improve wheel-to-wheel, the better it's going to pay off for you going down in the future.
It really is. As we watch the rest of the field work their way around the circuit here, everyone's now kind of already separated themselves quite regularly, about anywhere between 3 to 4 kart lanes for each driver inside your top four. It's about 2 to 3 kart lengths in the second category, which is 5th and 6th position, as there's Colton Schniegenberg in that number 17 energy kart. He'll come across the final corner, across the line just under a minute plus 2 laps. So they're currently running just around a minute on lap time. So this should be the last lap where time will expire and we'll get the 2 to go signal this time by.
Yeah, and Schiegenberg that last time through about a 10th of a second slower than Wyatt. So Wyatt's staying on average somewhere between a 10th to 3/10 off with the occasional quicker lap than Schiegenberg. And that's important to note for the next couple races because the more that he can continue to find that pace, the better it's going to look for him. Behind them, Tanner Barsh continues to just run a solid, consistent race. He's in third. Again, not quite the pace of Schiegenberg. It's about half a second off, so he's still got some pace to find. But it's a little bit better than it was in qualifying. Same thing goes for Marcel Flores, who stayed somewhat in touch from Tanner Barsh. And then you have the battle that we've been talking about, Andrew Anastasio as well as Dutch Westbrook. Those guys are battling 4th, 5th, and 6th. But at the front of the field, Colton Schiegenberg coming around to get the 2 to go, 2 sticks in the air. No, they're not going to get it. It's going to be 3 to go, I think. They did not quite make it in time to get the 2 to go signal. So one more extra lap there for Schiegenberg. He'll have 3 to go this time, 2 to go next time, and he continues to clock off laps. That time about equal with Ashton Wyatt.
Very close indeed here, as this is going to be an exciting one to watch all weekend long between the two drivers as they try to see who will end up with the championship at the end of this weekend. Of course, Colton is the championship favorite, but Ashton Wyatt right there, if he can pull off a couple of things and Schniegenberg makes a mistake or two, we could see him battling it out.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, you look at the point standings, I believe Wyatt, without drops, actually came in with a slight championship lead. But certainly Schiegenberg did have, I believe, one bad round earlier in the season. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. We'll get more official calculations as we get closer to the weekend and get the heat rates points tabulated. But certainly both of these guys need to try and maximize each and every position they can get in the heat races. And right now, that's going the way of Colton Schiegenberg, who's going to come down this time for real. Get 2 to go. Schiegenberg ahead of Ashton Wyatt. Looks like Wyatt's gone fast this lap. He has. He's gone quicker than Schiegenberg. 1 minute, 0.3. Sets his personal best on lap 7. He's not going to catch Schiegenberg, but it's certainly a big confidence booster as he heads into the second and third heats.
Yeah, he's running within anywhere between a 10th to 2/10 of a lap difference between the race leader and him, as we are now 1.6 seconds separates the drivers as the field works their way down towards the back half of the course. Everyone's kind of just now pretty much succeeded to their positions and just going to round it out as they come around for the final time.
Yeah, at this point, it's kind of a spread-out race. Good practice session for these guys, and you think about it. Colton Schiegenberg has been so smooth, so controlled all weekend long. He knows that this is probably his best chance to win, just getting out front, not making any mistakes, and continuing to run a consistent race. He's got so much pace aboard that energy cart by Gary Willis Racing, and as he comes through the final S's, down towards the main straightaway, he's going to come back and get 1 lap of racing to go. Ashton Wyatt continues to close that gap. He is not making it easy on the young Texan, but he continues to have that just enough of a gap where I don't think Wyatt's going to get close enough, but still a good effort from those two. Tanner Barsh settled into third. As they come through the rest of this final lap, you see Schiegenberg just continuing to run a consistent line, and that's all he needs for this Heat 1 victory.
He just needs to hit his marks one more time, and of course he needs to do it again later on this afternoon as he heads towards the final couple of corners and looks to take home Heat Race 1 victory in your Micro Swift category presented by Royal Electric as they head down the back straightaway for the final time in Heat Race 1.
Yeah, Colton Schiegenberg, this has been a commanding performance. I'm just looking at his lap times now. He's run all but 1 lap within 0.3 of a second of each other. So that is very impressive consistency from the young driver. Ashton Wyatt has also found that level of consistency within 0.3 of a second. So both of these guys putting on a show here. And as they come to get the checkered flag, Colton Schiegenberg wins Heat 1 in Micro Swift presented by Royal Electric and goes purple in the process ahead of Ashton Wyatt in second. Tanner Barsh comes across to finish third, and then it's Marcelo Flores. Fell off a bit late, but still a solid 4th place effort from him. Andrew Anastasio finishes in 5th, and rounding out your field of finishers will be Dutch Westbrook, as it looks like he might not have made it to the finish line. We'll see if we can get a picture of that, but certainly Dutch Westbrook is going to come across to finish as the last remaining finisher. So 6 guys down, 9 laps down in Micro Swift, and Colton Schiegenberg walks away with an easy Heat number 1 victory. But coming up next, it is the star-studded lineup. KA 100 senior getting set to go for their first heat of the weekend. And we'll get to see Aiden Rudolph, the hometown kid, Allen Rudolph Racing Academy's own, starting on the pole position alongside Peyton Phillips. This is going to be a very exciting race here, and we get set to go. And Caleb, I got to say, as we get set to go for this weekend, I had a chance to talk to Peyton Phillips a little bit as we got set for this heat race. And he was like, I don't think anyone at the front's going to cut anyone any breaks. I think this is going to be a very aggressive, no holds bar type of race. And what do you think? You think it's going to be one of those where people work together, or you think it's going to just be an all-out brawl?
I think this being the last race of the year, everything's thrown out of the window, right? Aiden Rudolph's going to want to take the win here at his home track. He hasn't had the best of luck all year long, and I think he wants to take the win here. If this was my backyard, I'd want to win this race more than any other race of the year, and I think Aiden's going to want to do it. And alongside him, Peyton Phillips as well, still in the hunt for that championship battle as well. He's gonna want to win it as well, as we're gonna get set to go green here, Emery.
Yeah, and I'm looking down the rest of the grid. I mean, you got Adrian Cruz, Jake French, two guys that for different reasons I think want to show well. Jesus Vasquez, Noah Baker, watch out for the 949. Again, another guy that people have identified as being really quick. Kadon Kadina and Alex Stanfield in row 4. Joey Ferdinand Howell, row 5. We're getting set to go, heading towards the tram lines for the start. Heat number 1. It's Aiden Rudolph and Peyton Phillips on the front row for KA 100 senior, looking for the green flag, setting to the start. They got it to the race line, and it is Aiden Rudolph to the race lead in turn number 1, ahead of Adrian Cruz and Peyton Phillips. Phillips going to try to hold the high side there, not going to be able to do it. Cruz slots into second, Jesus Vasquez into 4th, but at the front, it's the hometown kid, the kid that's looking so desperately for a win at his home track, and Aiden Rudolph off to a good start.
Aiden Rudolph to a good start, and now Jake French falling under fire, and further back in the field, not too sure who fell back. I think that's Alex Stanfield who's stuck in there. Alex Stanfield stuck in that back group. Seems like he got roughed up there a little bit. No idea where he's at now, and we got one driver around in that double left-hander. And it seems like he got going again, but Aiden Rudolph with an early lead here. Peyton Phillips slides back up into the second spot. Adrian Cruz now falling under fire from Jesus Vasquez Jr. down the inside. Can the Nash Motorsports driver get it done? Down the inside. He's clear. Up in a P3, Jesus Vasquez Jr. Adrian Cruz in fourth here, and behind them, Jake French in a battle further back, and that's Keno Cadena in P number 5. Jake French right behind him, and behind Jake French, not too sure who that driver is. Noah Baker behind Jake French now, and it's going to be JD Lamping behind Noah Baker. So all these guys have shuffled here for position. Aiden Rudolph holds on to the lead here, and Peyton Phillips still with a full head of steam here, trying to close down that gap to Aiden Rudolph. The hometown kid wants that first win, and he wants it bad, Emery.
Yeah, two guys I think really want to win for different reasons. For Aiden Rudolph, I mean, you mentioned it, and he talked about it in his interview. He has not won a lot of races here. He's had a bit of a rough season. He tried running X30 early in the season on the national scene, did not quite go as planned. He's had a few DNFs, few scuffles at various different races, but now he's clearly had the pace. And for Peyton Phillips, this is championship winning time. He's got a mountain to climb when it comes to Alex Stanfield, but having a bad start like Stanfield does, where he's down in 13th, gives him the opportunity to possibly make up move. And I mean, I can tell you Peyton Phillips is so motivated for this championship. I mean, I was there in NTK in the summer where he was able to go from 19th to 3rd, and now he's going to go from 2nd to 1st and get the job done. He passes Aiden Rudolph to take the race lead, and here comes Jesus Vasquez behind those two looking for the race lead.
And arriving on the scene here shortly is going to be Jake French in that factory cart. Powered go-kart. In front of him is going to be Adrian Cruz as well. The more the top 3 continue to fight, the more Jake French is going to bring his company along there of Keno Cadena and Noah Baker in there, as well as a pass there by Noah Baker down the inside on Keno Cadena, and JD Lamping in there as well. Looking for a move now on Keno Cadena, cannot get it done, but that's going to be Noah Baker up in a P6. Keno Cadena is going to fall down to 7th now, and already under fire from JD Lamping, the high 5 driver as well in there. Checking in here with Alex Stanfield. He's dropped 3 positions from the start. He is down to P11. Checking in with the top 3 now. Jesus Vasquez Jr. peeking down the inside on Aiden Rudolph. Cannot get it done, but it's going to be Aiden Rudolph down the inside, and through goes Vasquez Jr. as well. 1 and 2. Aiden Rudolph in first now. Jesus Vasquez Jr. followed him through. Peyton Phillips falls back to 3rd, and now Vasquez Jr. looking for a move on the hometown kid. He can get it done. Vasquez Jr. takes the lead now. How many lead changes have we had this race, Henry? I've lost count. These guys are not leaving anything on the table.
Too many. Like we were talking about at the start, a battle royale type of race, but Jesus Vasquez Jr., his first senior season. One of his first TSRS races, he is showing up and showing out so far. The former Rock the Rio winner, national champion in the KA junior category, getting his feet wet in KA senior, and boy, has he been a superstar so far. He's worked his way from 5th on the grid already to the lead. It's only taken him 3 laps, and now for Rudolph and for Phillips, it's just about trying to regain their rhythm. They seem to have a bit of pace over the rest of the field, but certainly Vasquez continues to put blistering laps on. He leads his first one in the main event. Rudolph in 2nd, Phillips in 3rd. Behind them, Cruz and French continue to try to join the fight, and there's a big gap back to the likes of Noah Baker, Kino Cadena, JD Lamping, and more. A little bit of a change there by Aiden Rudolph on his engine as he tries to close down that gap to Jesus Vasquez Jr. Checking in with Alex Stanfield last time by, he came through in 10th, and now he is all over the rear bumper of Joey Friend. I think Alex Stanfield has gotten around Joey Friend now, and he's going to continue to close down that gap to Keno Cadena up ahead now. So next up for Alex Stanfield is going to be Keno Cadena in 7th place. JD Lamping in there as well. Now Aiden Rudolph. This is the battle for the lead. 1, 2, 3. Jesus Vasquez Jr. Showed up, I guess, on the Texas Sprint Racing Series scene last time out in Odessa, Texas, and he was really surprising. I guess everybody else on track came out of nowhere. Wasn't expecting to see him out here, and when he came, he delivered. And now Aiden Rudolph still in 2nd place, and Peyton Phillips is happy to push here at the moment, as last time by for Peyton Phillips was a 55.787, 0.3 faster than Aiden Rudolph in 2nd, and they're happy to work together here to try and get around the California kid of Jesus Vasquez Jr. In 3rd and 4th and 5th, still Adrian Cruz and Jake French, who continue to work together to try and close down the gap to the top 3 here, Emery. Yeah, certainly. And for Peyton Phillips, I mean, this is just about trying to get as many points as possible. He knows Stanfield has been kind of struggling this weekend with engine issues and other things, so it's going to be about trying to just get as many points as he can. And Jesus Vasquez does not care about points. He wants to win. He's had the pace all weekend long. Really, he looks just so smooth up at the front of the field, and he's bringing Rudolph and Phillips along with him, and it really doesn't look like anyone else can keep the pace, although having said that, Jake French has worked his way to 4th, and he looks to be really fast this week, and it looks like Adrian Cruz is maybe struggling to stay on and might even be falling back into the clutches of Noah Baker. But at the front of the field, Jesus Vasquez from P1 goes purple. I mean, his pace that he is setting is so fast right now. It's going to be tough for anyone to keep up with the top 3.
Yeah, he has had really, really good pace here by Jesus Vasquez Jr. Jake French not able to get close enough here. He is 0.3, I guess, 0.3 off the pace from Jesus Vasquez Jr., a 2nd behind Peyton Phillips and company. As now Peyton Phillips down the inside on Aiden Rudolph. Peyton Phillips up in a P2, and that's not going to help him out. That gap to Jesus Vasquez Jr. is going to open up slightly, and Jake French continues to close down. Is Aiden Rudolph going to go back here on Peyton Phillips? He's not. He's happy to push here at the moment, and now Aiden Rudolph and Peyton Phillips switch positions now. So it's going to be Peyton Phillips in P2, Aiden Rudolph P3, Jake French in 4th, and Adrian Cruz remains in 5th. He has Adrian Cruz, big story here, lost 2 positions from where he started. Seems like he's struggling a little bit here with pace this weekend. Emery, he wasn't that quick in qualifying, and now not setting the lap times that he would have wanted, as he's currently, I guess, 0.5 off the pace to the leaders ahead.
Yeah, certainly. Cruz just seems to have missed the setup just a little bit. He's continuing to struggle. But Peyton Phillips, I mean, this is his time to shine. We saw him go to P2 last lap around. He looks so confident in that kart, and we've seen him do this before this season where he kind of gets a little bit mired back into 3rd or so, and then his ability to just close gaps is so impressive. But Jesus Vasquez, that last lap by, continued to go purple. He's setting a consistent pace, although this lap around it looks like Phillips is the one on the charge. We'll see what the gap is when they get close to the line, but Peyton Phillips is showing off his speed right now. He's bringing Aiden Rudolph into a lesser degree, Jake French along with him.
Yeah, and I think this time by, we're going to get the 2 to go. It's going to be for the California kid. Jesus Vasquez Jr., the National Motorsports driver, takes the 2 sticks in the air. Peyton Phillips behind him, and Aiden Rudolph. Is Aiden Rudolph going to find a way back around Peyton Phillips? This is going to be good for Peyton Phillips in the battle for the championship here. Alex Stanfield still finds himself in the 9th spot. He is ahead of, I guess, the drivers behind of Joey French and Jacob Pollock in the Slipstream Racing Comp Kart, but not enough for Alex Stanfield if he really wants to contend this weekend for the race win. I mean, we saw saw this in Odessa as well. He had struggles early on in the weekend, but at the end of the weekend, he was there to take the win in the main event. Now it's still Peyton Phillips and Aiden Rudolph. Aiden Rudolph with a good over-under move there. Aiden Rudolph finds himself up in a P2, and what a move by him to work his way around the high five red speed of Peyton Phillips. Can Peyton Phillips get him back? He cannot. 1 lap to go here. The California kid still leads, and Jake French continues to close down that gap to Peyton Phillips and Aiden Rudolph.
Yeah, this is going to be a good battle here for the second spot. Jesus Vasquez is in the clear. Aiden Rudolph with the opportunistic move there to get himself into second. But it's Peyton Phillips, High Five Motorsports Machine, trying his best to get by the hometown kid, Alan Rudolph Racing Academy's own Aiden Rudolph, in that second spot. And again, this is very important for Phillips' championship hopes. It's also important for the starting spot this weekend. Every single position will count. So Phillips trying to do what he can to get into that second spot. Again, Vasquez long gone, but Rudolph, by getting himself into second early before Phillips could block, has now put himself in a good spot where he can park it. He can kind of dictate the flow of the line, and it's brought Jake French into that battle. So we're going to have 3 karts here going to the finish, battling for second, way behind Jesus Vasquez at this point.
Yeah, now Peyton Phillips looking for a move down the inside on Aiden Rudolph. He's going to get it. Jake French looked like he wanted to go too, but could not. An over-under move. It may work again here for Aiden Rudolph. He can't get it, and he looks back, sees his former teammate of Jake French. Is Jake French going to push? He does not. It's going to be the California kid who takes the win in heat number 1 for KA 100 senior, presented by Exertech. It's going to be Peyton Phillips second, Aiden Rudolph third, Jake French in fourth, Adrian Cruz in fifth. Not the best, not the heat race that he would have wanted as he loses 2 spots, and Braden Robertson in there as well. Braden Robertson found himself down in a P13. Wasn't the heat race or the start of his Saturday that he would have wanted. So it's Jake French P4, Adrian Cruz P5, Noah Baker P6, JD Lamping P7, Keno Cadena in 8th. A great drive by him. Alex Stanfield P9 loses a position from where he started. Not the best race here for Alex Stanfield. A horrendous start from him. Got caught up there in a little bit of a scuffle, and Joey Friend is going to round up your top 10.
Yeah, certainly. And down through the rest of the field, Jacob Pollock in 11th, Jonathan Bishkoff 12th, Braden Robertson 13th, Dallas Delma 14th, Everhand Dean in 15th. Some more notables there. Drew Chappell falling a few spots, finished 16th. Ian Howell in 18th, and we go down through the rest of the field from there. So that wraps up heat number 1 in KA Senior. Some exciting battling, but at the end it was Jesus Vasquez with a comfortable margin. He wins heat number 1 ahead of Peyton Phillips, Aiden Rudolph, and the rest of your KA Senior by Exertech grid as we get set for the rest of our heat races coming up next. Next up on the docket is Mini Swift, presented by the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy. Coming up here next, live from SpeedSportz.
If you want beautiful, solid wood, made in America dining room furniture, come out and see the new selection of beautiful dining room tables, chairs at Gallery Furniture, and best of all, buy this beautiful, oh so comfortable, made in America dining room furniture, tables, chairs, servers. Gallery Furniture delivers free to Houston area home in 3 or 4 hours tonight. Make family members on your beautiful new dining room table and chairs. Buy it today. New arrivals, Gallery Furniture delivers free in 3 or 4 hours to your home today.
On track now is Mini Swift, presented by the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy. On pole position, it's going to be Nicholas Orbezo with outstanding qualifying berth for him to put it on pole position. Pasha Ali alongside him. It's going to be Emerson Lane in P3, Carson Berry P4, and Sawyer Chambers is going to round up your top 5 as we're going to get set to take the green flag here. They are all stacked up. And we're going to wait for our flagman, Porter, to give us the green flag here into the tram lines. The green flag is out. We are racing here in Mini Swift. A great start there by Nicholas Orbezo, and not the start that Pasha Ali would have wanted as he falls back. And that's one of the Berry brothers who is spun
Mason
around
Berry.
at the start of the race. Mason Berry around, and I think that's Rodolfo Lavin Jr. as well, who is around. Not the start that Rodolfo would have wanted, or Mason Berry as well. And Mason Berry does not look happy there with the spin. I think he made contact with Rodolfo Lavin Jr. there on the race start. But as it stands, it's Nicholas Orbezo with an early lead here, and Pasha Ali falling back to P5 here, Emery.
Yeah, not the start Ali would have won. And again, we've seen that a couple times now on the outside where they just get shuffled way back. And so something to watch as they get further through the weekend. But at the front of the field, Nicholas Orbezo continuing to lead. He's got about 3 kart lengths on Emerson Lane. Looks like that might be Sawyer Chambers that's worked his way up to 3rd with Carson Berry into 4th. Those top 4 working together. There's Pasha Ali down in 5th. So not the worst start, but it certainly is going to give him a big hole to dig out of as they complete lap number 1. A 7 kart train back to Cadro Milbrandt in that 7th spot. As we see battling for 2nd. There goes Carson Berry, a 2-for-1. How about that one from the number 110 Energy Kart machine? He gets by. Now Sawyer Chambers looking for 3, and there comes Pasha Ali in the scene as well. So a nice move from Berry. 2 spots, 1 corner, move him up to P number 2.
What a move there by Carson Berry down the inside into turn number 2, and able to get the move done. A 2-for-1 move, like you said here, Emery. Now he's going to have his sights set on Nicholas Orbezo, the Iron Rock Motorsports driver, who is continuing to gap the rest of the field here. The lap times will come in this next time by as Emerson Lane finds himself in 2nd place here. Carson Berry is in 2nd place. Emerson Lane in 3rd. Sawyer Chambers finds himself in 4th as they are set to cross the line. Pasha Ali remains there on in the P5 spot. And Cadro Milbrandt looking for a move further back here. A little bit of a side-by-side action there with one of the high 5 drivers. Can Cadro Milbrandt get it done here? At the moment, he can't. And down the inside, he's clear. Cadro Milbrandt up in a P6. What a move there by Cadro Milbrandt to work his way around the high 5 driver, Simon Klein. And I think problems here for Simon Klein as he continues to fall off the pace here, Emery.
Yeah, it looked like Klein dropped a wheel there on the exit, and he lost a lot of time. I mean, we're talking a second at least there, but at the front of the field, someone who has not lost a second is Carson Berry. He is closed up already in the 59-second bracket, absolutely flying in that energy car. He's looking for the lead on Orbezo. I mean, I'm telling you, that energy kart, the 110 machine, is so fast. His brother might have gotten taken out at the start, but Carson is making sure to make amends from that. Sawyer Chambers, his main championship rival, or one of the championship rivals for Mason Berry, is into 3rd, and he looks to have more pace than he's had all weekend long. So those two, front 2, if they work together, they may stay in front, but if not, Sawyer Chambers is going to be on the scene pretty soon.
Yeah, and in qualifying, it seemed like it was all Nicholas Orbezo as he goes purple now with a 59.860 for him. Carson Berry with a 1 minute flat for him. 3/10 separates the lap times of Nicholas Orbezo and Carson Berry, and 3/10 separates them there on track. As you see, a little bit of later braking there by Carson Berry as he tries to close down that gap, and now all over the rear bumper here of Nicholas Orbezo. Can he get it done? Down the inside he goes, not close enough. I thought he was, but not close enough there to even attempt the move as Carson Berry with a full head of steam here, trying to set up the over-under. Can he get it done now? Down the back straightaway here. He's going to get the toe. Can he get it done down the inside into the last section here? He is not close enough in that energy kart, but he has a handful of pace under his kart.
Yeah, Orbezo's just so good out of that second to last hairpin that it really keeps them up at the front and keeps him with enough of a gap that he's not under fire down the back straightaway. And coming down to complete another lap, Orbezo, Berry, Chambers, all running very similar lap times. Emerson Lane and Pasha Ali a couple tenths off of those guys. But at the front of the field, Orbezo's been under attack the last couple laps, so has not made a mistake, not giving Berry the chance to get up into the race lead.
And I see Pasha Ali looking for a move here on Emerson Lane. Not close enough there for Pasha Ali, our pole sitter. Not the best start for him, as now one of the Carson Berry looking for a move here on Nicholas Orbezo. Still not close enough, and still on this battle with Pasha Ali. and Emerson Lane. Not close enough for Pasha Ali. And we're going to get that battle for the lead here as a little bit of jockeying for position. Now Carson Berry gets the over-under move up in a P1, and Nicholas Orbezo down a P2, and he's going to push. He takes a look back, and he sees Sawyer Chambers has joined the party as well. If they continue to switch positions, Sawyer Chambers is going to be right up there with them, and he's going to contend here for the heat win here, Emery.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Orbezo there probably going to push for just a little bit, but if he sees Chambers get any closer, he's going to go for the move. We'll see what he does into turn number 2 this time, but Barry out in the front ahead of Orbezo and Chambers. Emerson Lane and Pasha Ali have been given a little bit of a lifeline on that last lap with the battling up at the front of the field. So if they can continue to work together, then maybe they have a shot. Orbezo gets shot wide there. Sawyer Chambers using the bumper. You could see Orbezo not happy at all. Gives him a little bit of a yeehaw move there. Not happy at all. As now he'll try to regroup and find himself up in the second. But Sawyer Chambers is going to have about 3 cars.
More problems.
That was not regrouping in the slightest. As Orbezo goes wide off the track, it's going to hurt both of your front row sitters, as Ali was right in the firing lane as Orbezo goes back on the track. And he'll be way down the order there. So made a mistake there, got pushed wide, not his fault, got upset, and then ran off the track there. So a couple of just bad corners in a row. Not all his fault in Nicholas Orbezo's case, but certainly not something you want to see in the first heat race.
Yeah, of course. Very unlucky here for Nicholas Orbezo as he's going to lose a handful of spots, 2 spots to be exact here, and now falling under fire from Pasha Ali. Nicholas Orbezo has to put his head down and continue to push forward. He has a handful of pace under that go-kart, and he can really work his way up here. Now in the lead of the race, it's Carson Berry. Behind him, it's going to be Sawyer Chambers. Emerson Lane finds himself in P3. Orbezo down at P4. Pasha Ali still in P5. Kadro Milbrandt closing down that gap to Pasha Ali ahead now. Simon Klein in 7th, Sofia Sadagova in 8th, Mason Berry in 9th, still on the racetrack, and Rodolfo Lavin Jr. was the kart that we lost here early on after an early incident with Rodolfo Lavin Jr. and Mason Berry. On your screen now is the gap to Carson Berry and Sawyer Chambers. That gap is currently at 0.4 of a second. You see the toe there by Sawyer Chambers, and I think this time by they are going to get the 2 sticks in the air. 2 laps to go this time by for Carson Berry, Sawyer Chambers, and Emerson Lane. As it stands here, Sawyer Chambers not close enough to even attempt to move on Carson Berry, and Nicholas Orbezo still in P4, Pasha Ali in 5th.
Yeah, Sawyer Chambers that time around was able to close the gap just a little bit. I mean, I don't think that he's got quite enough pace to get all of those 4/10 back, but he certainly has to be optimistic with the pace he's shown in this heat race. How about Emerson Lane, though? I mean, for a while, it looks like he was dropped off and did not have the pace to keep up with those top 3, but now a little bit of shuffling. Even though he lost his running mate in Pasha Ali, he's still shown the pace to be able to start closing these guys down. And a late race charge here from Emerson Lane. Again, probably not enough to catch these front 2. But he has to be looking ahead to Heat 2 and Heat 3 because he's found some pace that I don't think was in that 150 machine earlier in the weekend.
Yeah, of course. So a good drive by all of these drivers here early on in this race to continue to push forward here. And Carson Berry this time by is going to get the white flag in the air. And behind him, it's Sawyer Chambers, still not close enough. Emerson Lane in there as well. And like you said, it seems like he's found a handful of pace as he continues to stick with the 2 leaders here of Carson Berry and Sawyer Chambers. Nicholas Orbezo still ahead of Pasha Ali here as he holds on tight. Obviously, a very unlucky set of corners there as now the battle for the lead continues to ramp up. Carson Berry a little bit defensive there into the hairpin. Now Sawyer Chambers side by side here with Carson Berry. He's going to stay ahead. And through goes Emerson Lane up in a P2 here by inches. Can he get it done down the inside on Carson Berry? He gets clear. What a move there by Emerson Lane. A 2-for-1 move once again, and Carson Berry gets pushed off the racetrack by Sawyer Chambers. Sawyer Chambers gave him no space there, and Carson Berry off the racetrack. He wasn't leading this race here. Now he's going to fall under fire to Nicholas Orbezo and Pasha Ali. Can Orbezo get it done down the back straight? I don't think Sawyer Chambers is going to be close enough here to Emerson Lane. What a move by him, who put himself up in a P1 and ultimately is going to come away here if it stays like this with the win here in the mini Swift category. It's going to be a drag race here to the end, and I think it will be a black flag in the air. There will be penalties and penalties after this heat race. We will see who officially took the win here in this race. But what a drive by Emerson Lane. Sawyer Chambers in second. Nicholas Orbezo was able to get around Carson Berry there for the 3rd spot. Carson Berry in 4th. Pasha Ali 5th. Kadro Milbrandt 6th. Simon Klein in 7th. Sofia Sadagova in 8th. And Mason Berry 9th. Rodolfo Lavin Jr. rounds up the top 10 after an early incident here with Mason Berry. That's going to round up your Mini Swift class presented by Allen Rudolph Racing Academy. When we come back, we're going to go 206 heavy racing. Don't go anywhere.
If you want to see a giant selection of beautiful new dining room tables, chairs, servers, come out to Gallery Furniture and see with the latest and greatest dining room furniture. Best of all, buy this dining room furniture today, solid wood. Gallery Furniture delivers free to your Houston area home today.
Welcome back to SpeedSportz Racing Park for the Texas Sprint Racing Series Fall Finale. We are getting set to go green here with 206 Heavy, presented by Maxwell Paper Products. On pole position, it's going to be Ross Smith. Alongside him is going to be one of the VLR drivers. We're going to wait for timing and scoring here to update, so I won't butcher anyone's name. I know in third it's going to be Noah Murphy, and behind him, Michaela Bradley, and there's Will Max Martinez. And it's going to be Kyle Hale in fourth, Michaela Bradley in fifth, Max Martinez in sixth, and Nick Miller is going to round up your field here in 206 Heavy. We have, I believe, an update here maybe on the timing screens. Not yet. But we are going to get set to take the green flag here. It is Ross Smith and Jesse Gwynn here, in the 589, the VLR factory driver, in 206 Heavy here. He is going to start alongside Ross Smith as we are getting set to take the green flag. Ross Smith and Jesse into the tram lines, and it's going to be an early lead here for Ross Smith, and Kyle Hale is going to push him through as well. Max Martinez up in a P3, and Jesse Gwynn's going to fall back to P4. Noah Murphy all the way back to P5. Not good for the championship battle here for Noah Murphy, as he falls all the way back to P5 here, and Max Martinez, a great couple of corners from him. One of the driven, powered Ricardo karts here this weekend, and he's worked up in P3, and now he's going to fall under fire to Jesse Gwynn, the VLR driver, looking for a move now down the inside, not close enough to get it done, but still very much in the fight. And Kyle Hale looking for a move to our race leader of Ross Smith here early on as well. Not close enough as it stands, but still very racy here for Kyle Hale early on.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we're seeing Kyle Hill making a move from third up to second. We've seen Noah Murphy fall back. Now we're seeing a battle for that third spot, and I believe that's Jesse Gwynn getting a spot back into that third position ahead of Max Martinez. And we'll continue to see these guys battle, but the real question for me is, can anyone keep up with Ross Smith? Because in qualifying, the answer was no. In NTK, the answer was no.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he's been in a class of his own pretty much all year long, and now he continues to open up that gap. Now Kyle Hill asking for a little bit of help here on Jesse Gwynn, who also looks super quick here. Not close enough to get it done, but continues to close down that gap. And I think it's going to be Jesse Gwynn. I think that's going to answer your question here, Emery.
Yeah, Jesse Gwynn was the closest in qualifying, only a few tenths back, and I mean he looks really quick so far, but he's got a lot of work to do. Ross Smith with this nice opening lap there. You can see in the background 3rd through 5th continuing battle. Murphy, Martinez, and Kyle Hale all going to battle now for that 3rd spot. All of them look like they need quite a few tenths to get themselves into that lead battle. But, I mean, I got to say, Jesse Gwynn, so far the first few corners of this lap has been able to shrink that deficit, and we'll see as we look back towards the top 2 just how close that gap is up at the front. There you see Ross Smith, Jesse Gwynn working the end of lap number 2. They're right on each other. Only a Kart length separates the top 2. Gwem goes purple, 104.3, 3.5 tenths clear. Ross Smith, my question's been answered for now. The answer is yes, it's Jesse Gwyn's there, Caleb.
Yeah, of course, Emery. Jesse Gwynn now up at a P2, and he's all over the rear bumper here of Ross Smith early on, and Jesse Gwynn now looking for a move down the inside on Ross Smith, not able to get it done, but he has very much joined the party here. Ross Smith has seemed to pretty much pull away all year long, except for the round, the first round where he wasn't able to take the win at the opening round here in at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Jesse Gwynn still in second here, and Ross Smith continuing to hold on here at the moment. And all over the rear bumper here, again, the VLR factory driver. Can he get a move done? He looks back, doesn't have the push that he needs from anybody else. Is he going to decide to push here? And he does. He's going to decide to continue to push. Obviously, if he makes a move early on, he's going to fall under fire to Kyle Hale and Max Martinez behind.
Yeah, I think at this point there's really no benefit to trying to fight if you're Jesse Gwynn. I mean, maybe you go for the lead just to try to see how you can do in that sort of role. But at this point, you've got such a big gap to the karts behind you. It's early on in the race. There's no real points battle for you. So it's kind of just about trying to work with Ross Smith, see where you're stronger than him at, and continue to gather data as we continue forward in this weekend.
Yeah, of course. Definitely a big learning time here for Jesse Gwynn, who is going to continue to compete here with Ross Smith, not only in this first heat, but throughout the rest of the weekend here. And now, further back, let's look at the battle to P3 here. Max Martinez down the inside on Kyle Hale there, and Max Martinez up in a P3. Kyle Hale down to P4. It was a great start by him, but now Noah Murphy in there as well, looking to work his way around Kyle Hale. Can Noah Murphy get it done? He has to go here down the back straightaway in drafting range now. He's not going to be close enough to get it done here at the moment, but Noah Murphy really has to start making moves if he wants to stay in the championship fight here with Ross Smith. And obviously Jesse Gwynn continuing to battle here with Ross is going to continue to help him out here, as we see Jesse Gwynn peeking his nose down the inside, but is going to continue to push here on Ross Smith and push both of them forward as Max Martinez a little bit of an earlier turn in there compared to Kyle Hale and Noah Murphy behind, but he holds on to that P3 spot. Let's go back here to the battle of the lead. It's still Ross Smith and Jesse Gwynn. They haven't changed positions, but Jesse Gwynn has continued to push here, Emery. Whenever, I mean, it's common in 206 to push the entire race, and he's going now. Jesse Gwynn down the inside on Ross Smith. I was going to say he was going to push to 2 laps to go, but no, I am mistaken. The VLR driver now down the inside on Ross Smith, moved Jesse Gwynn up in a P1, and Ross Smith moved down to P2. This is the first time anybody has really challenged Ross Smith all year long, and he knows he has his work cut out for him. As you see that gap continuing to open up here down the back straightaway, Jesse Gwynn up in a P1. Really surprising to see. And wow, what a move there by Jesse Gwynn to move his VLR up in a P1.
Yeah, maybe caught Ross Smith off guard just a little bit there, an aggressive move. Like you mentioned, we thought maybe they were going to push until 2 laps ago. You see it so often in 206 racing. You see it a lot when there's only 2 karts that really have any shot at winning this heat race. And I think maybe caught Ross Smith off a little bit, but how he regroups will set the tone for the rest of this weekend, I think. And Jesse Gwynn, credit to him, he's been so quick all race long. He's been able to chop that lead down from Ross Smith, then pushed him for a little bit, figured out, hey, this is the time I can go. There's not enough time left in the race to where you're going to give away too many secrets, but certainly if you're Ross Smith, you're still trying to learn in this situation. I mean, I think neither of them are quick enough to really pull away from each other, although they are able to pull away from the rest of the field. So what these guys do over the next couple of laps will do a lot in terms of just figuring out kind of where they're going to go from an adjustment standpoint on the next for the next heat, whether or not it be gear changes, pressure changes, something line adjustments, anything. Any of those things could be the difference and could be just minor tweaks that will help them over the course of the rest of the weekend, and you can figure out a lot from these next couple of laps.
And a move further back, Noah Murphy has found his way up in a P4 now as it stands, but we are still here on the battle for the lead here. 1 and 2. Jesse Gwynn still holds on. Noah Murphy back up in a P4. Kyle Hale down to P5. Max Martinez up in a P3. And Noah Murphy with a hand full of work if he wants to catch back up to Max Martinez here. And now Ross Smith all over the rear bumper here once again of Jesse Gwynn. Not close enough to get the move, but this is a good learning experience here for Ross Smith. I mean, Jesse Gwynn was able to sit behind Ross and learn here for a little bit, but now it is Ross's turn to learn here a little bit from Jesse as the Maxwell Paper Products driver is learning little by little here from the VLR driver of Jesse Gwynn here, Emery.
Yeah, certainly. Again, just the more he learns, the better off they're going to be. We're probably going to get the 2 to go this time around. And so at that point, you'll start defending. Maybe not. It's probably not that important if you're Jesse Gwynn, whether you start first or second, or whether you get a first or second in the heat. But it's good. It's still good experience to see kind of how this track races on the last couple of laps. Because again, like, not a lot of people have actual racing experience here in high-stakes situations. So the more information you can gather on how this track races at the end of the race, the more you're going to learn. But we're down to 2 to go. It's Jesse Gwynn at the front. Ross Smith going to try to find a way back by.
Yeah, no, Murphy continuing to close on that gap to Max Martinez. Further on back, is Ross Smith going to decide to make a move here into the hairpin? A little bit of a kink on the left here. Is Ross Smith going to be close enough to go? He is not. Still in second here at the moment, but all over the rear bumper and pushing Jesse Gwynn. Ross Smith, this is probably the most patient we've seen him all year long. He always wants to be in the front and leading these groups, as we've seen pretty much all year long. And now he's learning a little bit here from one of the drivers that has really contended with him this year, the 589 of Jesse Gwynn in that VLR machine. Still in the lead here. Ross Smith not close enough. It seems like Jesse Gwynn a little bit more top end here down the back straightaway, and Ross Smith closes down there later in the straightaway, but not close enough, I guess, to make the move if he wants to get it done down the inside on Jesse Gwynn. We are going to come to the white flag here now. It's still Jesse Gwynn, Ross Smith, and Noah Murphy in P4. Max Martinez splits Ross Smith and Noah Murphy here. Is Smith going to go? He tries to go. A little bit of a bumper there to Jesse Gwynn here, but not close enough there for Ross Smith, and I think he won't be close enough the rest of the lap to get it done.
Yeah, you got to find the right opportunities and go for it. I think Ross Smith there tried to make a quarter opening, a half opening, and it just did not work for him. And now he's going to have to try to find that last little bit of pace. We know he's been fast all season long. He chops the gap again in half. Ross Smith clearly going to have pace to contend the rest of the weekend, but maybe not enough time here in this heat race. He's overdriving it a little bit now, goes a little bit wide into that second to last hairpin. That will probably seal any shot he has of taking the race when you can see looks a little bit frustrated himself. He looks back, he sees not under any threat at all. But for Jesse Gwynn, he's taking the fight here to Ross Smith in heat number 1. Mark it up as a solid heat race for him as he comes through the final couple corners to win and take home the checkered flag here for the heat number 1 in 206 heavy, presented by Maxwell Paper Products. Jesse Gwynn with the win ahead of Ross Smith. Max Martins, as well as Noah Murphy and Kyle Hale, round out your top 5s. We got another battle at the line.
That's Kyle Hale.
Kyle Hale got it for 4th right there in those last 2 S's. So a little bit of a change there. Michaela Bradley is going to come across to finish 6th. And rounding out your 7th Kart field is Nick Miller. So a fun opening heat there for the 206 heavies, Caleb, but ultimately almost status quo, but Jesse Gwynn able to come across and take a huge heat number 1 victory.
Yeah, definitely very good to see Jesse Gwynn beginning to take that fight to Ross Smith here in 206 Heavy, presented by Maxwell Paper Products. When we come back, we're going to go racing here with KA100 Junior. It's going to be an action-packed race with a star-studded lineup. Don't go anywhere. We are live on Kart Chaser.
Back again here for the Vulture Racing Engines KA100 Junior, their first heat race of the weekend. And it's Diego Guillot getting set to go as the pole sitter here for this stacked class of KA juniors. Graham Trammel's on the front row with them. Santiago Duran on row number 2 alongside Tyler Roberts. Justin Music in row 3 alongside Beckett Friesen. Preston Pico, Landon Skinner row 4. Joey Dom and Jackson Young on row number 5. Again, a big, close field of karts here. We saw an eventful qualifying. We're going to see some eventful heat racing here. How crazy does this get? We're getting set to go, lining them up here for heat number 1. Down the main straight, we get set to go. Diego Guillot, Graham Tremmel on the front row, looking down the tram lines, looking for the green flag as we get set to go. Racing here in heat 1. We're green, and there goes Diego Guillot into the race lead through turn number 1 ahead of Graham Tremmel and the rest of your K100 junior field.
What a race start there by Diego Guillot. Got the jump here early on, and Landon Skinner falling back behind his teammate of Preston Pico now. And now those two Allen Rudolph Racing Academy drivers are going to push each other forward. A little bit of a move there. It seemed like Santiago Duran wanted to make his way ahead of Graham Tremmel. Wasn't close enough, and he's going to fall back here to P4. And now falling under fire from Beckett Friesen, who is in the 4th spot there. And, a move down the inside there by Justin Music. Moved Justin Music up in a P2, and now he's going to be on the chase there to chase down Diego Guillot in P1.
Yeah, a lot of gap to go so far, but, I mean, Justin Music trying to do what he can. As there goes Graham Trammell to the back of Diego Guillot, just trying to do what he can, or to the back of Duran, trying to do what he can, but up at the front, Diego Guillot continues to have a huge advantage. I mean, this is a massive lead to start out a K100 junior race. Almost 0.6 of a second to Justin Music in second, Graham Trammell in third, Duran in fourth, and at the end of this train, all the way down to about 9th is Jackson Young as they get set to continue for their 7-minute plus 2-lap heat race.
Yeah, 7 minutes plus 2 lap here. What a start there by Diego Guillot. Like I said before, he really got the jump here early on and has continued to pull a gap on Justin Music and Graham Tremmel behind Santiago Duran there in P4, trying to close down his gap to Graham Tremmel ahead of him and Beckett Friesen in that party as well. The championship battle continues to ramp on here. I spoke to Justin Music early on in the week on Thursday. He was telling me that he was looking for the battle for P3 here, as the battle for the win here is in between Landon Skinner and Diego Guillot. So this is going to be really good for Diego Guillot, and not the best start to the weekend for Landon Skinner, who finds himself down in 8th. So not what Landon Skinner would have wanted, but this is, I guess, a fairy tale story here for Diego Guillot. As lap time starts to come in, it's Graham Tremmel with a 56.986. He was the fastest man on track last time by, finds himself in 3rd, and now Santiago Duran was able to work his way around Graham Tremmel up in a P3 for him, and Beckett Friesen still in P5. Tyler Roberts in P6, not close, and Beckett Friesen now up in a P5, a spot up from where he started. Justin Music hasn't been able to close down that gap to Diego Guillot in the lead, but I'm sure whenever the race continues to play out and the tires begin to come in and the karts begin to warm up, Justin Music will be there to close down that gap to Diego Guillot.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, having a rabbit to chase is so important. He's bringing this entire train with him all the way back down. Really, I'd say to about 6th or 7th is the guys that are in line with Justin Music. Even further back beyond that, maybe all the way down to Preston Pico in the 8th slot. So a lot of guys following the lead of Justin Music as they get set to complete lap number 2. Guillot goes purple at 56.8 briefly. Duran now all the way down. Pico at 56.3. That was rapid that last time through. From the 899 machine, you can see him as we get a focus in on the back part of this track. You can see there's Preston Pico continuing to try to work his way up through the field. He's lost one spot, but he lost a couple more at the start of the race. So already a good start from him. And this group behind Justin Music, they're not quite closing in a lot on Guillot yet, but I think if the right people lead it and the right people come in at the right time, they'll have a shot to track him down.
And on your screen now is Preston Pico. He has worked his way around the 807 of Jackson Young here. A move down the inside there by Preston Pico, the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy driver. Made a move there for P7, and Landon Skinner, it seems like he hasn't found the pace as of yet. Still searching here early on for the pace, and that's Santiago Duran, the lead of this group here. Up in a P2 here, Justin Music's going to be behind him, and they are going to try and chase down Diego Guillo, who is still in the lead of this race. In P4, it's Graham Tremmel. He did start on the front row, but Diego Guillo with a great start. Now down the inside, it's Justin Music up in a P1, but up in a P2 here, and Santiago Duran and him are going side by side here into the double left-hander. He's going to get a push there by Graham Tremmel. Graham Tremmel pushed Justin Music all the way through, and now it's going to be the two of them ahead of Santiago Duran, falling back to P4, and Beckett Friesen now has joined the party. It is a train of 7 carts. I can't count that quick, but 7 carts in that group there, Emery.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of question what they were thinking about with Justin Music to make that move, because now you've lost 7-8 cart lengths to Diego Guillo. At this point, you can forget about battling for the win. This is a battle for second. And it's going to be crazy. Justin Music, I guess the only thing I can think is maybe he doesn't have any confidence in his cart. But the thing is, his pace wasn't that bad. As we see more battling. Now Beckett Friesen in the middle of that group going side by side with Santiago Duran. He's going to get shuffled back because of that move all the way down to probably 7th or 8th. They keep on fighting. And now Friesen down the inside again. Oh, almost half spin. Now
sideways.
he does spin. He does spin. That looks to be Jackson Young in the 807. Nothing he could have done differently. That was all a hornet's nest. And as Xander says, sometimes when they get all bunched together like that, it's all going to stack up.
Yeah, of course. Not definitely what Jackson Young would have wanted there, and Beckett Friesen as well. They got in a little scuffle there, but it all fell into the hands of Landon Skinner, who has continued to work his way up the field here, now ahead of his teammate of Preston Pico, and now behind Santiago Duran in P5 here for Landon Skinner. Behind him is going to be Graham Tremmel in the P5 spot here as they continue to try and chase down Diego Guillo, but Diego Guillo, every time by, he continues to improve his lap times. The gap now to the lead is at 2 seconds for Graham Tremmel and company. It's Justin Music behind him, Santiago Duran in P4, Landon Skinner in P5. They are looking for a move. It's going to be Santiago Duran down the inside on Justin Music, and through goes Landon Skinner as well. Justin Music is going to lose 2 spots in one corner there, and you see Santiago giving the sign there to Landon Skinner, telling him to push him forward to try and catch right back up to Graham Tremmel, who is currently in P2 here, Emery.
Yeah, I think this has been about as good of a heat race as this could possibly be for Landon Skinner to get himself up into 4th already. I mean, kind of got a little bit lucky with all the chaos going on behind him, but now you can see him working with Santiago Duran to get up to Graham Tremmel. I don't know if Tremmel has the pace to really match what Guillo or really the guys behind him are doing, but he's been able to kind of manage his race effectively, not lose his head while some others have, and that's put him in a good spot now. But now coming into turn 2, Duran to the inside. There goes Landon Skinner with him. And now you can see Landon Skinner up to 3rd and Santiago Duran back to 2nd. And so for the first time all race, Landon Skinner's cracked the top 3. Now he's going to go for 2nd, get by Duran. And now it's a 1-2 for the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy boys. Landon Skinner started 8th in this race, did not have the qualifying he wanted to. Now he's up into 2nd and with a real shot to at least hold on to that spot and minimize the damage from his qualifying efforts.
Yeah, it's technically a 1-2-3 for the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy here, as you see the side pods there of Santiago Duran with the AR Academy livery there on the side of the go-kart. Here and now looking for a move down the inside on his teammate of Landon Skinner. Not close enough to get it done. This time by for Diego Guillo. The 2 sticks are going to be in the air. This is it here. This is crunch time for Santiago Duran and company. Now it's going to be Justin Music, who isn't close enough to, I guess, make a move here on Santiago Duran. But is he going to make a move on Landon Skinner? Cannot here at the moment, Emery.
Yeah, he's a little bit too far back. I think Duran's content to just push and kind of minimize what could happen in the rest of this race. So as long as Skinner keeps a good pace, I would expect Duran to continue to push him until at least the last lap. But behind them, I mean, Justin Music got to 2nd, did not feel like he had the pace. He kind of split that whole group up with some of the battling that went on. Now he's back in a position to possibly get himself into the top 3 again. So a good effort from Justin Music. Graham Tremmel again kind of struggling with the pace a little bit. And so those 4 are in a fight for 2nd, but it doesn't really look like any of them are really under attack too much.
Yeah, and I don't think Santiago Duran's going to be close enough here to challenge for that P2 spot. It's going to be Diego Guillo now coming across the the white flag here. He has had a masterclass drive, and now back to the battle of P2 here is going to be Santiago Duran and Landon Skinner. Not close enough. Landon Skinner is going to go a little bit defensive, but not close enough for Mr. Duran, who is still in P3. And Justin Music as well has joined the party there. Now, what a move there by Santiago Duran. Not able to get it done. Still side by side by Landon Skinner. What a move. Completed it and clear for Santiago Duran. Up in a P2 now. The 874 machine up there. And Landon Skinner, falling under fire to Justin Music, who is trying to take another spot away here from Landon Skinner. A great recovery drive by Landon Skinner after not the best qualifying for him. And now he's falling under fire to some of the Arcane Motorsports drivers. You see Santiago Duran going a little bit defensive here. Not close enough for Landon Skinner to make the move. And it's going to be Justin Music down the inside on Landon Skinner. Can he get it done? He can. Justin Music clear of Santiago Duran. Still side by side coming to the finish line. It's going to be Diego Guillo taking the win. Santiago Duran second. Justin Music third. Graham Tremmel fourth. Landon Skinner fifth. Preston Pico sixth. What a drive by him. Damage limitation for them. Beckett Friesen in seventh. Not the best drive for him. Losing a spot here in this race. Tyler Roberts in eighth. It's going to be Joey Dome in ninth. Derek Wargo in 10th. 4 spots gained for him. It's a great drive by him. Up next, it's going to be Gage Bailey in 11th.
Yeah, and Davis Henry did not quite make the inroads I feel like he was hoping for, but really a lot of storylines in that one. Diego Guillo at the front, just walking away from the field. What can you say? A very composed drive from him. You've got the rest of the field as well. I mean, guys like Justin Music kind of recovering. They end up in P3. Santiago Duran has to be happy with the second in that heat. Landon Skinner, he had second all the way until the last lap and then got done around the outside there by Duran and then again later on in the lap by Justin Music. So he'll have to be a little bit disappointed by that, certainly, but some moves he can learn from, and he's still got a decent fifth-place finish from that one.
Yeah, of course. Good drive by some of those drivers. I mean, Emery, you have way more experience than me in the K100 class. I mean, what does it take for the rest of the field to really catch up to Diego Guillo? I mean, he was in a class of his own all race long, and it seemed like in qualifying as well, he had a great qualifying session and was able to, set apart the rest of the field here.
It's all a mental thing, to be honest with you. Pace-wise, he's certainly probably got the best kart, but it's not by much. They're all running 6s, 7s, 8s. He's running 7s at the front consistently. So with the draft, they can 100% keep up with them, and if they work together, continue to push. But I really think it's just they got to stop with the needless battling. I think that's going to be something they'll all look back at and realize that maybe they should have been a little bit more give and take-ish for that second spot. But it happens. It's the first heat of the weekend, and then move on. But moving on to the next class, 206 Senior by Slipstream Racing. We've got a good one coming up here. It's Sawyer Russell on the front row alongside Bryce Frank, who had a really good qualifying at the end of the session to put himself second. Mikey Bolin and Ibrahim Dean in the second row. Jacob Oliver and Jeff Shaw in the third row. Samuel Zhang and Zach Rivera in the fourth row. How about Aaron Heathman and Wyatt Renfro on row number 5? Going through the rest of the grid, Kurt Goodson, Landon Melson, row 6, Zachary Ibrahim and Joseph McRate in row 7. Then through the rest of your grid, continuing down the list, you've got Aiden Kirk in row 8. Alongside him is Ian Columbus, Jay Weaver, Adi Bamru in row 9, Timothy White, Jensen Harrell, row 10, Samuel Burnett, Paul Braden, row 11. Down through Landon Fitz, Ryan Long, and then Jonathan Westcott rounds out your 25 kart field here in 206 Senior, presented by Slipstream Racing as we continue to go.
Yeah, Sawyer Roussel was able to come away with the win here last week in the club race. Alongside him is going to be Bryce Frank, who was up there as well, contending for the race win. But Bryce Frank has company here with Mikey Bowling, the two teammates there, as well as Jacob Oliver up there giving a little wave to the camera there. As we are going to get set to go green here in 206 Senior, presented by Slipstream Racing, the second of our 2 headline classes here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Sawyer Roussel, Bryce Frank coming into the tram lines now. The green flag is out. Let's go racing in 2:06 senior. Early lead here by Sawyer Roussel and Mikey Bowling and Bryce Frank. A little bit side by side there in between the two of them and Jacob Oliver. And there's where when Bryce Frank drops the tire there. Got a little bit of a shove there by Mikey Bowling to set him off track. And now he's going to fall under fire to Samuel Jung further on back. That's going to be 5 spots lost for Bryce Frank. Handful of spots lost. And we see one around there. And one of the Slipstream Racing drivers has made contact there further back. That's the 879 and the 690. That's the 690 of Jay Weaver, who made contact there as well. In the lead, it's still Sawyer Roussel, Mikey Bowling in second. Jacob Oliver finds himself up in a third, and it's going to be Ibrahim Din who finds himself in fourth, and behind him, it's going to be Jeff Shaw and Zach Rivera, the two VLR teammates. And now it's going to be Jacob Oliver down the inside here on Mikey Bowling, the two teammates. Now Mikey's going to push, and Ibrahim Din looking for a move here on Mikey Bowling early on.
Yeah, I mean, already you could see the battling in the pack all the way back to about 9th or so. I mean, this is how 206 racing works. It's a swarm. It's almost like watching NASCAR at super speedways with how hectic this gets as we see a battle for the third spot. That's Ibrahim Dean looking to the inside of Mikey Bowen, not going to be able to make the move. And now, once you do that, you're stuck on the outside going all the way down to the next hairpin. So that was a risk there taken by Dean. It's not going to pay off for him. He's going to lose 2, maybe 3 spots. Here comes Jeff Shaw. There is Bryce Frank going to try to squeeze in. I think he's going to get back another spot here as he gets by Jeff Shaw to get the spot back. And now another one back from Mikey Bowen. So he really didn't lose much at all, but now he's back on the outside. So this is all changing by the corner, but at the front, the top 2.
Big contact. It's Ibrahim Din. Mikey Bowling involved there as well. Samuel Jung was involved there too. It's not good for Mikey Bowling, as I think he has issues coming down the back straightaway now. Is he able to continue rolling? We'll check in on that as well there, Emery.
Yeah, we need to see what happened and how far back those guys fell back. But certainly Mikey Bowen, Ibrahim Dean, Jeff Shaw all caught up in that one, and that has broken the Hornet's nest. A big gap back to from Sawyer Russell and Jacob Oliver to the rest of the field. Jeff Shaw has been able to insert himself in third, Bryce Frank back to fourth. But we're looking to see Mikey Bowen's fallen all the way to 14th, Ibrahim Dean to 16th, Samuel Zhang all the way back to 18th. So disaster for all 3 of those guys.
Yeah, disaster for them, as well as Zach Rivera, the driver, the VLR factory driver from California as well. Not the race start that he would have wanted. He loses a handful of spots as well. 7 spots for him. Ibrahim Din involved there as well. Loses 12 spots. Samuel Jung 11. And Mikey Bowling loses 11 spots as well. As now this is all going to fall into the hands here of Bryce Frank now. Who continues to push forward as Aaron Heathman now behind him, another one of the VLR drivers, and Jeff Shaw. Jeff Shaw continues to push the VLR brand here and brought a couple of teammates as he was telling me that he felt a bit lonely in Odessa because he had no help. And now he has the help of Aaron Heathman and Zach Rivera as well. On your screen now, it's Kurt Goodson as well as Wyatt Renfro there who are jockeying here for position, as Kurt Goodson has been able to work his way around now. And now the driven powered LN Kart continues to push forward here up in a P7. Wyatt Renfro down into P8. And Bryce Frank, the fastest man on track with a 103.519. What a lap there by him. And Jeff Shaw stays in third here at the moment. And Jacob Oliver pushes Sawyer Roussel here for the lead of this race. Let's stay here on this battle for the lead. Jacob Oliver has been, this is his first full season here of running the Texas Sprint Racing Series, as well as, I guess you can compare him a little bit to Landon Skinner. This is one of those years where he has come alive in this 206 series, and now he really came alive in Odessa. Struggled a little bit in the early rounds of the 206 of the Texas Sprint Racing Series, but now in the final round he has grown so much from where he started, and now he's in contention here for a heat race win. And this is definitely going to mean a lot to the father and son duo of Jacob Oliver and his father here, as Sawyer Roussel continues to stay in the lead here. Jeff Shaw still in third as Bryce Frank closes down that gap. Last time by for Bryce Frank, a 103.418, even faster than his lap before. What a lap there by Bryce Frank, and now gonna close down that gap to Jeff Shaw in third. Jacob Oliver all over the rear bumper still of Sawyer Roussel, but Jacob Oliver knows that he has to push and not risk anything, or else he's gonna fall under fire to Jeff Shaw and Bryce Frank here, Emery.
Yeah, I mean, Bryce Frank really putting in some solid times. He was fastest on the racetrack that last time through. I think that's part of why these front two, I mean, they can't really see exactly what's going on behind them, but just the theory of having a threat from behind is why they're so content to push each other. They know their gap to Jeff Shaw continues to increase. And Bryce Frank is coming on the scene. He's going to get into third sooner rather than later, I would imagine, just because of the speed that car in third has got. As you can see, there's the top two. That is Roussel and Oliver. And then if we pan back to third and fourth, you're going to see that gap, about a second to a second and a half between them and Shaw and Frank. So Frank going to go for a move into turn number 2. That's expected because he was purple for 2 consecutive laps before that. And now he'll set his sights on the front two, Roussel and Oliver. As long as they keep pushing, I don't think Frank has the pace to be able to catch up to them, but he's certainly been able to close that gap and continue to run solid lap times. But now you can see he's leading ahead of Jeff Shaw, but we can see the gap from the top two to Bryce Frank looks to be about a second or second half. We'll see if we can get the top two and get that gap going right there. And you can see, yeah, about 15 kart lengths or so from the top two to the next two. So Bryce Frank's got his work cut out to get to them, but still a solid recovery drive after being put in the grass on the opening lap.
Yeah, of course, like you said, I guess you took the words right out of my mouth there, Emery. Great drive back by Bryce Frank, who early on had struggles at the beginning of the race here, and now finds himself up in a P3 here in front of Jeff Shaw. And they are going to push each other here. Jeff Shaw and Bryce Frank are going to continue to push here as we continue here with 3 laps to go. The ticker will run out here as now it's still Bryce Frank and Jeff Shaw in the lead, and I think that's a battle for the lead here. We have Jacob Oliver and Sawyer Roussel. For the first time in his young career, Jacob Oliver is going to lead around SpeedSportz Racing Park. He gives a signal here to Sawyer Roussel, and Jacob Oliver knows that he was super quick last time by with a 103.333. What a lap there by him. A little bit faster, hundreds of seconds faster than Sawyer Roussel behind now. And I'm interested to see if Jacob Oliver can pull away here a little bit from Sawyer Roussel, but Sawyer Roussel still super quick, and that gap in between Bryce Frank and Jeff Shaw is going to continue to close down here as Sawyer Roussel still very much in the fight for the lead.
Yeah, it looked like it got a little bit sketchy there on the first couple corners, as you could see Oliver trying to maneuver his way by Sawyer Roussel. He got the job done. Didn't look like there was anything too crazy that went on, but still a nice progression in the young man's career as he comes down to get the 2 to go. The brake stuck in full effect down the main straightaway. Jacob Oliver trying his best to keep the lead ahead of Sawyer Roussel. That gap back is certainly closed down. We don't have the exact timings on it, but it looks to be within a second now between Sawyer Roussel in second and Bryce Frank in that third position. So if these guys do any sort of defending and battling, it is going to open up the door for the next two. As you can see now, another little slip up there from Jacob Oliver, just maybe being a little bit uncomfortable leading the race, and you can see that's kind of affecting how he's being under pressure. And right now, no blocking going on. But if this gets any worse, and if this was for a main event, you would probably see Jacob Oliver starting to make some kind of blocking maneuvers.
Yeah, of course, and this is the first time in Jacob Oliver's young career that he will lead a race, lead a regional race here, I'm sorry. So a lot on the line for him this weekend, and I'm sure being such a young driver, he will be feeling the pressure here, but he's doing a great job handling it here at the moment. And he still stays in the lead here of this race, as now he's going to go a little bit defensive here to Sawyer Roussel, who is still in second. Like I said, Sawyer Roussel carrying a handful of momentum from last week, who managed to win the club race round here, the first real test that anybody has been able to have. And you see the gap to Bryce Frank and Jeff Shaw continuing to close down, not close enough for either of them. Is Sawyer Roussel going to be able to make a move here? Not close enough. Last time by for Jeff Shaw, he was the quickest man on track with a 103.157. What a lap by Jeff Shaw, and Bryce Frank was able to improve his lap time. As now Sawyer Roussel down the inside on Jacob Oliver retakes the lead of this race, and you see the gap to Bryce Frank and Jeff Shaw continuing to close down here, Emery.
Yeah, this is going to be a 4-kart battle by the end, but I don't think they're going to have time to make any actions off of it as they come down the back straightaway. For the final time in this race, Sawyer Roussel has got himself back to the race lead. He's going to go defensive here into the back hairpin. You can see a lot of defending going on as they come through the final S's for the final time. They're all in line. This is going to be a close finish, but I don't think there's going to be any real shuffling. Having said that, though, Jacob Oliver's going to try, and that's going to make it close at the finish. But still, at the end of the day, Sawyer Roussel reigns supreme. Jacob Oliver in second. Bryce Frank almost got there from third. Jeff Shaw in fourth. And Aaron Heathman rounds out your top 5. Now down the rest of the grid, I mean, continuing to look, I mean, some big names down through the rest. I mean, you got Kurt Goodson in 6th, Landon Melson 7th, Tristan McGray 8th, Zachary Abraham in 9th, and Zach Rivera in 10th. But Ibrahim Deem and Samuel Zhang, 2 guys that got in it early in the race, way down there in 11th and 12th after their
Mikey
incident.
Bowling as well. I mean, you can't fail to mention, fell all the way back to 15th. He started this race in 3rd, and I know he won't be happy with that race as well, losing 12 spots here in the final round. But for Bryce Frank and company, they are going to be wanting to close down. Jacob Oliver finds himself in 5th place here of this championship, and he wants to make that push forward up the field as he can make a podium, I guess, in the championship this weekend in his rookie season. When we come back, it all starts over again with 206 Cadet as we take a look up into the sky and see the clouds continuing to loom here. It is anything can happen here in Houston, and we know Texas weather, as crazy as it is, anything can happen here. All to play for here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series at the fall finale. Live from SpeedSportz Racing Park. Don't go anywhere.
If you want beautiful, solid wood, made in America dining room furniture, come out and see the new selection of beautiful dining room tables, chairs at Gallery Furniture, and best of all, buy this beautiful, oh so comfortable, made in America dining room furniture, tables, chairs, servers. Gallery Furniture delivers free to Houston area home in 3 or 4 hours tonight. Make family members on your beautiful new dining room table and chairs. Buy it today. New arrivals, Gallery Furniture delivers free in 3 or 4 hours to your home today.
Welcome back here to the Texas Sprint Racing Series season finale here into the second wave of heat races. We go the final heats of the day, starting off with the 206 Cadet category, sponsored by Kept Clothing here as we get set to go for their second heat. Tanner Barsh on the front row alongside Ashton White. We've seen them battle all season long. Braden Westfall as well as Emerson Lane making up row number 2. Drew Blem as well as Cardo Milbrandt on row 3. Theodore Mitchell, Will Stevens row 4. Dutch Westbrook, Ben Hale row 5. Cannon Williams rounding out your field. And Taylor, as we get set to go for the second heat, the first one was very exciting. We saw a lot of battling between Tanner Barsh, Ashton White, and Braden Westfall. What are you expecting heading into this one?
I mean, expect nothing less than those 3 battling it out here. Those are your championship favorites, so it's going to be exciting to see how this plays out amongst your competitors in your 206 category as they make their way over to the tram line, and we'll try to see if we can get a clean start for these drivers here in heat race number 2.
Yeah, Barsh leading him down slowly, Wyatt alongside him. 2 guys that have gotten a lot of experience running at the front this season. We're going to see what they can do here. Heading for the green flag. We got it. Green flag in the air. There goes Tanner Barsh into the race lead. Ashton White's going to lose 1, maybe 2 spots from the outside. How about that? Braden Westfall from 3rd to 1st on the opening 2 corners. He gets the lead from Barsh into 3rd place. I believe might be Drew, not quite Drew Blem. I think it's Emerson Lane into 3rd. And now almost spinning around from the lead was Braden Westfall. He saw Tanner Barsh going to the inside of him and just half spun that. And oh man, that has to hurt for him. He's going to fall down to 4th and lose all of the momentum from that great start, Taylor.
He is, and he's got to now build it back up in order to go have another shot at the race lead. But Tanner Barsh, Aston Wyatt, your top drivers now leading the charge there. And then, of course, you have another driver in there in amongst the top 3 as we watch Braden Westfall slot back to P4. Try to get a number on that one. As it comes across, that's the 250... That's a 251 right there who leads the charge. That's Tanner Barsh in 2nd. So we'll see when they come across the line how this will play out.
Yeah, I think Barsh is going to be in the race lead here. He's ahead of Emerson Lane. Ashton Wyatt trying to move on lane in the 3rd spot, so nothing doing there. But Barsh, again, he's been so consistent this weekend. He was able to win the first heat. He's on pole This has been a maximum points type of day for him here in the 206 category. Not quite the same success in micro split, but in the 4-stroke category, he has looked really good as we see some battling down through the rest of the field. That looks to be down towards the back half of the top 10. I think that's Will Stevens back there. You could see, looks like the 243, that is Stevens. Theodore Mitchell's in it. Dutch Westbrook right at the tail of that train. That's from 7th on back, fighting it at the front. There's a fighting going on for 2nd. Ashton Wyatt's gotten ahead of Emerson Lane. Braden Westfall follows him through. Those two are into 2nd and 3rd. Move Emerson Lane back to 4th.
Tough break right there for Emerson Lane as he will now fall back. But as we watch, Ashton Wyatt has a lot of work to do to go and try and hunt down your race leader, Tanner Barsh, as they come across the line under 5 minutes plus 2 laps left to go as they dive it on down into turn 1.
Yeah, so just continuing to click off laps here. Barsh now has the gap that he's wanted all weekend long. It's about 7.5 tenths. That's a lot here in the Briggs Cadet. You usually see them pushing together quite a bit, so we'll have to see how that evolves over the course of the next few laps. But certainly Barsh holding his own so far. Wyatt's finally got himself back into 2nd, and Braden Westfall, if he can keep himself from making those little mistakes, I think has a good shot at contending for the race win here.
Working their way through the back half of the course. Westfall's trying to work his way forward, trying to keep up with Ashton Wyatt to see if they can hunt down Tanner Barsh. But as we watch a little bit further back there, you see your gap between your leaders, and 2nd and 3rd, Lane, Kedro Milbrandt, and Drew Blem are trying to see if they can get together to hunt down the top 3.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to watch here. We can see Wyatt looks like he's got Braden Westfall who's being very patient with him here. So Westfall was really aggressive on the opening lap. I think he may have spooked himself a little bit with that half spin, but now willing to just push Ashton Wyatt. That time by, he was purple, a 102.204. That's 2 tenths quicker than what Barsh was doing. They're going to need to go a little bit quicker than that to catch up with the young Burrell Art driver, but still a solid effort so far from those two as they continue to try to fight down. They've gapped Emerson Lane by almost a second on that last lap. So it is currently a 3-kart fight with the back 2 trying to catch up to Tanner Barsh in P1.
Got a lot of work to do, but those two are being very smart, not battling for position. They are just staying cooked up nose to tail, and they are catching Tanner Barsh. It was about 3 kart lengths. Now it's down to less than 2.5, maybe even almost 1 kart length between the drivers as they come out onto the back straightaway here. The big toe coming into play for all 3 competitors, and then you got the other 2 groups of 3 right behind, 5th, or 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and then, of course, 7th, 8th, and 9th right there in tow as they work their way down through the S's across the start-finish.
Yeah, Barsh is going to look back at some point and see that Ashton Wyatt and Braden Westfall have closed in. This looks to be about 4 tenths of a second quicker, almost 5 tenths from Ashton Wyatt as he's now pulled Braden Westfall with them. And both of them, oh, Barsh dropped it on his own. Tanner Barsh from the race lead has dropped it and done a 360, and that is a disaster. I mentioned that he was going to look back and see, well, before he even did that, he just overdrove it just a little bit, clipped the dirt, spun it around, and that is a small mistake with big consequences for Tanner Barsh, who had led all race long. It looked so good doing it, and now he's going to have to fight his way back from probably about 7th or so. So that moves Ashton Wyatt into the race lead without making any sort of pass. It moves Braden Westfall into 2nd, and now from there, they're going to try to push away and see what they can do from the head of the race.
It's going to be interesting to see how this will play out between the 2 leaders as we see the driver of Braden Westfall now starting to be a little bit interested in seeing if he can get around Ashton Wyatt for the race lead. He had the race lead for a couple of corners on the opening lap. Now looking to see if he can pick that back up here as they head off into turn 1. 1 minute, 40 seconds, plus 2 laps to go, and now we're going to see the charge also of the driver in that 251 of Tanner Barsh. Can he get back at least into the top 5?
Yeah, Barsh is going to have a little ways to make up, 1.1 seconds behind Drew Blem. He's clearly got the pace. How about Drew Blem, by the way? A show of perseverance and courage. I mean, he was flipped over on that last heat, and now he's up there in the top 5 running competitive lap times. Like, it cannot be said how impressive that is for the young kid. A great job for him. We'll see if he comes under fire from Tanner Barsh, so no doubt will be kicking himself after that mistake. But at the front of the field, we're seeing the top 2. Ashton Wyatt has been in the lead so many times this season. He's looked so good doing it. He's at the front, but Braden Westfall is keeping him honest. And now, speaking of keeping him honest, coming into the back straightaway, down the back straightaway, into the final hairpin, he's going to take the race lead. down the inside, making the move. The number 248 machine back on top.
What a pass right there heading into the braking zone. He just powered his way through in order to take the race lead as Braden Westfall leads him across the line. We should be getting the 2-to-go signal next time by for your drivers as they work out of turn number 2 and 3. Now here comes the crossover. Here comes Wyatt around the outside. Can't quite make it work. Tries to cross down to the inside as they make the run down the short chute, heading over to the hairpin. Will he try to send it into the inside? No, not close enough to make anything work.
Yeah, I mean, again, Ashton White maybe caught a little bit off guard by that move that last time through, but now will certainly be looking to make the move before they all start blocking. So Wyatt on the back bumper. This is where we saw Westfall make the move last time around. A little bit of a peek there from the inside from Ashton Wyatt. Not going to make it happen this time. He's going to go through the second to last. The two switching back hairpins. Down the back straightaway we come. Ashton Wyatt in tow, looking for the run to try to get to Braden Westfall. He's got a good run now. Going to just select to push him. So a little bit of patience being shown there by Ashton Wyatt. Further on back, we'll see the battle from 3rd to 6th raging on in the background. But at the front, this is about to be an all-out brawl for the last 2 laps. Down the main straight, 2 to go this time. Ashton White on the rear bumper of Braden Westfall, and he's going to make his move into turn 2 and make it look easy.
How
Taylor.
about Tanner Barsh also? He's now into the top 5, and once more as we watch the battle for the race lead here, here comes Westfall. He'll try to push him down the short chute, heading over into the hairpin. Tries to see if he can set up for the inside. No, slides it. That's going to lose a little momentum for him as they come through the sidewinder, heading to the back half of the course.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, Westfall has been very good at picking his spots so far in this race to get himself into the race lead. Now, though, he's going to have to do it one more time. So you see into the back 2 hairpins, looking at Ashton White gaining a little bit of separation here. This is going to help him down the back straightaway because it's going to make it. Oh, I think he just pulled to defend a little bit too early there. He had about a cart length of separation. Instead goes defensive. Now that's going to bring Westfall right back into it. Westfall going to try over-under move. A little bit of a bumper there. Got him the good old shove there. That's going to get him the lead. Wyatt almost gets into him. They're side-by-side going through the S, switching back and forth. Coming to the white flag, it's Braden Westfall in the race lead.
Westfall has one more shot, but of course he's got to be careful because here comes Wyatt down to the inside. Crossover move. He'll send it on in. Crossover attempt back over for Braden Westfall. Can't quite make it work, but he has something in his back pocket now. He is now in that second place, and he's been known to use that chrome horn a little bit. Oh, contact as they come out of the hairpin.
Still sliding. That is crazy. They're still hip-checking each other. And Braden Westfall, a little bit of a left-right-left combo there. Gets himself into P1. Not sure if that was the cleanest move, but it was certainly one that was effective. They were giving each other trade and paint. Now Ashton Wyatt back to the front. Wyatt going to get crossover. Westfall going to try to the outside. They're going side-by-side out of the back hairpin. And as they come down the back straightaway, Ashton Wyatt has the race lead. They're side by side, wheel to wheel coming down the straightaway, and Wyatt's got that position. He's going to tuck back to the outside, block off the momentum from Westfall, who's going to use the bumper a little bit more, one more time as they come through the final 2 S's. A fantastic final lap. No inches given as they come to the checkered flag. It's going to be side by side, but it's going to be Ashton Wyatt taking heat number 2 ahead of Braden Westfall, and Emerson Lane rounds out your top 3 with Drew Blem and Tanner Barsh in the top 5. But Taylor, that was exciting. Between Tanner Barsh kind of dropping it on his own, the battle between Wyatt and Westfall, and the ultimate brilliant last lap, that was a sensational 206 heat number 2.
A very sensational fight to the finish here, and that just makes me wonder what's going to happen tomorrow for these 206 cadet drivers when they go out there to race in Heat 3 in the final, because the whole thing is going to get jumbled up a little bit now that Tanner Barsh is going to be finish outside the top 3 this time compared to the first race.
Yeah, it might mean that he drops from 1st to 2nd or 3rd, but certainly he's already got the heat win. He's looking in pretty good shape. As we get set to go 4K Masters, I would expect this 206 Cadet by Cap Clothing is going to continue to be a very exciting class heading into tomorrow.
It certainly is, and with that, I'll turn it over to Caleb Viesca as he gets ready to call the action for your KA100 Masters.
Thank you, Taylor. As we are going to get set to go green here with the K100 Master Class presented by Kart Racing Solutions here. All the action, I guess, left to call here. Billy Musgrave was victorious in the first heat here. Billy was able to take the win ahead of Miguel Mir, who finds himself starting alongside Billy Musgrave here in heat number 2. Vincent Cassard in 3rd. James Lundberg is going to start in 4th. It's going to be Morgan LeBaron, the Mustache Man, in P number 5. Shane Burkett's going to find himself in 6th. It's going to be Andy Miller starting 7th. David Pregande, he was really quick at Odessa at Rimrock Raceway. The number 451 is going to start in 8th. Adamar Caligro is going to start in 9th. Trevor McAllister is going to start 10th. Kyle Walter is going to start 11th. Scott Cherry, Mr. Rimrock himself, he's going to start 12th. Neil Faulkner is going to start 13th. Randy Russell is going to start 14th. Shaston Johnson is going to start 15th. Evan Kozak in 16th. Kogan Wright in 17th, and Thane Morgan in 18th. Jose de la Garza 19th. Tam Nguyen is going to round up your top 20. It's going to be Juan Yu Din in 21st, and Anthony Harwin in 22nd, Keithan Hutchins in 23rd, and RJ Guajardo in 24th. A whole lot of action coming your way here live on Kart Chaser. Billy Musgrave's going to take us out here on track. The number 471, Billy Musgrave in a kart that he has engineered and built all by himself. Miguel Mir is going to be in 2nd with the Cruise Racing Development Academy team. In 3rd is going to be Vincent Cassard. Like I said before, James Lundberg was super quick, and Morgan LeBaron in your top 5 here early on to get us started. For keys here from Morgan LeBaron, Taylor, definitely as he looks for the battle and the championship, he's definitely going to have to work his way up in a P3 at least, and ahead of Miguel Mir if he wants to challenge still for the championship. But Billy Musgrave in a league of his own so far.
Well, you're talking about probably one of the top-rated karting drivers in the country competing here in this regional level. Of course, this isn't his first time racing in the TSRS season this year. He did it at Amarillo in the open shifter category earlier in 2023. So looking forward to seeing what he can do here this weekend. Of course, he's already got Heat Race 1 wrapped up. Can he do it again and sweep the weekend like he did in shifters? And now we'll see what happens as they enter into the start box to go racing once again.
Billy Musgrave and Miguel Mir are going to lead us away here. The green flag waves, and we are racing here in K100 Masters. What a start there by Billy Musgrave as he works his way up in a P1. Miguel Mir in second, stays in second, and contact further back for the 423. That's the 423 of... I'm not too sure here at the moment.
That's Evan.
Evan Kozak here, I'm sorry. Evan Kozak, contact early on for him. It's going to be a long drive back for him as Billy Musgrave still leads us away here at Miguel Mir in second. Vincent Cassard in 4th. James Lundberg falls back to P5, and a much better start here by Morgan LeBaron, moving his way up in the P4. The Mustache Man now is going to look for an overtake on the CRG driver of Vincent Cassard. Not close enough by Morgan LeBaron as of yet, but I know he's going to have a full head of steam here, Taylor.
He is going to try to get that full head of steam coming through, and I have to work their way through up to the top of the field as they sidewind their way across the start-finish line here, and already flying down. It is Musgrave who leads the charge as he is continuing to do so, but not as much of a dominant run right now at this moment, because he does have a little bit of pressure right there behind him coming up, and that is, of course, Miguel Mir, Vincent Cassard, and Morgan LeBaron trying to keep up, but it might be too little too late as these two up front start to pull away.
Yeah, the two up front already, I guess, opening up that gap here early on, and Miguel Mir seems a lot closer than what he was in the previous race to Billy Musgrave here early on. as Billy Musgrave stays in the lead of this race here as it stands. Vincent Cassard not too far off as well from Miguel Mir. Miguel Mir takes a look over his shoulder, sees that he has a little bit of a gap there behind to the CRG driver of Vincent Cassard, and a little bit of a love tap there by Miguel Mir to the rear bumper of Billy Musgrave, just to let Billy know that Miguel's still there, and Miguel definitely gonna. He's in a comfortable spot right now, in the championship and on the racetrack. He knows he's not gonna probably beat Billy Musgrave on raw pace. I mean, we've seen the class of Billy Musgrave all season long, Taylor, and I mean we're continuing to seeing it here.
We certainly are. And one thing I've also noticed, and Caleb, you could probably touch a little bit on this as well, even though this is a KA class, you're more familiar with the Briggs Strattons, but the temperatures. The temperature's gone up quite a bit since we last saw these drivers in Heat Race 1 by about 6 to 7 degrees. How is that going to affect the track here with the conditions, with how much sun's the asphalt soaked in?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely did get really hot here early on in the day, but at the moment, I mean, the clouds have come out, so the track will continue to I guess, cool down later on in the day, but I'm sure with all the heat racing that we've had throughout the day and the more rubber that gets laid down, the track will continue to get faster and faster as the day goes on, and lap times will ultimately improve. Obviously, I mean, we can't fail to mention tire wear as well. I mean, driving the track yesterday, if you don't have a good set of tires under you, then it'll be super hard, I guess, to really put in those lap times and to keep that pace up. So once the tires are gone here, they're gone, and lap times will fall off. Grip is also a big thing that I noticed yesterday. I'm driving the track from my side, so that's definitely something to see here and to note here this weekend, Taylor, as we are taking a look here at the weather. It's holding off here at the moment. I won't say the R word because I really don't want to jinx this weekend. But I can't fail to mention that the sky continues to get gloomy and darker as the hours pass by. On your screen now, it's the Mustache Man chasing down Vincent Cassard. Vincent with a little bit of a tap there to his helmet, telling Morgan LeBaron to push him forward. Not close enough as of yet. But now Morgan LeBaron looking for a move here, not close enough as they come down to the main straightaway. And this is really critical here for Morgan LeBaron in his fight for the championship here, Taylor.
It is. He has to try to get around Vincent Cassard for that position if he wants to be within a good shot of the points championship here. He's got to find his opening and place it just right and keep Cassard behind him once this is over. Now, if, of course, Miguel Mir finds his way around, of course, the great Billy Musgrave, then it's going to change the whole outlook of the race if he gets a heat race win. But for now, due to the fact that Billy Musgrave leads this race, it kind of gives that points cushion a little bit better ways for drivers such as the Mustache Man to get a shot at this championship.
Yeah, of course, and you see him ever so close to Vincent Cassard there. I don't think he's going to be close enough to get it done here down the back straight, down the inside for Morgan LeBaron, but he's still very much here in the fight for P3 as Vincent Cassard holds on strong here. Fellow CRG driver of Vincent has held strong pretty much all weekend long, and he's had a good pace. He had the pace there in qualifying, and it seems like for Morgan LeBaron and Miguel Mir just not close enough to make moves here early on in this race, Taylor.
Yeah, it really is, and we're going to see how this will play out here for the competitors as we watch Vincent Cassard holding on for that third position, being very smooth and consistent runs lap after lap, staying within a couple of tenths of your race leader, but still holding strong against the Mustache Man of Morgan LeBaron as we watch those two do battle. The high-five performance machine of LeBaron is really trying to find his way around, but cannot find the opening he needs. As just as I say that, he tries to go the long way around to catapult his way down the back straightaway. Not going to work this time.
Yeah, not going to work this time by for Morgan LeBaron as Miguel Mir currently with the fastest lap of the race with the 57.134 for him. Billy Musgrave not too far off that, 0.02 of a second slower than when it comes to lap times to Miguel Mir behind, as Miguel Mir has had a whole lot of time to learn here from Billy Musgrave in that factory cart. I mean, Billy Musgrave was contending for the national championship in the SCUSA series this year in the shifter category. Ultimately couldn't get it done. Lost it to Marian Kremers, who's also here this weekend. And Miguel Mir still holding on strong here to Billy Musgrave and keeping Billy Musgrave honest here early on, not letting Billy get comfortable because Miguel Mir is still there.
Yeah, Miguel is right there. And, of course, you got to give a round of applause for, of course, Billy Musgrave this year alone. He picked up the first in a long time a U.S. factory-built kart, made in America kart win over in Orlando earlier this year. And, of course, him and the entire Factory Kart USA group has made some great strides in all forms of motorsports here in karting as they work their way around here. Coming up, 24 seconds, so we have about 3 laps to go for Billy Musgrave. And, of course, we got to give a little shout-out to Kamar and Kremers out there for having a decent run in the FIA KZ World Finals in Germany a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, of course. And now, as it stands, Miguel Mir was all over the rear bumper there of Billy Musgrave, and it seems like Miguel Mir has certainly learned a whole lot here. As last time by was a 57.104 for Miguel Mir. Purple lap time for him, fastest man on track here, but still not close enough to close down that gap to Billy Musgrave, who is still in the lead of this race. And Morgan LeBaron as well, not close enough, I guess, to make his move on Vincent Cassard either. As the battles continue to rage on, so our 2 championship contenders, our 2 championship protagonists here of Miguel Mir and Morgan LeBaron seem like they're in a battle here 4 inches, not close enough to make the moves that they want to make and that they need to make really for Miguel. I mean, he's more in a comfortable position, but for Morgan LeBaron, if he still wants to challenge for the championship, he is losing points here every single heat race.
He is, and he's got to find a way as we get the 2 to go signal. 2 laps to go for Billy Musgrave as he leads the charge with Miguel Mir. Morgan LeBaron now falling further and further behind the driver of Vincent Cassard as there he comes out of the chicanes here and heading down the short chute to the hairpin.
Yeah, short shoot into the hairpin here for the mustache man. Still not close enough, and it seems like he hasn't found the pace that he's needed yet. And most likely probably a setup here for Morgan LeBaron. I mean, we know he's a great driver. We've seen him all year long, but it seems like he's missing a little bit here when it comes to setup to Vincent Cassard and Miguel Mir and Billy Musgrave, who is still in the lead of this race here. But speaking of Vincent Cassard, looks back. He knows Morgan LeBaron is close, and is he going to make the move down the inside? Not close enough here for Morgan LeBaron, and he's going to have to wait here in P4. Coming to the white flag now. It's going to be the white flag out for Billy Musgrave and Miguel Mir. Neither of them close enough to make moves here in this race as we take you back to the battle for the lead. 1 and 2. Miguel Mir still not close enough to make the move here on Billy Musgrave. Miguel Mir still the fastest lap of this heat race as it stands, but not close enough to challenge the factory kart man of Billy Musgrave here, Taylor.
No, he's not close enough. He's going to have to find an extra tenth or 2 to see if he can get around Billy Musgrave and try to make this pass work. He's not been able to get close enough this race compared to what we saw in heat race number 1, where he was literally glued to the back bumper of Billy Musgrave. So we'll see how this will play out for him. But I think right now he's going to concede, hold his spot, and just gather those much valuable points for his championship in the K8 100 Masters division.
Yeah, of course. It won't be enough this time by for Miguel Mir or Morgan LeBaron here. So it's going to be Billy Musgrave once again takes the win here in heat number 2. It's going to be Miguel Mir, P2. And coming to the line now, it's going to be Vincent Cassard and the Mustache Man in P4. It's going to be Trevor McAllister in P5, James Lundberg in P6. A side-by-side battle there to the finish line. It's going to be Andy Miller in 7th, Shaston Johnson in 8th, David Pregande in 9th, Randy Russell 10th, Kyle Walter in 11th, Neil Faulkner. It's going to come across the line to finish 12th. Adamar Caligro is going to finish 13th. Kogan Wright, 14th. Dane Morgan, 15th. Jose De La Garza, 16th. Shane Burkett in 17th. Evan Kozak in 18th after issues early on in this race. Tam Nguyen is going to finish 19th. Anthony Harwin, 20th. Scott Cherry, Mr. Rimrock. Not the best race for him, losing 9 spots down to 21st. Juani Din in 22nd. Keithan Hutchins in 23rd. And that's going to round up your field here in K8 100 Masters. When we come back, we're going to go kid kart racing. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back here to the season finale for the Texas Sprint Racing Series. We're Kid Kart Racing here for heat number 2 with dark clouds in the air. Raif Ali's set to start on the pole position alongside with Brennan Barsh. These two had a nice battle there in heat number 1, and as they get set to go for a 7-minute plus 2 laps heat number 2, we'll see how their battle continues to commence. Same thing goes for Killian Short and Brody Brown starting on row 2, and Benjamin Osborne on row number 3 as we get set to go for some Kid Kart racing here. I mean, Brennan Barsh has been the championship leader, the dominant force all season long in this class. Raif Ali kind of getting his feet wet on the regional scene. I mean, we've seen his brother run national races all season long. He's looked pretty good. But for Raif, I mean, this is a good opportunity to get some more experience. He's got a chance to now lead the start. This already looks a lot better than the last time they tried to start it on the first try. So as they get set to go down for the opening start here in Kid Karts presented by Rimrock Raceway, we're looking good so far, and they're coming across to get set to go for the action here. Heat number 2, Honda Kid Karts presented by Rimrock Raceway is underway. We're green into turn number 1, and it looks like Raif Ali gets the jump ahead of Brennan Barsh down into turn 1. Brody Brown into 3rd, and Killian Short settles into 4th with Benjamin Osborne in 5th. And as these guys continue to get settled with Brennan Barsh going for the race lead, Ali's going to continue to block down. As all this gets said, I'm joined by one of the KA senior superstars here at TSRS and really across the country altogether, Peyton Phillips. Peyton, it's a big weekend for you. You got a chance to get your second TSRS senior championship, looking to get by looking to beat Alex Stanfield here. So far, so good. Heat 1 went pretty well, but just talk to me about how you're doing this weekend and how your mindset's going into this one.
Yeah, the first heat, as you said, was good. Picked off a P2 when we were just missing a little bit on the gear and the axle. And we know what our job is, and you don't normally get Stanfields having a bad weekend like this, so we're trying to get every single point that we can, try to win all the heats, except Vasquez is quite fast, and yeah.
Yeah, and as Brennan Barsh takes the lead here in Kid Karts, I mean, you have to wonder, like, obviously this season you've had some really high moments. Like, you won the first race here. The next couple races, you had a lot of pace. You started on pole for each of the finals and it just didn't quite work out for you. What do you think the difference is going to be this weekend that kind of helps you get over the hump there? Because, I mean, it's not like you can't race. You've shown this. You've won a lot of heat races. You've looked the part up at the front. But what do you think is missing just to get that last little bit in the finals?
I think I just get in my head a bit too much. Like, yeah, like in Amarillo, we probably were the fastest car and just made a couple mistakes that gave everyone a chance. In TK, obviously, I made that really bad mistake, then drove it back to the field, which was good. But, yeah, just trying to finish this race in a good position. Obviously, Odessa was terrible with all DNFs, but this should be good. Last 2 times we've been here, I've won the last 2 races here, so trying to keep that momentum. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, and we're looking at the radar right now. It looks like the rain's a little bit away, but still the big possibility that it could hit us. We were talking on the way up here. You said you would welcome the rain, like it'd be fine. But is there any part of you that's kind of like, I don't know if you want to open up that Pandora's box, or kind of what are your thoughts on racing in the rain here?
Well, I'm not racing Hodgson again, which is quite good, because when it rained here for the first round, he absolutely put 3 seconds on me, which was not fun. But I'm always welcoming to the rain. We're normally fast in the rain. It's fun. Just have to make it to the first couple of corners, and then our pace normally is good. But it's Mother Nature. You never know what she's going to do.
Yeah, as we see the 2 at the front continuing to battle, there goes Brendan Barsh to the race lead. I mean, Peyton, I'm going to shift gears here to kind of talk more on the national scene. I mean, you've had probably your best season of any when it comes to national racing. I mean, you were up at the front. You won the SCUSA Winter Series with Ryan Perry Motorsport. Looked really good in the process. You've kind of had a breakout season on the USPCast. You head into the final race of the year, leading the championship there, heading into Trackhouse Motorplex. And, I mean, first off, how does it feel like to just be on the circuit so often this year and continuing to run up front almost every weekend? And second off, what do you think's made the difference to allow you to kind of continue to run up at the front of those national fields?
It's always fun to race. Yeah, doing a lot of racing this year. And then I think what's really made the difference is the team I'm with. We're one big family. We know what we have to do every single weekend. That's be on our A game, because everyone else is. So we have to put in just as much work as them. And yeah, going into the last round at Trackhouse is going to be fun. Kind of sad the drop has already been used up basically in Ohio, so we have to do good. But it's racing. We're going to give it everything and hope it turns out okay.
Yeah, and I mean, this is looking forward. I mean, obviously, Trackhouse Motorplex, I have a lot of laps there. But as someone that's driven there before, I mean, you've had a couple races, few opportunities to get out there. What are your thoughts on it, and kind of what are you expecting heading into that one?
I've been there once. It was last year with Supertune, and wasn't the best weekend, but we showed pace. It just the engine took a couple bad turns during the weekend, so the racing's gonna be tight. We know that. It's really kind of like a draft track almost. You don't really pull away. It's gonna be tight, but as long as we can keep like Cooper Shipman behind, I think we'll be okay.
Solid. All right, Peyton, as you get set to go in heat number 2, starting on the front row, we'll see what you can do alongside Jesus Vasquez. But Peyton Phillips, there you hear it, the High Five Motorsports superstar out here running in KA. We'll see what he can do for the rest of the week as he tries to hunt a second TSRS championship.
The action continues here in Kid Kart as the 42 of Rafe Ali lost the lead here to Brendan Barsh, the 82, who's currently in the lead here at the moment. And they've continued to trade positions all race long. We saw some side-by-side action from their race whenever Emery was talking to Peyton Phillips there for a second. But now the action continues here as you're going to get 3 laps to go this next time by. Rafe Ali still very much in drafting range to the 82 of Brendan Barsh here. And if you're Rafe Ali, setting up a good over-under move there. Can he get it done? Not close enough to get the under done, I guess. And still side by side there with Brendan Barsh. Is he going to get the move down the inside? He does. What a move by Rafe Ali, moving his card up in a P1. Brendan Barsh went purple last time by with a 1:18.847. So what a lap there by Brendan Barsh as he tries to claw his way back to Rafe Ali.
Yeah, certainly. I've been really impressed by the battling between both of these kids. I mean, Rafe Ali continuing to fight. He's been at the front a lot. He's had to do a lot of defensive driving, but he has done a good job of keeping himself in the right position. How about Brendan Barsh as well? I mean, has not really been fought like this from a racecraft standpoint, but he's doing a really nice job to continue to put the pressure on Raif Ali. And now as they get down towards 2 laps of racing to go, I mean, this should be a fun, entertaining battle because it looks like Barsh has the pace advantage, but Ali has been really right there with him.
Yeah, well, firstly, bless you, Emery. And secondly, Rafe Ali has been super quick here as well, and he has stayed there on pace with Brendan Barsh as he now looks for a move down the inside. The 82 of Brendan Barsh down the inside on Rafe Ali, not close enough to get it done here at the moment, and stays in second place. Rafe Ali is going to lead us away here. The 2 sticks will fly this time by, if I'm not mistaken. And it's going to be Rafe Ali who is going to take him here as now Brendan Barsh is going to be very much in drafting range. The 2 sticks are in the air. This is 2 laps to go for Brendan Barsh and Rafe Ali. The battle for the lead continues. Their lap times almost identical. Only 2 tenths separates them. But they are still very much close to each other here on the racetrack. That gap less than 1/10 of a second. And now side-by-side action here. The 82 looking for a move down the inside. Can he get the over-under? A little bit kink on the left. Down into the hairpin and not close enough for Brendan Barsh as Rafe Ali will hold on to the lead of this race here. Coming with a lap and a half to go here, Emery.
Yeah, it looks like Rafe Ali continues to just keep that lead in tow. I mean, he has had to defend, get his elbows out, make passes back, but he's at every stage he's been able to hang on against Brendan Barsh. And I have to say, I mean, this has been right on the edge of maybe a little bit too far at points in terms of defensive driving, but I'd say Rafe Ali has done a brilliant job of keeping Brennan Barsh at hand. And I think this is honestly really impressive to see from these two kids. I mean, we are seeing a back-and-forth battle, no major mistakes, nobody's shoving each other off the track, and we're about to get one more battle here. But as Brennan Barsh looks at the inside, I have to say, in terms of kid kart racing, this is about as impressed as I have been this year when it comes to just great racecraft between the two.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Emery, I think it's something about the Texas Sprint Racing Series season finale every single year. Last year, we saw the likes of Brody Stoffel go up against Dutch Westbrook in a battle just like this one, and I feel like it's deja vu as we come to the white flag here. It's this year now, it's Ray Fawley and Brennan Barsh here. Ray Fawley, last time by, fastest man on track with a 118.700 for him, and Brennan Barsh not too far back, a tenth slower, but still very much in passing range to Ray Fawley here as Brennan Barsh is going to look for the move here down into the hairpin, not close enough. Ray Fawley still leads us away here with a whole lot of momentum out of the corners here for Ray Fawley as Brennan Barsh tries to continue to close down, but as it stands now, he's not close enough to close down to the 42 of Ray Fawley.
Yeah, I think Ray Fawley right at the right time was able to pull just enough of a gap. I mean, Barsh is going to try to the last half of the lap, but I think Ali just has this one settled. I did the announcer jinx there, and there goes Brennan Barsh to the race lead. That was a bit too early on my part, as now Ali's going to try to fight his way back, but Brennan Barsh has the inside line. They make contact. Oh, no! Right. And Brennan Barsh makes side-to-side contact. They're still going to end up first and second, but that kind of puts a damper on what was, to that point, a really clean and good race. Barsh ran him out of room just a little bit. Ali, no harm, no foul, trip through the grass. They stay first and second, but Barsh is going to take the heat race victory here. Raif Ali in second position as they come to the checkered flag. A little bit of contact there, but still an exciting race from these kid karts.
Yeah, and it seems like Ray Fawley cut a little bit of a grass there down the back straight. But what a drive by these two drivers as Brennan Barsh will take the win here in heat number two. Ray Fawley is going to finish second. Brody Brown in third. Keelan Short, great drive by him to finish fourth. Benjamin Osborne is going to finish fifth. And I think the biggest thing here for the kid karts is the fact that they can develop as much as they do here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. I mean, they're in a big paddock and they're able to be a part of such a big event year in, year out. And this, season finale has delivered once again with the outstanding kid kart races. Fireworks here in the Honda Kid Karts presented by Rimrock Raceway. When we come back, we are going to go to 06 Junior Racing. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Texas Sprint Racing Series for the fall finale. We are getting set to go racing here with 206 Junior presented by Seville Electric. On pole position is still Reagan Seville. On his outside is going to be Casey Wright, if I'm not mistaken here. Our timer hasn't updated as of yet. Robert Arana, I know for sure, is starting third, and Josie Chambers in fourth. Derek Wargo is going to start fifth. And as we are getting set to, Chris Tracy in second as Reagan Seville and Chris Tracy in the tram lines now. The green flag is out. Who is it going to be in at turn number one? It's Reagan Seville once again. Not the best start for Chris Tracy as he falls all the way back to P5 now. And another crash down further back in the field, and that's Shelby Ramirez involved in there as well. That's a 315. The 3:15, I'm not too sure who that was. But
Ava Blem.
Ava Blem, I'm sorry. Ava Blem was involved there as well as Shelby Ramirez. Definitely not what Shelby Ramirez would have wanted, as she was super quick in the first heat race, but very unlucky for her. And Chris Tracy, not the best start for him, falling back to P6 now, and a move down the inside on Robert Arana there. I think that was
Jackson Baldas.
Jackson Baldas, who made the move there on Robert Arana to work his way up in a P3, and Josie Chambers falls back to P4.
Yeah, I mean, a good start there. We're seeing the front few have been spread out a good bit as Reagan Seville's just kind of comfortably in the lead here. But behind them, I mean, this is a raging battle. I mean, we saw Chris Tracy fall all the way back. He's still in 6th position, and much needed good start from Josie Chambers to stay in the 5th spot there as he had a rough heat race. I mean, we're seeing down through the rest of the field, Derek Wargo's slotted himself back into 2nd, but he's got a little ways to go. A little bit of contact there through turn 1 between Chambers and Robert Arana. So, I mean, this battle from 3rd on back seems to be the closest battle on the racetrack right now, but all 3 of these guys trying to get more. Is it, again, a little bit of a back check there from Josie Chambers. He's got to be patient. He does not want to wreck again, and that would ruin any chance he has of having a good main event here if he has to start way back through the field.
Yeah, and the 2 championship protagonists of Reagan Seville and Derek Wargo find themselves in the 1 and 2 spots. And now Josie Chambers down the inside on Robert Arana, move him up to P number 4, and Robert falls back to P5 here early on in this race. Still a whole lot of racing left, so for Robert Arana, he can definitely work his way back around Josie Chambers, but obviously it's going to be a handful of work for him as you see him now gaining down the back straight, towards the end of the back straight. Here and as they continue to close down that gap to Jackson Baldas ahead, now you see Josie Chambers has arrived on the scene here as well as Josie Chambers now closing down that gap to Jackson Baldas here. Is Josie Chambers going to go? He is. Down the inside. Is he going to get clear? He is. Move Josie Chambers up to P3, gives the signal to Jackson Baldas and gives him a little bit of a shake and says, yes, let's work our way forward. And Derek Wargo and Reagan Seville still in lead of this race, but Derek Wargo now has arrived on the scene on Reagan Seville here early in this race. And this is probably the first challenge that we've seen maybe all weekend here for Reagan Seville, Emery.
Yeah, Seville's going to have to try to find a way to hang on against Derek Wargo. I mean, Wargo had a lot of good pace in the first heat, but this looks different. This looks even more severe than what he had in the first heat in terms of pace. I mean, he had 3.5 tenths to Seville that last time. Again, he looks a little bit quicker this time. He's within drafting range by a mile, all the way down to within a cart length as they get to the end of the back straight. He is almost the rear bumper of the number 1 cart. And Reagan Seville, as they come down to complete lap number 2 here, is going to be under a lot of fire heading on as we see Josie Chambers has worked his way up into the 3rd spot ahead of Jackson Baldas and Robert Arana.
Yeah, a little bit of a gap there as Derek Wargo goes purple this time by with a 103.970. Reagan Seville 3:10 slower as they go side by side now for the lead. Derek Wargo up in a P1. Reagan Seville is going to lose the spot. He's not. Reagan Seville stays ahead here at the moment, and Derek Wargo stays in 2nd. Yeah, it was a good effort setting a purple lap time there by Derek Wargo, but it wasn't enough to get ahead here of Reagan Seville. He looked for the move down into turn number 2, looking for a little bit of an over-under there, it seemed like, but not close enough there, obviously, and Derek Wargo is going to fall back to 2nd place, but the fight is on here. The 2 championship protagonists now are going to leave nothing on the table here, Emery.
Yeah, that was a really interesting move. I mean, it looks like you didn't really go for a full over-under. You just got a better run and exit, pulled up alongside him, had to take the off-line into turn 3, and I think that's what allowed Seville to eventually get back alongside and past him. But, I mean, Wargo trying different lines, trying different things. He knows he has the pace at this point to keep up. That's not the worry. The worry is, do you bring the rest of the field back into play if you start pushing around? Do you want that? I think Wargo thinks, yes, I want other people to fight against Reagan Seville because he needs more points than Seville to have any shot at this championship. And so as they come down and get another lap, this time not quite close enough to make a move into turn number 2. As they come down towards turn number 4, we'll see what he can do here. So again, Wargo right on the tail of Seville as they bring Josie Chambers, Jackson Baldas, and the rest of the crew into play.
Yeah, of course, as the 2 are going to continue, I guess, to work together here bit by bit to close down that, to, I guess, trying to extend the gap to Josie Chambers behind, but the Intrepid is still very much there, still very much in the fight. As now a move there by Derek Wargo to take the lead of this race, and Reagan Seville, can he get it back down the main straightaway? Who is it going to be? It seems like Reagan Seville has a much better exit there by Reagan Seville, and retakes the lead here of the race. And now, welcome to the party, Josie Chambers in P3, and now it's going to be a 6-cart battle here as more drivers have joined the party. That's Robert Arana and Chris Tracy, who have also joined the party here of Reagan Seville and Derek Wargo.
Yeah, Seville goes very defensive. Not going to go defensive in the 2, though. Wargo gets the move done. Now they're going to switch back again. Not a crossover lane there. Chambers is there. That's going to keep Seville in second. It's going to kind of check him up, and now there's a full-blown blocking display going on. Nope. Seville's going to send it to the inside, over the curb, over the grass almost. Going to slide up there. It's going to be side-by-side into 5. This should favor Wargo, but it's going to favor Seville eventually if he can just hang in there over the curb again. And I think Seville's going to hang on for now. He's got to go defensive, though, as we see more battling in the background. That is Jackson Ball just getting thrown a little bit wide. Jackson split the groups into 3. But the front of the field, Reagan Seville hangs on just barely. He is having to fight for everything here as they come down the back straightaway now.
Yeah, and the fastest lap of the race now belongs to Chris Tracy, who is in 6th at the moment here. And Reagan Seville holding on. I can't fail to mention the last lap battle in between Derek Wargo and Reagan Seville last time out. Reagan Seville able to get the better of Derek Wargo in heat number 1, and now once again here they are going at it here for the lead of this race. Josie Chambers still very much in there. If anything happens in between these two, Josie Chambers will very much be there to pick up the leftovers. If anything is to happen, I wouldn't want to jinx any of these drivers. It's now Derek Wargo looking for a little bit of a move here. Can he get it done? Not close enough as it stands, but still very much there on the rear bumper of Reagan Seville.
I have to say, this is a bit of a racecraft opinion here. If you're in second, you're going to go back to the lead. As I say that, Derek Wargo listens there. He's going to take the race lead, and Wargo to the point. Now Seville's going to go right back into P1, and now Wargo and Seville going side by side. That's going to bring Chambers. That's going to bring the rest of this field back into it. Robert Arena, Chris Tracy, all smiling in 4th and on back as they get just ever closer to this front 3. Now to the inside, Wargo going to get to the inside of Seville. Seville probably needed to keep the block going there. He doesn't, and because of that, Wargo, Chambers into the race lead. And as they come down to get the 2 laps to go signal, it is going to be a 6-cart battle here before we know it. Wargo leads him down, 2 laps to go, goes defensive, and we'll see what he can do here coming through turn number 2.
And now Reagan Seville down the inside on Josie Chambers. Move Reagan Seville up to P2. And Josie Chambers is still there, though. Reagan Seville able to get clear now. And now he's going to try and work his way right back up to the rear bumper of Derek Wargo. He's going to get a little bit of a push. And down the inside on Derek Wargo, Reagan Seville goes. There's a lap and a half left in this race. Derek Wargo looks over his shoulder, sees Josie Chambers is still very much there. He's going to stay defensive here, coming into the double left-hander, and holds on to that second spot here as Robert Arena and Chris Tracy have arrived here on the scene, and the 2 teammates are going to fight for position. It seems like Chris Tracy wants to lead the group of the 2 trackside karting services GFC drivers there, as Robert Arena gives the signal to his teammate to push forward. And now Reagan Seville down the inside, not low enough, it seems like, because Derek Wargo slides down the inside, and an over-under move there by Reagan Seville. Once again, we see it again here for the second heat race in a row. Reagan Seville is going to lead us away here to the white flag. Josie Chambers now into the 2nd spot. What does Josie Chambers have for Reagan Seville here? Coming into turn number 1, it's still Reagan Seville. He goes defensive. Is Josie Chambers close enough to get the over-under? Not as of yet, and Reagan Seville stays in the lead.
Yeah, it's going to need something special here from Chambers. Seville's certainly going to try to close it off here coming into turn 4. Not going to do it, and that's going to allow Chambers down the inside. I'm not sure why Seville didn't block there, but it's going to allow Josie Chambers into the race lead. And now you can see Wargo's right there into 1/3. As you can see the top 2 continuing to battle. Whoa! 4 tires under there, the curve. That was a little bit of an interesting move from Reagan Seville, but it gets him the lead back. Chambers going to give him the bumper for that. They're still side by side. Now Wargo's going to try to sneak underneath, almost 3 wide. They're side by side, and Derek Wargo points ahead, sees nothing ahead. He's going to the front. He's going to bring Josie Chambers with it.
And
Chris Tracy into the battle as well. He's going to push his teammate, but at the front of the field now is more contact behind him, but Derek Wargo is going to have all the space he needs as they come towards the checkered flag. A thrilling battle in Briggs 206 Jr., sponsored by Civil Electric, is going to end up with a Derek Wargo win.
Yeah, what a drive there by Derek Wargo to work his way back up to the front of the field, up 4 spots from where he started after not the best qualifying for him. Josie Chambers is going to finish second. A great drive by him. Reagan Seville loses 2 spots from the pole position and finished third. Chris Tracy is going to finish 4th. Jackson Baldus is 5th. Robert Arana in 6th. Carter Kilgo in 7th. Grayson Knoll in 8th. Ava Blem is going to come across the line to finish 9th. And I think we have some raindrops on the racetrack now as it stands. So I think we're going to see a little bit of the rain dance here, Emery, as we are going to get set to go green here with our Micro Swift class. And you can't fail to mention, look at all the scattering there on pit lane for the different sets of tires. I mean, after this Micro Swift race, we are going to go green with a KA100 senior, and it's going to be all to play for there. I mean, these guys are definitely going to have to put, if it rains enough, these guys are going to have to put on the wet tires here, Emery, as the rain continues to pick up here. It seems like the storm has arrived here at New Caney, Texas at SpeedSportz.
Yeah, I was talking to Peyton Phillips, and he was talking about how Cooper Shipman was an hour away and saw the rain and knew it was coming. And there was some heavy rain that was coming in. So, I mean, this is going to be a rainstorm that's probably going to force full wets. It's going to force setup changes, driving changes. We'll see how long of a delay we have. We'll keep you guys updated on that. But certainly, just when it seemed like everything was getting into rhythm, it's going to be a rain race.
Yeah, that's what I guess that's what it seems like here at the moment as our Micro Swift drivers are going to get set to go on track here. There's no delay here as of now. At the moment, yeah. So we just got confirmation that there's a little delay here for tire change. But the rain continues to pick up here at SpeedSportz Racing Park in New Caney, Texas. All to play for here this weekend still. Hopefully you guys in the paddock are able to stay dry this weekend. I mean, it's been a pretty wet weekend from Thursday, Friday, and then today as well. I guess not the easiest for some of these drivers with the mixed changing conditions. I mean, I know yesterday a handful of drivers chose to opt out of the rain practice because they didn't think it was going to rain. And look at us now. I mean, it's pouring rain here in Texas, Emery.
I'm watching the rentals out here on the rental track, and I mean, this is not conditions you want to be out on slicks at. So it's very understandable why they would make it. There you can see
the number 12.
The number 12. They're getting it going on. He's soldiering on here, but maybe not fast enough. I mean, you gotta think. I mean, just look at the struggle you have just even corner.
He needs to gas it, man.
Yeah, more gas, turn right to go left type stuff here.
Yeah. Me personally,
I wouldn't take that.
I was a big Cars fan when I was little. Lightning McQueen used to always say, "Turn right to go left." So if I'm on the rental track right now, I'm full gassing it, turning right to go left every single corner. It doesn't matter where. I'm gassing it everywhere.
Yeah, I think that's how you end up on the road out there. But I think good idea though.
That's what it seems like, and I don't think the rental cart drivers want to get too wet out here this weekend, and neither do we. So we're going to take a little bit of a slight break here as the delay is going to put us a little bit behind schedule this weekend. When we come back, though, we are going to go racing here with Micro Swift. All the action here for the Texas Sprint Racing Series Fall Finale, live from SpeedSportz Racing Park. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
If you want to see a giant selection of beautiful new dining room tables, chairs, service, come out to Gallery Furniture and see with the latest and greatest dining room furniture. Best of all, buy this dining room furniture today, solid wood. Gallery Furniture delivers free to Houston area home today. If you want beautiful, solid wood, made in America dining room furniture, come out and see the new selection of beautiful dining room tables, chairs at Gallery Furniture, and best of all, buy this beautiful, oh so comfortable, made in America dining room furniture, tables, chairs, servers. Gallery Furniture delivers free to his area home in 3 or 4 hours tonight. Make family members on your beautiful new dining room table and chairs. Buy it today. New arrivals, Gallery Furniture delivers free in 3 or 4 hours to your home today.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop into Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
Back here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series fall finale here. We're getting set to go for the first time all weekend in the rain. Heat number 2 for Micro Swift presented by Royal Electric. Colton Schniegenberg has been dominant in the drive, but Caleb Vieska with me. Caleb, when you get in the rain, it equalizes things, and it is a absolute downpour right now. I mean, you're the local here.
Yeah.
You've been around here a lot. Is this usual?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like every time we come race here, even club races at SpeedSportz, whenever there's some type of race going on here in Houston, it always seems to rain here. Always, always. It could stop raining for months. It could be 100 degrees outside during the day. But when, I guess, come nightfall, just the rain breaks loose, the heavens open up, and it starts to rain here as we're going to get set to go green here with Micro Swift, presented by Royal Electric. Colton Schniegenberg on the pole position. Tanner Barsh alongside him. It's going to be Andrew Lee Anastasio in third, Marcelo Flores fourth, Aston Wyatt in fifth, and Dutch Westbrook in sixth here as we are getting set to take the green flag here. Colton Schniegenberg and Tanner Barsh into the tram lines. The green flag is out. We are racing in Micro Swift. And what a over the puddle there by Colton Schniegenberg. A big splash of water over him here. Decides to take the inside line. A little bit of a slide job there by Colton Schniegenberg. Is able to continue to work his way up. And Aston Wyatt looks to be on the move here as almost off the racetrack there by Tanner Barsh. Seems like and down the inside. What a move by Aston Wyatt, Emery.
That was really aggressive. Got by Marcelo Flores and, again, turned a risk into an opportunity. Kind of shut the door there on Tanner Barsh. Made it up now side by side for third. That looks to be is that Dutch Westbrook there making a move up to third? What a move there from Dutch Westbrook. He's been a little bit off the pace here in micro in the dry, but in the wet, he has made moves on this opening lap. Now up to third, looking for more on Ashton Wyatt as they come down the back straightaway for the first time. Schniegenberg into the race lead. Then it's Ashton Wyatt. Then you've got Dutch Westbrook up there in third, getting passed now by, I think that might be Tanner Barsh. No, not Barsh.
Marcelo
That's
Flores.
Marcelo Flores.
Marcelo Flores
tried,
looking for the
couldn't
move.
get it moved. And now Westbrook's going to settle into third with Flores. And there is Tanner Barsh right there in tow in fifth.
Yeah, big equalizer here is the rain here. As on your screen now is the parallel of Marcelo Flores as he falls under fire to Tanner Barsh. Tanner Barsh choosing to go down the inside. Is he going to have enough grip to make a stick? He does. He's clear now. So Tanner Barsh up in a P4 here now, and Aston White stays in P2. Dutch Westbrook's going to split the two of them up, and he's going to be in third place. In the morning heat race, Dutch Westbrook did not have the pace, I guess, to contend here with the top three, and now he finds himself up there as he continues to close down the gap to Aston White ahead, and now Tanner Barsh ahead of Marcelo Flores now, and he's going to challenge here Dutch Westbrook. Not close enough. A wide line there by Tanner Barsh, but not close enough to contend with anybody else here at the moment as it stands. But I'm sure that gap will begin to close down here. And, ooh, a little bit of an over-under move. A little bit of switchback move there by Marcelo Flores. He gets it done here on Tanner Barsh, and they continue to trade positions here, Emery.
Yeah, this is turning into a really good battle for fourth, but how about it? Just Tanner Barsh going back down the inside. Flores going to look over, see him there. We'll see if the crossover is on Barsh. Cannot get slowed down enough. Flores to the inside. This time I think that's going to stick into fourth. So move Marcelo Flores into fourth. Barsh back to fifth. Right behind them is Andrew Lee Antozio. But how about his Barsh again getting aggressive down the main straight. They will not stop trading positions. Barsh that time clears him. We'll see if that's good enough. No, Flores is going to use the bumper a little bit. They're still going to be side-by-side here on exit. Looks like Barsh has the move done, but that's allowed the top three, Colin Schiegenberg, Ashton Wyatt, and Dutch Westbrook. I mean, this is his first year in the micro category. He's kind of struggled a little bit in the dry, but I have to say he is really coming to life here in the wet. It just kind of shows the talent that the young kid has.
Yeah, of course. It seems like he's really coming to life, like you said here in the Microsoft category here in the wet weather. So very, very good to see him continuing to contend here, and now closing down that gap to Aston Wyatt ahead as he tries to hold on to Colton Schniegenberg here. I mean, Colton and Aston, they've ran multiple races across the year, and I mean, they're going to be used to running in the rain here. They have a handful of practice time, as well as lap time around this place for both of them. Colton Schniegenberg, the Dallas native, and Aston Wyatt, the hometown kid as well, sporting the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy livery this weekend, as every other weekend, and now he is a little bit further back to Colton Schniegenberg, 9/10 of a second back, 8/10 now. Colton Schniegenberg with a 112.008 last time by. Goes purple. Aston Wyatt with a 112.810. That's 8/10 slower for Aston Wyatt to Colton Schniegenberg, who has been in a class of his own all weekend long here in the Microsoft class.
Yeah, Schiegenberg really in a rhythm again in the wet. We saw it in the dry, and in the dry I was kind of expected once you saw what he was able to do in qualifying. But there's another fight going on. That's for 5th and 6th. Marcelo Flores under fire. Andrew Leon-Stasio's about to get the spot, I believe. And, yeah, I think he's got it done. So move Anastasio up into the 5th spot ahead of Marcelo Flores. That was a good battle there. They're both behind Tanner Barsh, who's way behind the top three at this point. But how about it for Andrew Antozio? I mean, he has had really not a whole lot of pace in the dry or the wet, but now able to get himself by Flores here and kind of start picking the pieces up a little bit.
Yeah, Andrew Leon-Astasio up in a P5 now at the moment in his performance stop livery. Has worked his way around Marcelo Flores, who was super quick at the beginning of this race, but it seems like he's been struggling here in these stages of the race here, Emery.
Yeah, we just got a pretty big lightning strike near the booth. We'll have to see what happens with that. That did not look good, but certainly as the race continues on at the moment, Colton Schniegenberg able to keep the lead right now. He's got about a 3.5 second lead over Ashton Wyatt. Dutch Westbrook into P3, Tanner Barsh 4th. And, I mean, all of these guys kind of spaced out running the race, as can happen sometimes in the rain. You get these guys in a rhythm, and you start seeing just how the race evolves. And right now, the way it's evolving is a pretty comfortable lead for Schiegenberg as we wait to see what happens with the Lightning going forward.
Yeah, of course, as Colton Stiegenberg even faster last time by with a 111.548 for him. And Aston Wyatt still in second, almost a second slower here to Colton Stiegenberg here. For Aston Wyatt, as he's been super quick all year long, and he's shown his pace and his class pretty much all year long. He arguably should have had the win here when it came to the United States Pro Kart Series, but after a brake failure that weekend, put him out of contention for the race win. But this weekend as well, he has Marian Kremers coaching him, so very good for him.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to come across for another lap here, but Ashton White's development's been really impressive this year. He's had so many opportunities to continue to lead the race, still continuing on, not quite close to him. He's a second lap slower than what Stiegenberg's doing. He's only able to match what Westbrook, Barsh, and the rest of the field are able to do, but still, Ashton Wyatt, we'll see how this goes when it's in the dry tomorrow, but you've got to say he's looked so impressive this year with the help of Marian Kremers, with the help of Alan Rudolph, and everyone involved. This has been an impressive season for the young guy aboard the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy number 21 kart.
Yeah, of course, great drive so far by him to hold on to the P2 spot. Colton Stiegenberg still in the lead here. Dutch Westbrook, we saw him come to life as well here in the wet weather conditions. This is going to help him out a ton when it comes to championship standings and I guess confidence. He knows for such a young kid and young guys, it's important to keep their confidence up, and I'm sure this is going to help Dutch Westbrook out a lot in that Kart Racing Solutions Tony Kart there for him. So I know he's going to be super happy with that result, as it seems like a year ago from today, he was the one contending for the race wins in the kid kart division, and now seeing his jump here has been amazing to see, Emery.
Yeah, certainly. It's really impressive to see Dutch Westbrook here. He's getting kind of run down a little bit by Tanner Barsh over the last lap and a half or so, but he's kept himself in a solid third. He's running a consistent pace. All he has to do is 2 more laps at this pace, and he'll be solid in the second. And Tanner Barsh, along those same lines, another kid that's shown a lot of development this year, has been up at the front at both micro categories as well as the 206 cadet. And he has shown so much pace at certain points. And I'm excited to see what he continues to do as he continues to end off this season and looks into next season aboard his Burrell Art machine.
Yeah, as well as Andrew Lee Anastasio. This is his rookie season as well in the Micro Swift categories this year, the 43 and the performance stop livery. Another rookie, I guess you could say, in this in this Micro Swift category. We saw him and Dutch Westbrook in the fight last year in that kid kart race. That was probably one of the best kid kart races that I've seen in my entire life. And we've seen the progress of these young guys and how they continue to grow and how they continue to race. Seeing them out here in the club races and racing with each other and continuing to compete is great to see from such young kids, Emery.
Yeah, certainly. It's so impressive to see what these kids continue to improve. It's like you see them at the start of the year, you see them now, and there's just such a big maturation. They're not making the same mistakes. They're more consistent. They're able to drive at a better pace. We're seeing it now with guys like Dutch Westbrook showing out and showing really well. We're seeing with Colton Stiegenberg, this season as a whole has been such a huge development for him from round 1 in Miami for the SCUSA Winter Series all the way to now. He has established himself as one of the main contenders at the micro category. And over here, this has been a dominant display. He is lapping almost this past lap a full second lap quicker than the field. It's insane to see what Colton Stiegenberg is doing. He's about to come home to take his second heat race win of the day. He looks not only unstoppable in these conditions, but it is a downpour. And all 6 of these micro drivers, how about that? Really handling it well. No spins so far, and it looks like they're going to keep it clean heading towards the end of this race.
Yeah, and Colton Stiegenberg is getting set to take the checkered flag here in Micro Swift, presented by Royal Electric, the energy card of Colton Stiegenberg in that 17. A great drive by him. Absolute class by Colton Stiegenberg as he's going to come across the finish line to win heat number 2 in Micro Swift. The checkered flag is out. Aston Wyatt, if it stays as is, he's going to finish second here in a minute, and he does. Aston Wyatt in second, Dutch Westbrook in third. What a drive by the young kid of Dutch Westbrook. Tanner Barsh in fourth, Andrew Anastasio in fifth. And in sixth, rounding up your field here in Micro Swift by Royal Electric is going to be Marcelo Flores, the number 12 in that Paralyn.
Yeah, a good effort from all 6 of your Micro Swift competitors, but Colton Stiegenberg reigns supreme here in the rain. He ends up winning heat number 2 in Micro Swift, sponsored by Royal Electric, as we get set to go for quite possibly the rest of the schedule as we get a look at kind of the rest of the field continuing to rain. We'll get set to come back live after this.
Mic check 1, 2. For those of you around the paddock and watching live on stream here, the rest of today will be canceled. So make sure you guys stay dry. The banquet will start at 5:30 in the rental kart building. The rest of the day is going to be canceled, so there will be no heat racing for the rest of today. They will send out an updated schedule later tonight for tomorrow for revised heat races and a revised schedule for tomorrow. So again, the rest of the day is canceled. There will be no more racing today as the storm is going to take way too long to pass by. So there will be no more racing today. You guys can head over at 5:30 for the banquet. We are still starting tomorrow at 8 a.m. Once again, a revised schedule will be sent out tonight. Thank you very much for all y'all's cooperation around the paddock and on the live stream the whole weekend. So thank you guys very much, and stay dry.